The hero of this story was exceptional with a blade, and could learn anything. He worked day and night until his blisters bled. Kim spent 20 years after dropping out of high school honing his knife skills. He managed to become the best knife master in the country, and worked as a chef in a restaurant. Every day he inspired other chefs with his art, but not everything always went smoothly for him. One day, his phone kept beeping, notifying him of incoming messages. One employee couldn't stand it, but quite politely asked the boss to pay attention to the phone. The guy was listening to music on his player and went to check who was bothering him like that. For some reason, he kept receiving messages from a game he had recently deleted, and he even thought there was some kind of glitch with his phone. At that moment, he was informed that a very important guest had arrived at the restaurant. Kim didn't want to be interrupted from his work. Besides, he knew who this guy was, and asked to say that he was not there. It seems the employee's lies didn't work, and the dissatisfied customer himself entered the kitchen grumbling. He was a big guy from a gang, and he showed up with a few tough guys. He was eager to hear what Mr. Kim thought of his proposal, reminding him that the job would not be difficult. The bandit turned to Kim because he was an excellent knife master. His men then opened a suitcase filled to the brim with money, which served as an advance payment for the services. Kim can receive 30 million in advance, and if he successfully completes the task, then even more. But now something else was more important to him. With an angry look, he reminded the guest that the most important thing in the kitchen was cleanliness. And he didn't want to see such dirty people as the gang boss here. Having cut off the head of the fish on the table without looking, the guy politely asked these people to get out of there. However, the bandit was only delighted to see the boss's skill with his own eyes, and again began to persuade him to agree to another job. Instead of words, Kim merely drew the blade across the tabletop, producing a goosebump-inducing sound. So he hinted that the next heads could be the heads of bandits. Deciding not to take any risks, the boss left the kitchen, promising that he would return, as he was not going to give up. After some time, Kim went out for a smoke, and his assistant was curious why he did not agree to such a sum. But the boss didn't like becoming a thug, even for $1 billion. He liked his current life. Then the assistant remembered the phone that was ringing non-stop and decided it was some girl. I was even disappointed that these were just notifications from the game, then went to clean the kitchen before closing. And Kim thought that money wouldn't hurt him, because his family had gone bankrupt, and now he worked almost all the time. The message came again, and the guy got irritated and went to see why this game was bothering him. It occurred to him that he had downloaded it again when he had gotten drunk recently, and decided to just delete it again. He accidentally touched the notification that appeared on the screen. The music started playing, and it was the same as when he played it. But now the message hasn't opened. Something strange has started to happen to this music. A bright light appeared from the screen, as if Kim was holding a small but very powerful spotlight in his hands. And a moment later, when the assistant came out to call him, it turned out that the boss had disappeared somewhere, and in the place where he had just been standing, there was a phone lying there, its screen still glowing. The cook was puzzled. One could assume that the chef had gone somewhere, but it was unclear why he had left the phone there. On his way back, the assistant shouted from the doorway to the others that the boss was not there, assuming that he might have gone to the toilet. In fact, Kim was drawn into the game, a typical model with donations and a standard auto-search system. It was just an ordinary game. The guy didn't even understand why he downloaded it. The reason could be that there was a very good sketch of female characters. Kim spent a fortune on this game and went through several cycles. And now that he's been sucked in, he's not even a playable character. There was one minor character in the game whose whereabouts were always unknown. Now Kim has received the body of this character, and his name has become Kangjama. At first, something seemed a little different to him, but M's divine protection remained. The names, locations, and layouts differed in some areas, but otherwise everything was similar. That's why Kim was able to adapt quite easily, since he had been stuck in the game for over a year, forgetting about reality. There was a life there that he didn't have in the real world, and now he was transported there. Arriving home, Kanjoma received a notification from his father about his enrollment in the academy. The father and mother were proud of their son's achievements, believing that this was due to their good upbringing. The entrance ceremony was supposed to be tomorrow, and Jama was asked to get ready in time. In fact, the guy just wanted a simple life, but he couldn't refuse when his parents were so happy. Although he tried several times to ask not to go to the academy, he was unsuccessful. He felt a little tired, knowing this character. He couldn't even believe that he was accepted into this prestigious school. Last year, his divine power manifested itself, and he immediately passed the entrance exams. Now Kim Jama's parents considered him a genius, but our hero Kim had the opposite opinion. He only liked the presence of divine power, which is a special ability of people in this world. However, not everyone has such abilities. Strength is genetic, and depending on the presence or absence of divine power, Society is divided into the nobility, the middle class, and the poor. The academy was created to maintain the power of the established elite class. The original premise for building the academy was to raise a hero, but now it is an educational institution for elite children. Recently, a system was introduced to accept families who are not heroes, and Kang Joma became one of these students. The heroes were raised because the main threat in this world was the Demon King. This makes one think that the academy is a kind of army. Thinking about his upcoming application, Kim leaned back in his chair when suddenly a system window appeared, with the message that his divine power reduces pain for 30 seconds, but recovery takes 12 hours. The guy couldn't believe that he had been given such a useless thing that he had to wait half a day for 30 seconds. However, in addition to divine power, he also received the blessing of the sword god, which seemed like a cruel joke to him. After all, in translation, the name Kanjoma means bloody demon, and besides, in the game he never saw this divine power. What seemed even more absurd to him were the activation conditions. His sword had to be less than 30 centimeters long and at least 5 centimeters wide. These dimensions suited the sashimi knife he had used for many years. It looks like Kim will have to take it up again, and he whined that life doesn't always go the way you want. His thoughts returned to the academy, and he remembered that he had forgotten to take his equipment. However, even the lowest-ranking weapons here cost almost a fortune. The tuition fees were also very high. Kim didn't want to shell out, and he didn't understand what he was being drawn into. The letter, however, stated that the equipment was necessary, and if he did not take it, he would make a bad impression on the first day. Since there was no other way out, the guy went for a walk to the Daisho chain of stores. On the way, he suddenly remembered the first master who insisted on using this knife. And when Jama had everything ready, he crossed the threshold of the academy. The instructor decided to conduct an inspection and was surprised that this guy had ordinary knives as weapons. Inspecting the equipment on the day of the entrance ceremony was something of a tradition, so Khan laid them out on the table. Every year high school students pull off some kind of trick, and now this guy with a mohawk was almost furious, deciding that the new student was messing around with the academy. Joma only explained in a calm tone that it was his weapon and that he was a special student from a simple family. For his parents, the tuition fees alone became a burden, so he could not ask them for an expensive weapon. The instructor, whose anger did not subside, noticed the color of the student's badge. For these students from middle-class families, tuition fees are indeed a heavy burden. But for some reason it is this type who is very prejudiced against the kind and caring student. This angered Jomu, and he declared that it was not right to degrade the weapons of others. He spoke as if his character had reached the top in some areas, and his speech seemed impressive. The instructor's piercing gaze made him feel awkward, and it was even funny to watch his face change. Ultimately, Cadet Kanjoma's weapon was approved for use. Having thanked him for the decision made, the guy began to put the knives back into his backpack. And for some reason, the other students in line were unhappy that there was a student with special access among them. The instructor immediately shut their mouths, ordering them to disperse immediately after the equipment assessment. This type could be white and fluffy or more menacing than a thundercloud, depending on their behavior. Going outside, Jama sat down on a bench. He had an unpleasant feeling, although he had expected something like this. However, his equipment had already been checked, and he had passed the entrance ceremony. Only the enrollment exam remained. And yet he was still surprised that he had managed to get here. He will have to spend 3 years in this school to train heroes, at the Joaquin Academy. The guy imagined everything a little differently. In reality, this institution looked like a small town. Still, remembering how he had to drop out of school because of his family, all this did not seem like such a big problem to him. While he was thinking, an announcement sounded that the class placement exam was about to begin, and all students are asked to assemble in the training room at 1 p.m. Time seemed to fly by, but the entrance exam was very important, and Jama needed to concentrate. The guy himself didn't like exams, but now it was important and he would have to go through it, and he decided to practice. When he arrived, he hadn't used a knife for a year and was worried that his skills had dulled a bit, even though he had 20 years of experience. Taking out the knife, he began to remove its protective cover to check the blade and the quality of the steel. After testing it by touch, he determined that the knife was much better than he thought. And now I decided to try cutting a few leaves from the bushes to determine the sharpness of the weapon. But as soon as the cover was removed, a certain energy began to emanate from the knife, which began to envelop Jama's entire body. Thus, the blessing of the sword god was activated, but the guy's level of physical fitness was low. Therefore, synchronization with the user began, and the student himself felt as if he had been struck by an electric shock. For a while he felt such pressure that it seemed his eyes would pop out of their sockets. The lightning discharges continued all over my body. It felt like some kind of terrible torture. Joma thought he was going to die if this didn't stop. It felt like his eyes were about to crack, and then he found himself in some kind of virtual space, similar to a long red checkered corridor. The guy involuntarily cursed, which was natural after such a sudden phenomenon. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on. His wrist relaxed and he dropped the knife. It fell with a clang to the floor of this space, after which everything around began to crack like glass, and Jama realized that he was returning back. As soon as he released the knife, he was able to return to normal. The impressions were quite something, and now his whole body ached, as if he had been stretched on the rack. It even infuriated him that the backlash of divine power was accompanied by such pain, and if this continues every time, he simply won't be able to use this skill. The announcement sounded again, inviting all students to the training hall. Looking at the knife lying around, Jama thought that it was still worth taking. He can't put down the sashimi knife, and there's still hope that it only hurt the first time. Believing that this terrible attack would not happen again, the boy bent down and reached for the knife. However, as soon as his rollers touched the handle again, he was hit again by a jolt of electric shock, this time even stronger, and he screamed out every curse word he knew. Meanwhile, students began to gather in the training hall. Some adults discussed the cost of their children's admission to the academy. Then they turned their attention to one important person, Mr. Kling. He is the hero of the 7 stars, whose full name is Kling Siegfried von Nibelung. He is a descendant of Aaron Nibelung and a student of the founder of the academy, Valor Joaquin. Kling is considered the strongest man, and the people decided to immediately disperse to their places. Siegfried noticed the green-haired girl who appeared. This is also a 7-star hero, Sage Media Poison. She was pleased to see again a colleague she had not seen for a very long time. But Kling himself was not impressed. It was strange to him that she was already 70, but she did everything to remain like a young girl. She also offered him to rejuvenate, but her blessing would only take 10 years from him. But according to the old man, people should value their inner world, not their shell. Sage even found it funny that this old fart was still the same as he was 50 years ago. At the same time, she noticed some changes, because before he himself invited her to such places. Thinking about his granddaughter, Poison assumed she was still just as pretty. Kling remained silent about this, especially since the exam was about to begin. By this time, Jama had also arrived at the training hall and noticed that everyone there had multicolored hair. It seemed that he was the only one here with black hair, and he was also a special student among the noble bastards. He remembered how others had immediately thought he was strange. At that moment, he noticed a person with long green hair rush past. The guy recognized this girl immediately, and he couldn't even believe that he was seeing her with his own eyes. The granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Abel von Nibelung, is the main character of the game he is drawn into, and she is the very reason why he squandered a fortune. Sage reported that battles are currently taking place in subspace, and they want to try Battle Royale this year. Subspace is a reality where there is no interference from the real world. It has no relation to real existence, and one cannot die there. Participants are divided into groups of 10 and ranked in order of survival. In other words, it's a survival game, and there are no equipment restrictions. This means that privileged children have free reign. Sage had to compromise because the academy was funded primarily by the nobility, and she had to go through a lot to implement this system. At this time, Jama was staring at Abel, who was terribly beautiful. Before, she always seemed like a 2D character to him, but now she looks like a real person. He even felt sorry for those poor fools trying to get close to her. Although in their place, he would have behaved the same way. Abel von Nibelung is a player with the wonderful blessing of M. She is also connected to the main character of this game, who is also the most handsome guy. Joma, as a special student, is not up to the level of these two, and he didn't want to get involved in all this. He identified 3 principles for his future: to calmly complete his studies and get a regular job, and also lead a safe life full of peace. He didn't want to become a hero, because he still remembers how he shook when he picked up the knife. There were already plenty of heroes here, but Khan just wanted to find some comfortable work for himself. At that moment, an announcement object rose into the air and announced that the exam was beginning. The object was a bit oddly shaped, like it was alien technology, and it announced a battle royale. Participants will be selected randomly and assigned to classes. Assignments in each class will be skill-based, and points will be awarded automatically. Time is also given unlimitedly, and Jama decided to try to finish everything as quickly as possible. The exam began, and the subspace generation device was activated. The students began to be drawn inside, and Khan intended to complete the task without drawing his knife. When the participants were transferred, many vomited, and almost everyone felt dizzy. After this, the groups were assessed, with Kling and Sage observing the entire time. Poison encouraged her colleague not to worry about his granddaughter. She was sure to have amazing results. Abel achieved the result with a C-rank weapon in just a few minutes, and that will give her a fair assessment. and her efforts are definitely among the top 10 in the history of the academy. Kling saw nothing surprising in this, given the Nibelung lineage, and when there was only one group left to see, he decided to leave, as he was no longer interested. The old man said goodbye to Sage, and she didn't miss the opportunity to tease him one last time. Suddenly there was a vibration in the air, and all the students felt it. This made the heroes of the 7 stars very wary, and Kling and Poison began to look around. There was no place in the entire institution where you couldn't feel it. In the sky above the site they saw a bright glow, like a hole in space. Then this area in the sky cracked like glass and the fragments flew down. The sky turned blue again, but everyone saw something else falling from above. Then, several students appeared out of nowhere and plunged into the ground at great speed, as if they had fallen from a height. Someone suggested that these students had fallen out of subspace, and it seemed that was the end of it. But a bright gap appeared in the sky again, from which something flew out with a whistle. And then everyone saw a sashimi knife stick into the ground. Poison immediately called the medical staff to check on the condition of the newly released cadets. One of them was Kang Jana, and the blade of his knife was stuck next to his face. While remaining conscious, he understood that the results were predetermined. When he was in subspace, he clearly understood that luck was not on his side. They were attacked with all sorts of weapons that in the real world would have reduced a person to ashes. And in this battle, Jama ended up in a suicide squad, where he had no chance of winning. His group was attacked by the evil twins from the Iron King family, Mao Jun and Mao Shun. They possessed innate talent, and their cruelty and duplicity knew no bounds. These scoundrels deliberately played with the participants for a full 30 minutes. Joma didn't want to appear weak, because that way he wasn't even worth their attention. The twins continued to pressure the participants, and when they lost consciousness, they became uninterested. Wandering among the bodies, they looked out for anyone moving, and continued to torture them in various ways. And when the task seemed complete, the twins did not understand why they still remained in this place. They had already put many of the cadets to bed, and then they noticed that there was still one student left, whose face reflected fear. This girl had probably been sitting quietly in the corner all this time, and was now in a stupor. It was clear from her that she had no desire or strength to fight, and this infuriated Jama a little. And the twins began to slowly approach her, as if they were playing like street cats with a mouse. At the same time, they intended to hear her scream from her small mouth. The twins began to guess where to start tearing her apart, and they were licking their lips in anticipation. And then Kanjoma called out to them, who, although he didn't want to fight, couldn't allow the girl to be offended. Besides, he didn't understand why these bastards would go so far, even if they were in subspace. The 2 thugs just looked at the guy as if he were a suicide bomber looking for trouble on his ass. And when they saw on his badge that he was a special student, they started to burst out laughing. One of the twins decided that he could kill the boy with just one clap, and his brother advised them to tear out the brave man's tongue so that he would no longer dare to insult them. Joma realized that he was in deep trouble, and activating painlessness was unlikely to help. And then he saw a sashimi knife start to glow from inside his bag, as if beckoning him to use it. However, if he picks it up, the sword god's blessing will surely be activated. But the guy still hadn't forgotten how he'd been electrocuted the last time. But it won't be possible to deal with these thugs with just words or an attempt to hit them. So Jana picked up the knife, which was still glowing blue. And seeing this, the twins even froze in place, but rather they were curious about what it was. And realizing that it was just a kitchen knife, they started laughing even harder than before. After which they decided to cause him as much pain as was possible. One of the twins jumped up, intending to crush the student's head. And he, realizing that he only had 30 seconds, decided to take advantage of the chance to settle everything at once. The blessing of painlessness was activated, and Jama prepared to fight the enemy. Taking the knife out of its sheath, he also activated the sword god's blessing. At that moment, Mao Shun was already flying towards him, his face twisted with anger and contempt. And Khan understood that if he failed to attack, he would die along with this knife. The guy was faced with a difficult situation, because he would have to cut up not a fish, but a person. Until then, he hadn't understood how it was possible to harm a person with a knife, thinking that such things only happened in the movies. However, now he has no choice, and just as Shun was about to fall on him, Jama swung his knife. The blade flashed, and at the same moment blood sprayed from the enemy, indicating that Khan had dealt with the first attack. His opponent's arm was severed from just one blow. At that moment, Jama's eyes glowed with a blue radiance and became like the eyes of a ghost. With them, he saw his opponent's body fall to the ground with a crash. The severed arm made him remember moments from the past when he was just beginning to master the skills. His first teacher used to be a thug, and to get out of that game he had to cut off his wrist. He later opened a sashimi restaurant because he wanted to delight people with his knife skills. Kim asked him why gangsters in movies use sashimi knives. The teacher explained that when you cut off a body part with an ordinary knife, everything turns into a mess. And with a sashimi knife you can operate with jeweler's precision. After all, a person is not a fish lying on a table. If it were standing vertically, it would not be possible to cut off even a piece from it. The teacher himself was called a master, because in his opinion, even the god of knives would not be able to wield the knife like he did. These memories were brought back by Mao Shun's severed limb, and while he fell to the ground along with part of his body, his brother and the girl watched the spectacle with their mouths open. Shun was crippled, but still not dead, and in anger he began to curse and wail over his hand from which blood was spurting. Not only did he lose it almost up to the elbow, but he also experienced terrible pain. And while he was yelling, Joma began to approach him, wasting no time. Seeing his menacing face, Shun yelled at him not to come near him. He realized that this guy was much stronger than he seemed, and when he swung the knife, the twin began to run away from there, calling for help. At this time, his brother still could not comprehend what was happening. It seemed unreal to him. He was awakened from a state of semi-trance by the cry of his brother, whose face showed incomprehensible horror. And when Shun screamed again, a knife whistled behind him, and half of his head was suddenly severed from his body. Mao Jun was stunned again as he watched part of his brother's head roll to his feet. The upper part was cut off, from which Mao Shun's bulging eyes still stared. And then Jun seemed to come to his senses and screamed as if something had just been cut off from him. Moreover, Joma did not stop there. He began to approach the second twin. Remembering that this was an empty subspace, Jun understood that his brother was not actually dead, although it was quite a sight. He was also curious about what happened to that guy. It was obvious that it was the first time he had stabbed a person. However, despite everything, Jun was very scared. He realized that such a knife was something to be afraid of. Shun's mistake was most likely his carelessness, so Jun removed his weapon from the severed limb and placed it on his other hand. The activation immediately took effect, and the force of his blows increased several times. Moreover, the second twin decided to activate all three blessings at the same time. And now he didn't care where his opponent got that knife. He believed that he couldn't cope with his weapon. Meanwhile, Joma was silently counting down the seconds he had left to use the skill. And he heard how the second twin was about to attack behind him, threatening to finish him off. Jun's grin was like that of a predator, and his eyes were full of hatred and readiness to kill. And the next moment he could barely open his eyes and tried to understand what had just happened. He was lying on the ground, covered in blood, with several sashimi knife blades sticking out of his body. Even the weapon that had always helped him win was now shattered by this knife. His head was splitting with pain, as if his scalp had been removed, and Joma's countdown had already reached 2 seconds, but he had no idea what would follow after that. When the 0 sounded, the boy's body began to bend in pain, as if possessed by a demon. It didn't last very long, after which the guy passed out. When he opened his eyes, judging by the ceiling, he assumed that he was in a hospital. Joma tried to get up and felt that his body no longer hurt and he felt lighter. There was a man wearing glasses sitting next to him, and seeing that the guy had woken up, he called someone. Someone entered the room whose face Joma had never seen, but he immediately understood who it was. This is the one who 50 years ago defeated the commander of the 6th Legion, the demon lord Kling Nibelung. He is the second of the 7-star heroes and the strongest of humans. The academy's director, Sage Poison, entered with him and immediately inquired about Joma's well-being. Their visit made him feel like a hero, but the boy couldn't understand why they came to him. However, after they asked his name, Kling decided to get straight to the point. The old man was very interested in what this guy, who was simply listed as a special student, had done. And then Joma remembered that everything that seemed like a nightmare to him was real. And he actually chopped up those twin thugs. Kling was now holding some kind of staff in his hands, the tip of which had begun to glow. Realizing that this star hero had noticed him, Joma did not see anything good in this. He still explained that in his opinion, those two had gone too far, even though they were in subspace. At the same time, he admitted that he had used too much force and was now ready to accept any punishment. Kling looked at the student as if he should figure out for himself what was required of him. And Poison intervened, asking the old man not to behave in such a way with the young man. She explained to Joma that Kling had cleared out all of his clogged blood vessels. And despite the fact that all people become more stubborn with age, she considered Sagfried very nice. Kling even felt embarrassed, because he had asked the director of the academy not to say such a thing. But she couldn't help herself. Now Joma understood why his body was so light, like a feather. Sage then admitted that while he was unconscious, they watched a recording of what happened. And the way he bravely rushed to save the poor student showed him to be the Prince Poison had always dreamed of. At that moment, it was impossible to tell from her facial expression whether she was happy or about to cry with happiness. But when Kling asked her to act like an adult, she expressed dissatisfaction with his remark. She also said that the twins admitted to illegal actions and would write a letter of expulsion. As she spoke, Joma became increasingly aware of what was happening and realized that he was in trouble. However, he was glad that he would no longer have to deal with these scoundrels at the academy. After this, the guy found out that he had the best result in the battle in subspace. And he even felt awkward when the professors began to congratulate him. Later, Sage returned to her office and reflected on the event over a cup of coffee. She has been heading this academy for 20 years. But in her memory, this is the first time something like this has happened. Even when she and Kling were in this guy's room, he said that he didn't like their proposal. Of course, his statement outraged and surprised the leaders. And Poison tried to explain to him what it meant to be in the star class. Even all the elders were surprised by this. But the decision to award the title of Best Cadet is based on the assessment of the subspace itself. Joma was silent for a few seconds, then stated even more confidently that he still didn't like it. Siegfried was visibly upset by this answer. And now Sage assumed he was unhappy because Joma had overtaken his granddaughter. Kling denied this, because the academy itself chose this guy. He was worried about something else. This guy wasn't particularly impressive or physically fit, nor did he appear to be very experienced. However, what he showed at the age of barely reaching adulthood amazed him. Joma's movements seemed to embody a certain concept. Siegfried himself devoted his entire life to the art of the sword, and reached the level of a master, but he had never met anyone like him. And when he unblocked the boy's meridians, the old man felt an uneasy feeling. Joma had a body that had never been subjected to hard physical labor. At the same time, it felt like there was something inside that shouldn't be there. Siegfried also admitted that at his age the spirit of competition had not gone away, and Sage noticed how cute his face was when he dealt with enemies protecting the girl. She wondered if she would have had a chance if she were 10 years younger. Kling was a little outraged that the director decided to shake off the old days, even though she looks young. He wanted to express himself in the way cadets now call people like her, but he kept silent so as not to offend. But her curiosity was aroused, and she did not leave the old man alone until he called her a slightly vulgar word. Sage was naturally upset when she heard the harsh and outrageous truth. What's more, she was upset. She almost broke the cup when she abruptly put it back on the table. As for Cadet Joma, he was assigned to the Wolf class, and this is the best compromise he found. He wanted to go to the Tiger class, but as the best cadet, he was not allowed there, and besides, that class was already full. Sage tried her best to persuade him not to go there. She even explained that in that case the elders would make a big fuss, and that wouldn't make things any better for anyone. But Joma just wanted to study quietly in a low-level class, and not compete with the elite, and now he had no choice but to agree to the Wolf class. When he entered, the guy was even horrified. It was a huge auditorium, but there weren't that many students there. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him, but then everyone returned to their own business. Joma also tried not to pay attention to them and calmly went down the steps to take some place. Seeing that no one was bothering him, the guy believed that the director, as she had promised, had kept his heroism a secret. He preferred to remain alone. It seemed much calmer that way. But then the very girl he had saved called out to him and thanked him for saving her life. At first he didn't recognize her, and the girl reminded him that they had seen each other during the exam. Joma now remembered, but he doesn't understand why she addresses him as you if they are the same age. But now he only modestly explained that anyone in his place would have done exactly the same. Besides, he wasn't really trying to save her. The main thing was to save his own skin. Now he felt like a hypocrite, but he did not reveal the truth to that girl. Then they met. The girl's name was Chloe, and as it turned out, they would study in the same class. In his free time, Joma tried to remember who she was. After all, he had completed most of the game, but he hadn't met her. The main story was centered on fighting demons, and this character was unexpected for him. Just in case, Joma asked her not to tell anyone about what happened in subspace. As soon as Chloe agreed, someone shouted for everyone to take their seats immediately. The voice sounded menacing, and the guys agreed to talk about it later. The same instructor, Lee Won-bin, entered, and, slamming the magazine on the table, congratulated the students on their admission. They became the chosen ones destined to inherit the will of the founding hero of valor, Joaquin. Then the instructor introduced himself and said that they would start with training, so everyone should change clothes. One of the students timidly asked what kind of course it would be, and everyone was shocked to hear that there would be 100 push-ups and squats, and also a 10-lap run. Such a number of exercises per lesson led to the thought that they were going to turn the cadets into soldiers. When almost all the students had left, Joma approached the instructor. As it turned out, Lee Won already knew him. But now it was not important for the guy. He only stated that he was not feeling well. He tried to somehow get out of this activity, but the attempt failed. Li Wan believed that training is the best medicine. Moreover, Joma is allowed to study in any upper-class class. The director has given orders regarding this. This woman, whom Khan had praised just a few minutes ago, now really didn't appeal to him. And now the guy said that his condition would improve anyway, and agreed that the training would be effective. Having changed into his sports uniform and found himself on the training ground, Joma regretted that he had ever been born. He was having a hard time keeping up with the run, and the instructor behind him was urging everyone on to get moving. Joma was running last, and it seemed to him that his heart was already dragging somewhere behind him. Chloe ran closer to him, noticing his dying appearance and realizing that he was in great pain. The guy was a little surprised. She might not have asked if everything was already visible on him. He was now running about the 5th lap and noticing that Chloe had started to fall behind. He realized that she was too. However, the girl was actually running her 9th lap. Joma looked at her as if he had just been proven that the earth was actually flat. Besides, Chloe looked relatively cheerful and asked her friend to believe in himself. Then she rushed forward as if she had done nothing before. Now Joma felt not only tired, but also completely frail, because even the girl had overtaken him so far. A week later, after another lesson, returning to his room, the first thing Joma did was drink some water. And falling onto the bed, he did not hesitate to curse out loud this entire establishment and the instructor along with it. He had to face an unexpected problem, although he had only spent a few days here. Even on the first day, when he felt very hungry, he went to the dining room with the others. He asked to give him pork belly, which quickly replenishes strength and satisfies hunger. Of course, he thought that this was a canteen like in all academies. But it turned out that you have to pay for the food, or rather, for a portion of food he has to provide a coupon. However, now he couldn't get a ticket anywhere, and, not wanting to seem poor, he pretended to order his dish in advance. And he himself wanted to shoot himself immediately when he saw the prices. The menu was huge, but everything was very expensive. Even pork breast cost 50,000 won. At that moment, all he could do was pray that whoever had dragged him here would bring him back. And now he had only one bottle of water left, from which he squeezed the last drops into his mouth. Joma was so angry that he threw the bottle and cursed again. He thought that charging 50,000 for a bowl of a simple dish was too much. He had almost run out of money, but he was a fool and refused the amount his father gave him for expenses. He looked at the empty bottle lying there with great annoyance, and burying himself under the blanket again, he reproached himself for having refused his parents' money, now surviving on water alone. At that moment, the system window appeared again nearby with blessing notifications. It said that his physical condition had improved significantly, and the guy decided to check it out. Walking over to the mirror, he lifted his shirt and noticed that his abs really did look much better now. The blessing of the sword god also purified his blood vessels, and it was somewhat reminiscent of evolution. Joma realized that if he continued to practice, he would be able to use a sword, albeit a small one. On the day of the ceremony, he was afraid to pick up a knife, but now even his hands are itching to grab it. At the same time, for some reason the guy felt proud, although this could have been a blessing. Suddenly he heard someone scratching behind the door and went out to look. He was even curious about who was sitting there quietly, as if eavesdropping on what he was doing. He swung the door open and almost hit Chloe, who was simply embarrassed to disturb him. Still, Joma was glad that it was her and not someone more clingy and invited her inside. There, the girl admitted that she was worried about him, since she had not seen him in the cafeteria for a whole week. The guy couldn't admit that he had no money, and said that he didn't like the local food. He asked Chloe not to worry about him so much, but she offered to buy groceries and cook something with him. It sounded like manna from heaven, and Joma got ready at the speed of sound. On the way, he admitted that he was a good cook, so he could get it done in no time. After some time, Chloe was able to see that this guy really did have culinary talent. She had never eaten such delicious food before, especially one that was prepared quickly. She usually only cooked fish and didn't think she would try anything like this. Looking into the refrigerator, Joma was convinced that she really did love fish. It turned out she lived near the sea, and the fact that she had a lot of fish made the guy happy. Now he could stretch his legs and make a couple of sashimi. However, there remained the problem of the sword god's blessing. Joma needs a different knife, like a regular kitchen knife, but longer. After all, the sashimi knife is his weapon, and he cannot use it for cooking. Chloe had such a thing, but when she brought the sword, he thought she was joking. All that was left was to try cutting the fish with a kitchen knife, which would activate the blessing of the sword god. And leaning over the table, the guy looked very focused, because he needed to do it in 30 seconds. He was previously considered the best master in the country, so he should be able to handle it. In 21 seconds he had scaled the fish, removed the bones, taken out the entrails, and chopped it up. It turned out great, and Jom was also glad that he remained alive. And when Chloe asked where he got such skills, He explained that he worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. The girl had never worked part-time before, and it was difficult for her to understand what it was. But Joma wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was glad that she liked the dish. After dinner, Chloe took it upon herself to wash the dishes, since Kan was doing the cooking. And while she was doing this, Joma was giving himself over to the pleasure of finally having something to eat. Approaching the window, he saw a full moon in the sky, which added to his mood. He was also amused by the awkward way Chloe handled herself at the sink, as if she had never washed dishes before. A draft blew through the open window, causing a notebook to fall off the shelf. Noticing it, Joma realized that it was Chloe's diary. Of course, he didn't intend to read it intentionally, but the diary itself opened to one of the pages. And there was a recording of how Chloe was saved by some guy during the exam, and she wants to return the favor. The guy also noticed that the girl had beautiful handwriting and that her diary was decorated with beautiful stickers. Joma was about to put it back when suddenly the page turned again by itself. There, Chloe wrote that her heart beats very fast when she thinks about Jom or is near him. Now the guy understood why it was so difficult for her to talk to him. Getting excited, he decided to read something else, and saw that several pages were filled with her declarations of love for him. This seemed too much to him, when suddenly he heard her voice behind him. The guy slammed the diary shut and started thinking about how to get out of it. But Chloe realized that he had seen everything. In this world, heroes earn authority and strengthen the position of their families by killing monsters. And under the influence of authority, the personal interests of the elite, which exploits the weaker sections of the population, are decided. One such family is the Auditor de Sicilia. They hide in the shadows, killing infidels, thus maintaining order. From an early age, they undergo psychological training and have to suppress their emotions. Their training was very rigorous, so that they could become the best mercenaries. In this family one day, a very young girl stained her hands with blood for the first time. She was 15 years old. And this girl is Chloe Auditor de Sicilia. Her family forbade her to deny her identity as a mercenary, and she could not disobey. However, the constant training distorted the girl's psyche, and what happened left a deep wound in her heart. By the time her personality was almost erased, Chloe had reached the age where she could enter the academy. Classes there are assigned based on individual skills, and everyone in the Auditor family has dragon class abilities. But they are considered ordinary due to family traditions, and the agreement concluded between the family and the academy. When she was admitted, Chloe was ordered by her grandfather not to reveal herself under any circumstances. Thus, even here, the family took away 3 years of her youth, depriving her of all freedom. The girl accepted her fate, not daring to say anything against it, and submitted, believing that nothing would change. That's what she thought until she met a guy during an exam. Chloe remembered his words when he yelled at the twins not to touch her. There she faced death, but was not afraid, because no one dies in that place, and she was ready to accept her fate. This is how she was taught to live, and this is how she would spend the rest of her days, without changing a thing. Destiny seemed obvious to her, but at that moment Chloe realized that everything could be different. It seemed as if the sun had broken through the dark clouds, and something hot had begun to grow inside her. A sword appeared in her life that has no power over itself, and can be used to protect someone. And she was the reason why that guy used his knife. Chloe remembered a fairy tale she had read as a child and hidden behind her bed. It told the story of a princess locked in a tower and the love of a prince. In that story, everything revolves around the prince and saving people. The girl's cheeks flushed as she read, her heart fluttered, and a previously unknown feeling arose inside her. So, on the exam, Chloe had only one guess. She thought it was love. But now, when she caught Joma reading her diary, it was impossible to tell from her how angry she was. The guy stood there not knowing how to justify himself, and just spread an awkward smile across his face. He couldn't figure out when things had gone wrong, the day they met, or when he had agreed to dinner. And in order to somehow distract her attention, Joma suggested that she look at how beautiful the moon was in the sky. He also began to thank her for the food, admitting that he hadn't eaten so deliciously in a long time. Realizing that it wasn't working, Joma decided to say goodbye, but Chloe repeated her question again. At the same time, she began to nervously take off her kitchen gloves, as if she was getting ready to take things apart. The guy's feelings suddenly became mixed, and he again tried to change the subject. It seemed like Chloe had eyes in the back of her head, and he was also embarrassed by the way she spoke. At some point, she became a completely different person, and Khan tried to prove that he hadn't seen anything. But she didn't believe him. He didn't even notice when she managed to grab the katana, and when she pulled it out of the sheath, the metal flashed warningly. Worried that his head was about to fly off, Joma began to look around for a way out. There was only a window nearby, but the girl's room was very high up. They are on the 4th floor, right under the roof. and if he jumps from here, he will at least break all his bones. The only way out of here was through the door, but Chloe stood in the way, which began to slowly approach him closer and closer, obviously getting ready to attack him. But her face looked like she was unconscious. Her pupils were motionless, and her dull red eyes looked lifeless. This state showed that the person was in yandere. Another reason to think so was her very energetic attitude, which could change in an instant. It's like a split personality. Although yandere already has a rather complex character, Joma's actions could have been the impetus for this change, and Chloe will likely pursue him until he dies. Now he was convinced that life at the academy was truly cruel. But now he needed to get out of this situation. He had 9 seconds left in which he could use the sashimi knife. However, if he tries to reach it, he will probably end up without an arm or a leg. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy noticed a pencil case with pens on a nearby table, and there was also a stationary knife there. He didn't know if it would work as well as the sashimi knife. But there was no way out as Chloe got closer and closer. Joma wanted to solve the problem with words, but now he had no choice, and he grabbed a stationary knife. The divine protection of the sword god has been activated again. These two are about to clash with the blades of their weapons, which have a big difference in size. Joma believed in himself, but he didn't want to kill Chloe, so he decided to trim her hair a little. Chloe woke up already on the bed. Her head was a little dizzy, but she started looking for Joma. He was nowhere to be seen, and she began to recall recent events. She remembers him looking out the window while she was washing the dishes, and also the way she stole a glance at him. And then a sword appeared in her hands and she was horrified. Looking back, she saw that her katana was in the same place as usual, and the girl felt a weight lifted from her soul, because before she often fell out of reality when she had a sword in her hands. During lessons, her grandfather always assured her that she was doing great, and that she had nothing to worry about, telling her again and again that she shouldn't deny her identity as a mercenary. Remembering how she took the sword while talking to Joma, Chloe fell into hysterics, realizing that she could lose control of herself. The least she could do to him was say some nasty things. Then she noticed a stationary knife lying alone on the floor. This left her confused that something more than a conversation had happened. Chloe was more surprised to notice that her hair had become a little shorter. Looking at the urn, she saw a clump of hair and decided that it had been cut with that knife. Thinking that Joma had cleaned up and left, Chloe, considering him very caring, decided to write about it in her diary. Opening the notebook, she began to write again that she loved him very much. Meanwhile, Joma was returning home, making a short stop behind one of the trees. He started vomiting because he went 5 seconds over the time limit. And when it seemed that he was feeling better, his stomach again demanded that he throw up everything inside out. It didn't last long, and Joma was glad that at least something from dinner remained inside. And he returned to the question again, trying to understand who this girl really was. Usually a sword is used when you want to kill an enemy, but Chloe's katana hit vital points. It felt like her sword was sharpened only for killing, and if she got into an ambush, she could end up without her head. At that moment, feeling his life was in danger, Joma instinctively aimed for the back of her head. It was very lucky that the knife was short, and he only managed to cut her hair. Now he hoped that there would be no problems, since he had cleaned everything up. The guy also noticed that when he first got involved in this impudent game, he became more ambitious. For him, who had reached the heights of mastery with only a sashimi knife, giving up simple romance was not an easy step. But he has his own role to play, and he has yet to meet the protagonist's unique blessing. There are 2 more legendary blessings in this game. The essence of the blessing itself is to save the world from the Demon King, and the main character was chosen as a patron saint, and even the demonic sword Belmung recognized his help. Joma only knows how to use sashimi knives, and from the moment he entered the academy, he has been constantly confronted with incomprehensible numbers and situations. They make him forget about his desires, and the guy didn't understand what to do. Joma had a vague idea of the main characters in the game, and his understanding of the game world itself was very limited. He's been here for a little over a week now, which means it's time for the protagonist to show his blessing. In general, the plot of the game was clear to the guy, but he didn't know what the ending was because he quit the game. He knows the plot up to the middle, and decided to follow it so as not to mix up the cards and not get even more confused. He remembers that from about the 2nd semester of his 3rd year onwards, the situation only got worse. Sensing the birth of a hero, the demons, under the leadership of the king, join forces and go to war against the academy. Over time, the difference between humans and demons will increase. Ultimately, a world war will break out, but now the plot is taking strange turns for some reason. Moreover, Yom was afraid that war would soon come to this world. Knowing from the plot that many heroes would die, the guy didn't want to die so young. There are just under 3 years left until that event, and he should come down to Earth and prepare to survive. The good news was that most games ended happily, and Khan hoped that the main character would save this world too. He himself needs to learn to survive without attracting attention to himself, so that he is not called upon to fight demons. He also needs to be careful with the blessing, because the strain on his body is too great. And then a system window appeared for him, in which there was a lot of new information. His physical and spiritual strength increased, and his weapons also rose in rank. Some kind of absorption coefficient appeared, but Jama didn't know what it was. And when he clicked on the question mark, it showed that access was restricted due to unmet conditions. But the main thing is that he is in good physical shape, and he also needs to train with new weapons. Fortunately, next month, midterm exams will be replaced by practical martial arts classes. The reward for training will be a B-class Murasame sword, and this will be enough for Jama to graduate. The guy will be able to use this sword as his main weapon, but he will have to put in more effort than he expected. Suddenly, Abel Nibelung approached him and declared that this was her place. The guy looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding why she couldn't sit on another bench. But it seemed she was determined to sit on this one, as if it were her personal throne. However, the girl did not push him away completely, but simply demanded that he move over. Joma himself felt awkward realizing that this heroine was standing right in front of him, and he was staring blankly at her. Still, he moved calmly, trying not to get carried away by Abel, because then the plot would become much more complicated. But he couldn't help but notice the way she tugged at her shirt to cool herself off. At that moment, she seemed so attractive to him that his mouth almost started to water. Then she leaned back on the bench and, staring at the stars, noticed how beautiful they were. Joma sat, afraid to move or say an extra word. She is, after all, the granddaughter of the Holy Sword, and it is very difficult to find an approach to such a beautiful heroine. Suddenly she started talking about how his weapon was also a sword. Her grandfather told her about this, but she heard that the masters had a slightly different view of things. Taking out her massive sword, she offered Jama to hold it. The boy hoped that the sword was not as heavy as it looked, but he was in no hurry to touch it. But then he noticed that Abel frowned, obviously thinking that he was disgusted. Remembering what the heroine was like in the game, the guy now doubted that this was the same Abel. The girl was silent for a moment, and then, turning her head towards him, suggested that he knew her. It occurred to Jama that she suspected him of something, because everyone at the academy knew who she was, and he admitted that he had only heard a little about her. But he was embarrassed by her admission that she did not know him, not even his name. But the guy didn't think he should tell his name to the person he had just met. And Abel jokingly suggested that he might be a demon spy who had infiltrated the academy disguised as an ordinary student. What gave her this idea was the fact that he was sitting here alone at such a late hour, although she herself came here under cover of night, and for a few minutes there was an awkward silence between them. Abel was the first to break the silence, explaining that she had gone out to practice. To this, Jama stated that he too had come to do breathing exercises in the fresh air. The girl began to straighten her jacket, spreading her arms out to the sides. And the guy noticed the wounds on her hands but didn't ask. Abel went on to admit that she works hard, and that people have no idea what it means to bear the Nibelung name. She has to be perfect in everything, and if she shows even a hint of weakness, everyone will pounce on her like hungry dogs. This year, she was knocked out of first place during the entrance exam, and for the first time, she lost to someone. This gave her some relief, but she was very curious about who could surpass her, and she can't wait to find out the name of that person so she can smear him across the wall next time. It was a question of her pride, but her grandfather said nothing other than that he was a student from another class. Besides, that guy missed the oath of office, and after that, Abel can't come to terms with second place. And now, having poured out her soul to a stranger, she even felt awkward. But she did this because her interlocutor looks weak. Then she started complaining that all her classmates were very boring, and she had no friends at all. Now Jama began to understand why the main character had always been so distant. By this point, it was already really late, and it was time to go. And when Abel asked the guy again to state his name, he refused. After some time, Joma noticed that his life at the academy was much calmer than expected. Chloe quickly became friends with everyone and joined the team, but Can tried to avoid meeting her. Yet, when they crossed paths, her new friends looked at him very coldly, but it didn't bother him. Besides, he wasn't the only special student in the Tigers class, and they sometimes interacted. In any case, Joma even liked that he did not belong to the upper class, because right now, the period has begun where the Star and Dragon classes form political factions, and Kanu even feels sick to think what would have happened if he had ended up in one of those classes. He was also given a food card due to his status as a top student, and now he can eat normally. It's a faculty member's card, and the faculty director made sure Jama got it. Now the boy felt a sudden sense of idolization. Moreover, this did not affect the main scenario of the game in any way, and 3 years remained to be spent in the same way. Then Jama will be able to achieve the future she desires. 700 years ago, when the first war between humans and demons broke out, Joaquin Valor realized that the next generation of heroes needed to be raised and founded this academy. The teacher just told me about this in class and asked me to remember it, as it will be on the exam. Joma already knew some of this, so he was very bored and almost fell asleep. Founding hero Valor Joaquin fought the Demon King's right hand, and with the commander of the First Legion, Lycan, and their battle lasted 20 years. As a result, Joaquin lost his arm and could no longer participate in battles. Screams filled the air, and it was a very bloody war with no clear winner. Luckily, humans and demons decided to take a break right in the middle of the main battle. And then Joaquin decided to found an academy to raise the future generation of heroes. The first war led humans and demons to form a non-aggression pact between the two sides, and peace was concluded for 700 years. But it is not known whether war will happen in the present time. Now only Jama knew that the split was just around the corner, while the rest had become accustomed to a peaceful existence. The guy couldn't tell the dean about what was coming, because it was unknown what consequences it would lead to. And it doesn't matter that Sage still wants to leave his post as soon as possible. She was the first person in history who sensed that something was wrong. She is also one of the 7 heroes who stood up to protect the students. But the guy didn't know what happened next. It's true there were spoilers that Media became the Demon King's first victim. When the guy read about this, he even felt a little sorry that this heroine would die. While Jama was thinking, the lesson ended, and the teacher reminded him that the exam would be in 2 weeks. The students were glad that the boring lecture was finally over and began to disperse. Jana noticed that his classmates were starting to gather at the door, and he became curious why. Looking at the date, he realized that today was the day when that very person would appear. And the students were a little upset realizing that he would not go to their class, but to the STARS class. Today is May 5th, the very day when the main character, Leon van Reinhardt, is enrolled in the academy. And the long 700 years of peace will show its first crack. Because of this guy's handsome face, all the girls playing the game immediately fell for him. And so, female characters literally threw themselves at him, even those who were part of his squad. Rachel Demura is the niece of the saint with the spear, Saki Ryoho is the daughter of the saint with the bow, and Abel von Nibelung herself. This even irritated Jama, but 3 years later, Leon would be one of the first to be drafted into the army. And he was glad that this narcissistic handsome man would go to hell. He definitely wouldn't be able to get out of military service. When Joaquin only defeated the commander of the First Legion, one can only wonder how strong the Demon King himself is. Joma was even horrified that this could be one of those stories where the main character loses in the end. Now, when he came up to look at this guy, he paid attention to him, as if he felt his gaze. Can even felt a little awkward, but it seemed that Leon was not unfriendly. And he looked quite strong, because he had the blessing of Miracles M, and he would definitely cope with everything. Leon had a face on his forehead that seemed to say that such a person could be trusted. And Jama realized that even he had fallen for it. Later, he went to the training hall to practice with a sword, which he used as a stick. And I became convinced that if I take a weapon that does not meet the standards, the blessing will not manifest. This means he can easily master a certain level of fencing. When Jama was returning, Chloe caught up with him and asked why he was avoiding her. He would like to declare that she almost deprived him of his head, but they still have a whole year to study together. Therefore, he decided to maintain friendly relations, since he had no need for enemies now. And when Jama declared that everything was fine, the girl sighed with relief. But the guy himself remained wary. He did not forget how tightly she held the sword, ready to kill. And if she has such abilities, then she is probably even more dangerous than the Mao brothers. And now Chloe suddenly invited Jama to dinner again, as if nothing had happened before. The girl just wanted to thank his friend, even though she doesn't cook as well as he does. At the same time, she looked at Jama with such a puppy dog look that no one could refuse. Still, Kan was overcome by the feeling that if he agreed to dinner, he might end up in someone else's refrigerator in the morning. And to somehow get out of it, the guy asked Chloe for one favor. The girl became interested, especially when Kan explained that he could only rely on her. His request turned out to be quite banal. He asked her to give him a few fencing lessons. Jama needed a teacher anyway, and Chloe Auditor de Cecilia is monstrously strong. From that day on, Kan searched for various articles on this topic every night before going to bed. In the morning, there was training with Chloe, who was only pleased that she could communicate with him. One time, they both arrived at the site at 6:30, although they had agreed on 8. But the girl was glad that they both showed up early. If it were up to her, she probably would have jumped for joy. Noticing Jama's intense gaze, she became embarrassed, deciding that she had done something wrong. In fact, he noticed how good her abs and muscles were, which wasn't so noticeable under her school uniform. Now he understood why Chloe was so strong. He himself would like to have such muscles. Now he prepared sticks for training. although the girl thought that there would be real swords. But this wasn't a fight to the death, just simple training, and Jama didn't want to accidentally lose a body part. Chloe agreed, and first looked at the stick, assessing its capabilities. Then she swung it so sharply, as if cutting the air with it, and Khan was only once again convinced of its power. It was clear that one had to be careful even when training with poles. In the status window, he checked that the sword's stats were fine, and that there was physical growth. But it's hard to call it a blessing. It usually increases with mastery level. The text in the window seemed banal to him. He wanted to know more, but it was unknown how much training was needed to do so. Chloe noticed Jama staring into space and asked if something was wrong. Looking at her puzzled face, Khan realized that only he could see this window, and also the fact that just now he looked like an idiot who was staring at nothing and pointing his fingers at it. Abruptly changing the subject, Jama asked to be gentle with him, since this was their first lesson. After which he gripped the stick tighter in his hands and prepared to practice the techniques. In his past life, the guy was always practical. Because to become a master, it is not enough to just physically exert yourself. To do this, you need to give your all to the task, and this helped him quickly settle into the academy. And the result of the skills he had acquired earlier also helped a lot. Now he had an uncertain posture and sweaty palms, but the main thing was to be able to deliver accurate blows to the opponent. And now the moment has come when Jama will be able to try out her new skill in practice. Chloe suddenly swung her arm and was about to attack him, holding the stick out in front of her like a sword. Kan barely managed to tilt his head to the side to prevent the parka from piercing his neck. After which he involuntarily cursed, because he had asked her to be more gentle, and now he almost lost his head. It seemed that Chloe herself was serious about the lesson, and did not wait for him to come to his senses and attacked again. Joma dodged as best he could, and didn't even have time to swing to try to attack in response. After several attacks, the guy finally managed to block her blow, and had a chance to strike from above. But as soon as he raised his club, Chloe was already running from the side and was preparing to knock Khan off his feet in a jump. Her attacks became faster and faster each time. Probably at first she was just testing Jama. Although this had its advantages, Khan began to block her blows, preventing himself from being injured. And the further the lesson went, the better he became at wielding the club sword. Besides, he understood that if he missed even one of her blows, he would die on the spot. Then Chloe attacked him so hard that his stick broke in half, and she apologized, explaining that she tried to restrain herself, but failed. But Jama suddenly felt something strange. It turns out he fulfilled the necessary conditions. And since his weapon was damaged, the blessing of the sword god, heat, was activated. The user's identity was adjusted using coercive force, and the human level was lowered, and the guy felt something changing inside him. He felt like he was back in his kitchen, and like he was Kim again. There was a fish in front of him that he was going to cook, and he thought that it was all just a bad dream. He also had several knives of different shapes to choose from, and he decided to take a cleaver. But then an error appeared that this item could not be used, and the katana also could not be taken. The only thing left was the sashimi knife, although it was painful even to hold it. Having no choice, Kim took the knife and noticed that the pain somehow went away. At the same time, someone's voice echoed, and the guy felt like he was just someone's puppet. This whole vision happened very quickly, but Chloe noticed that something was wrong with Jama, and then he waved his stick in the air a few times, as if warming up. And in a flash, he was next to Chloe, attacking her with the piece of stick he was still holding in his hands. The girl barely managed to block the blow, frightened at the same time, but rather because of the changes that had taken place in Joma. But his blow was so strong that Chloe flew back. Having flown several meters, she didn't even have time to understand what caused this behavior. It seemed as if Jama had been replaced. Not everyone can possess such striking power. As Chloe landed, the guy hit the floor with his club again, causing even the air to shake. But his appearance was even more terrifying and impressive. Joma's eyes were once again glowing brightly like a ghost's. Having stood up, the girl quickly caught her breath and tried to understand what was happening to her friend. His attack was so powerful that she decided to end this fight. Only her request was not heard by Joma in his state, and he attacked her again. Kan's movements were very fast and did not give Chloe time or chance to dodge. The special student's palm strike must hit the girl in the chest. And then Joma had another vision. It was a fish that he wanted to cut up, and it started to dodge. This fish also tried to tell him something, and the guy realized that he was hallucinating. He began to hear someone repeating his name, and he realized that he was no longer Kim, but Kang Joma, which meant that the kitchen he was now seeing was not real. The picture before his eyes began to change, as if there were glitches on the monitor, and he saw the outline of a red-haired girl. Chloe begged him to wake up, and at the last moment he was able to throw the stick aside. But since the acceleration was strong, he only stopped when he crashed into the girl. His face and eyes became normal again, and in a very calm voice he suggested that they finish for today. Chloe stood there in a stupor. He had just almost killed her, and she didn't understand what was wrong with him. After all, he simply thanked her with a smile for the practical lesson and was about to leave. There was silence in the room, and by the time Jama reached the door, Chloe couldn't say another word. And on the way back, the girl replayed what had happened in her head several times. Comparing his strength during the exam and now, she realized that there was something strange about this guy. And this is not skill, but something completely unbridled. Even though his blessing came unconsciously, Chloe is still no match for him now. Besides, they weren't training with real swords, but his attacks were perfect. Suddenly, a guy appeared from around the corner, heard Chloe's muttering, and realized that she was delighted. He had the same red hair. His face was hidden behind a mask, but she recognized him as Nock's auditor, a second-year student from the Tiger class. Chloe would have recognized him even in the dark, because it was her brother. And he was unhappy that his sister, after entering the academy, was hanging out with all sorts of scum. The girl only asked not to call her friend that. But Knox warned that if she continued to communicate with him, someone from the family would take care of his elimination. He spoke very seriously, but Chloe assured him that even if the whole family came, they would not be able to cope with Jama. Then she left, not wanting to continue the unpleasant conversation, and her brother watched her shadow go by. And the power that Jama received is not a divine blessing or a boon, but rather a curse. In order not to rely on the blessing of the sword god, he needed to choose a new weapon. However, this force seemed to mock him and pursue him, and eventually took over his entire body. There was no pain, only feelings of pleasure and sweet exhaustion remained. But this curse controlled Jama like a puppet and whispered sweet words. The voice told him to cut even deeper and destroy on a larger scale. And the guy gave his whole body. But at the moment when Chloe's scream mixed with despair, he remembered his new name. In that scream, pieces of the previously shattered world came together and fell into place, and he was able to throw away the training sword. Eventually, Chloe, who had been trying to kill him until recently, was able to bring his consciousness back to reality. Although she was the reason for his condition, Jama was now grateful to her. He wanted to show his gratitude, but he ran away in a hurry before the blessing could be repeated. It was his curse. He became like an outsider thrown into a world where he would have to use the skills he had acquired. Joma didn't expect much from this world. He just wanted to live a normal life, and he thought that he could cope with all the problems on his way, but only now did he realize what was happening. Something in his body was trying to take over his mind, and the received power is not a blessing at all, but a curse that can be swallowed up at any moment. 3 days later, Chloe became worried because Jama no longer showed up for class. Only now did she realize that she didn't even have his number, and she scolded herself for not asking earlier. One time she approached his dorm room, but all she could hear from inside were painful groans. She wanted to smash that door, but the fear that Jama would get angry made her go back. But she really liked watching him, sitting at his desk, thoughtfully propping up his chin. Chloe glanced at him several times a day, but was afraid to impose herself and always spoke to him cautiously. At first, she thought these feelings arose because he stood up for her, but now I understood that these were just excuses. The next day, Jama didn't show up for class again, but teacher Lv.999 didn't let him get bored. He was annoyed that due to the weather, training was replaced by self-study, and he took it out on his students. Lee also noticed that Jama began skipping classes, but he understood that the boy had a special reason for this. Suddenly, in the middle of the lesson, the door opened and the instructor lost his temper because someone dared to disturb the lesson. But as soon as the visitor began to descend the steps, Lv.999 saw that Kang Jama had finally decided to make everyone happy with his presence. Only he looked somehow strange, as if he had been tortured for a long time, but the guy only apologized for being late. Chloe, noticing his appearance, became very worried, even more than when he was not there. The teacher did not ask any questions, and only asked the student to sit down. The other students began to whisper because they noticed that Joma had changed, but they saw him as more beautiful. However, no one bothered Khan until the end of the lesson. After class, when the students went to the cafeteria, Chloe approached him with even more caution. She really wanted to know what happened to him, but the guy assured her that nothing terrible had happened. Still, the girl was afraid that he was absent from classes because of training. Joma was silent for a few seconds, and then explained that he had been lying down with a cold. The girl accepted his explanation, but her expression showed that she had doubts. In fact, Kan suffered from withdrawal symptoms for 3 days, and eventually reached the point of complete mental exhaustion. Locked in his room, he couldn't even eat. He lay in bed and only prayed that the cramps would go away quickly. It was the price he paid for holding a broken weapon in his hands, and it was accompanied by a pain he had never experienced before. But it didn't end there. Looking in the mirror, Jama saw that his facial expression had changed dramatically. Part of his hair turned white, and he realized that this was his punishment. Now he saw that Chloe felt guilty about this and thought about how it could be fixed. Suddenly he remembered how she had invited him to dinner again, and he suggested spending such an evening today, which greatly surprised Chloe, but she felt relieved. She didn't even care that this time she would have to cook herself. She was so happy she was ready to kiss her friend. The dinner agreement greatly encouraged her, and she promised to cook whatever Jama wanted. Kanu really wanted fish, but he couldn't admit that he had thrown up last time, so he made an excuse that it was very expensive. Suddenly, someone rushed past behind him so quickly that when the guy looked back, he didn't see anyone. And he immediately looked in the other direction, and Chloe also paid attention there. At the other end of the corridor stood a guy with red hair and a mask hiding his face. But even the fact that he was far away allowed us to see anger and readiness to kill in his gaze. From Chloe's reaction, Jama realized that she knew this man. But she didn't answer, but only looked warily at her relative. Joma's gaze turned again to the unknown enemy, and their eyes met. Then Khan approached him and demanded to know the reason why he was staring at him like that. Suddenly, Nox's eyes changed and his pupils became bright red. This alarmed Jama, but then Chloe intervened and asked him to ignore it. And when she turned to Nox, Khan realized that it was her brother, and he also heard a tremor in her voice. Nox responded by expressing outrage that his sister was befriending someone who was unable to abide by the Academy's rules. When Chloe stated that the auditors had nothing to do with her anymore, he reminded her that she couldn't get rid of it. And he demanded that she end her friendship with that guy and return to her family. When he called Joma names again, the girl flared up and was ready at that moment to fight even with her own brother. At this time, Khan was angry, because he just wanted to eat in peace. But after hearing the name Auditor, he began to remember something. This shadowy group appears only in the middle of the game. In open battles they are inferior to others, but in ambush tactics they have no equal. From childhood they are subjected to torturous training, and then they become ideal instruments for killing. All members of this family are very strong, and Chloe is one of them. But she was very different from her brother. He could kill anyone without thinking. It was clear just from his look. The auditors eliminate enemies from within to maintain order. But Jama is now on that path himself. However, looking at how angry Chloe was now, he realized that she also wanted to live a simple life. Still, her family won't let her do whatever she wants. Because of this, the life of a callous and cold-blooded killer is cruel to himself. Joma is not a hero and had no intention of becoming one, because he cannot save the whole world. However, he can still help one girl and decided to chat with the uninvited guest himself. His strength will not allow him to lose, even though it feels like a curse. Joma won't be able to escape from her, no matter how hard he tries, so he'll have to go on the attack. Passing by Nox, the guy introduced himself, adding that his name meant the Devil's Sword, and demanded that he follow him. Meanwhile, Li Wan was trying to figure out what happened to the student Jama. He noticed that the boy's face had changed dramatically, as if all the emotions had been sucked out of him. A colleague came in to see him, and noticing his confusion, joked that this would make him lose hair. He just grumbled for her not to mess with his hair, when suddenly the phone rang. It was immediately clear from the instructor's voice that something serious had happened. It turns out that someone requested the use of subspace, and this made Li Wan very worried. But when he heard that the person making the request was Khan Joma and his opponent was Nox Auditor, his anxiety grew even stronger. Joma waited for the subspace to open. There were still 15 minutes left. The director of the academy tried to dissuade me, but in the end she only asked me to be more careful. The guy understood that there would be no physical injuries, but his mental state could suffer greatly. There was a battle going on in the subspace now, and the sounds of the audience's reactions could be heard even as far as the waiting room. Joma was confident that he could win. It was just a shame that he still attracted unnecessary attention to himself. But he couldn't help but react, because Chloe probably blamed herself for the situation. Now she was sitting next to him, and the guy asked her not to worry, especially since she had lent him her weapon. However, her worry was that she knew how strong her brother was. After all, he is a genius. He inherited the powers of his family. Even at the age of 14, he was called the pinnacle of night technology. But Joma was worried about something else after all. He tried to avoid such clashes, but in the end, he would have been dragged into something like this anyway. Before that, he could not even imagine that even in another life, he would always have to hold a sashimi knife in his hands. Soon the formation of the subspace began, and the participants were asked to enter the arena. Joma quickly got ready, and promised Chloe to return as soon as possible. The girl sat silently with her head down, which Khan noticed. She needed to be cheered up somehow, and he reminded her that there are many different geniuses in the world. And meaningfully waving a knife through the air, he declared that he would win in any case. With these words, he walked through the open door, ready for the battle to come. Joma walked out into the huge arena, which was located under a bright blue sky. Many spectators chanted that they believed in him and wished him luck in defeating his opponent. There hadn't been such fights for a long time, and it was similar to a gladiator duel in ancient Rome. Suddenly Joma noticed that on one side the upper class had also come to watch the fight. Among them, the faces of Leon van Reinhardt and his 3 main assistants were clearly visible. They all looked a little dissatisfied, especially on Abel's face. Joma didn't understand why they had come here, as if they had nothing better to do. Their presence made him a little nervous. Then his gaze fell on Nox, whose eyes looked more like demonic ones. He considered Khan arrogant for daring to use such a deadly weapon in a real battle. But Joma did not succumb to provocation, and only wished his opponent luck in his attempt to defeat him. This only enraged Nox even more, and he drew his sword, wanting to cut out the tongue of the insolent student. The auditor drew another sword and donned one of the highest defensive spells, Raven Armor. Joma immediately felt the spell being cast. The enemy had an S-rank weapon, while Khan only had a sashimi knife and a dagger from Chloe of unknown rank. Still, there was nowhere to retreat, and then they announced that subspace was now open. Both participants began to attack simultaneously, and Joma's painlessness immediately activated. And with the blessing of the sword god, he was ready to lay waste to his opponent. Seeing this guy's techniques, the students were very surprised that he was using such things, although it was a simple fight. Some were even curious to watch the enormous speed of these 2 participants. But Abel recognized the guy she had recently talked to and who seemed weak to her, and now she was surprised. Joma and Nox fought in earnest. Both were very strong, and the clash of their weapons shook the air. The auditor was furious that he had been unable to get an ordinary student to sleep for so long and thought of another trick. This skill is called 3-legged bird, and it has always been considered the most devastating blow. Having struck his opponent, Nox hoped that he had finally finished him off. But in the place where Khan had just stood, there was nothing but deep cracks from the impact. Joma suddenly found himself on the other side, and he managed to dodge again. Some spectators believed that the first-year student was running from the older one because he was much stronger. In fact, he manages to repel attacks as if he doesn't want to fight. Nox himself was convinced that Joma was not simple, and he was very annoyed that he was able to evade attacks. At this time, Khan determined the enemy's technique in order to then deliver a powerful attack with a large area of effect. But looking at his weapon, his anger only grew stronger. And suddenly he dropped the knife on the ground, which confused the auditor, and it was unclear what he had in mind. Joma kept only one knife for himself, which he held forward, but stood in place for a while. This further puzzled not only Nox, but also the rest of the spectators. Khan's posture was unusual, and in the eyes of his opponent he looked like a stupid madman. And his rage reached such a peak that he prepared to finish him off with one blow. The technique that Nox was going to use is called the Scarlet Wheel, and no one has ever resisted it. But the next moment he himself received a blow of such devastating force that his vision doubled. Joma just wanted a quiet life, but the voice again told him to cut, and he cut off his opponent's hand. That was the blow, but the auditor noticed that he had lost his hand only when it fell to the floor. What was even stranger to him was that the attack was so lightning fast that he didn't even see it. The enemy appeared behind him after the blow, which also happened at the speed of sound. Now it didn't matter to Joma whether he had a blessing or a curse. He needed to finish off this enemy. At the same time, he understood that he could say goodbye to a calm future. The next blow cut off the head of Nox, who had not yet had time to recover from the previous attack. After this, the subspace began to complete its work. Both participants were spat back into the arena. But this time Khan stood calmly, while Nox looked dejected. The senior students couldn't believe that a first-year student had defeated such a strong opponent. And he calmly returned the knife to its sheath and stood for a while, as if waiting for applause. The fight was over, but the reaction of the spectators seemed strange to Kanu. However, there was no turning back. He only realized how unpleasant it was to pierce people with a fish knife. The only consolation was that the fight took place in subspace, and no one was hurt in the end. Regarding Nox, Joma was convinced that he was not a weakling, as Chloe said. And during the battle, his vast experience was felt, but his image was too vile. At that moment, the first-year student was declared the winner of the duel, which lasted only 26 seconds. Only now did the audience give him a standing ovation, and this will definitely make Kana popular. Joma could only accept it, because he himself had chosen to survive by relying on anger. The next day, the entire academy was talking about this fight. Many people couldn't believe that such a strong student as the auditor could lose to a first-year student. Abel didn't participate in the gossip. What mattered to her was that she knew Kang Joma's name. She didn't want to be there where they only talked about yesterday. She also realized that after Khan cut off Nox's hand, she herself could not look away. For her, such an attack seemed too unreal. The girl was even more surprised that this student used only 2 kitchen knives. She used to be sure that she understood weapons better than anyone else. But now she realized that she was wrong. She couldn't believe that even with ordinary knives one could be so strong. Abel remembered her conversation with Jama, how she had then wanted to know the name of the one who had surpassed her. And now it dawned on her that the guy who took first place was that first-year student. This meant that Jama was much stronger than her, and she became curious about what he was even thinking when he looked at her. Not knowing his intentions infuriated her so much that she gave vent to her emotions and screamed. Her scream woke Rachel, who had dozed off and was curious about what had caused her friend to become hysterical. Realizing that she had subconsciously flared up, Abel asked the blonde not to worry about it. She added that she was experiencing mood swings because she hadn't trained for a couple of days. However, something completely different was written on her face, and Rachel clung to her to tell everything. But Abel answered negatively to every question she asked, even to the usual beeping as a joke. When Rachel suggested that she had a boyfriend, it left Nibelung dumbfounded. The next moment she turned as red as a tomato, as if her friend had hit the nail on the head. And she giggled cheerfully, saying that Abel was an ordinary girl, like everyone else. The embarrassment of the granddaughter of the hero of the 7 stars suddenly turned to discontent, and she began to object that there was nothing like that. But now her friend saw right through her and began to question who this guy was. Abel didn't confess, and Rachel began to guess, first of all naming the handsome Leon. When it turned out that it wasn't him, the blonde assumed that it was the special student from yesterday's fight. She hit the nail on the head, and to hide her embarrassed, even redder face, Abel turned away. But Rachel knew she had hit the mark, and was now as happy as if she had won the jackpot. Then she grabbed her friend by the hand and began to drag her along with her. She didn't specify where she wanted to go, and admitted that her destination was the Tiger class. Very soon they found themselves in the Tiger's auditorium, and Rachel greeted everyone with a pleased voice from the doorway. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the beauties from the upper class who had arrived. The blonde walked ahead and chose a suitable place. Having climbed up onto one of the empty desks, she began to look out for the dark-haired, handsome man. One of the students immediately approached her and made a remark that it was inappropriate to stand with your feet on someone else's desk. But the blonde winked at him and asked him to forgive the beauty just once. Meanwhile, Abel stood to the side and felt ashamed of her friend's behavior. How Rachel's face twisted with joy and surprise when she found the one she was looking for. The guy leaned his head on the table, probably falling asleep. And next to him a red-haired student guarded his sleep. At first Rachel thought it was his girlfriend, but she was more interested in seeing how everything would go. In a playful mood, the blonde began to descend the steps. And when she leaned over the sleeping Jama, she greatly stunned Chloe. It seemed Rachel wasn't going to wait for the student to wake up and placed her butt on the desk, creating a small shake. This woke Can up and he raised his sleepy face, not even bothering to wipe away the drool that had started to flow. In front of him, he saw a beauty who was now even more beautiful than her character in the game. The girl immediately wanted to clarify whether he was the same Kang Joma whom she saw yesterday at the fight. Then she flicked him on the nose and admitted that he was quite cute. Something inside Jama told her to stay away from her, when suddenly Chloe asked who she was. At that moment, Can clearly felt the danger emanating from his red-haired friend. In this state, Chloe becomes completely different, and then that same stationary knife flashed in her hands. It looked like a massacre was brewing right inside the auditorium, and Kana wasn't happy about it, because that certainly hadn't happened in Urga. Here Abel intervened, intending to calm her friend, who was behaving very freely in someone else's class. Rachel didn't understand her worries, since they had only come to say hello. And then she nudged Chloe in the forehead like a little child, so that she wouldn't interfere in the adults' conversation. But it seems that such a gesture became offensive to the red-haired girl, and she took out the knife again, preparing to return to their unfinished conversation. A small blade flashed in the air for a moment, and the just now self-confident blonde managed to look back at what was happening in time. Rachel's reaction was quite quick, and she intercepted the redhead's hand, in which she was holding the knife, and she squeezed so hard that she dropped the weapon. Then criticism rained down on her for her low speed. Abel intervened again and asked her friend to calm down and leave the student alone. The blonde didn't want to end it just like that, and threw Chloe aside to at least somehow teach her a lesson. Another person would have scraped their backs across the floor from such a throw. But the auditor landed on her feet like a cat. The other students, seeing that a fight was definitely about to break out, almost placed bets on the participants. Rachel Demura was a descendant of a clan that required no skill in the face of overwhelming force. And now she asked Jama if the redhead was his girlfriend. The guy replied that no, and noticed how the atmosphere around Chloe began to change dramatically. In order not to escalate the situation and not make an enemy, he stated that Chloe was his good friend. And at this time he himself was trying to understand what was going on here. Only now did he notice that Abel was near them, and it seemed that she was not in the best mood. Joma demanded to know why the upper-class students were looking for him. And Rachel admitted that Abel was interested in him, so they came to see him. Nibelung immediately began to deny it, reminding her friend that she herself had dragged her here by force. Her excuse didn't work, because from the outside she obediently followed the blonde. For a moment there was silence in the audience, the development of events becoming more and more intriguing for everyone. And Joma didn't understand why she didn't just get out of here if she didn't want to come. Not wanting this awkward situation to continue, he asked both girls to leave the class. At first, his request left Rachel puzzled. But then she noticed that he was funny and admitted that she really likes guys like that. She also invited Can to go to her place after school to watch a movie. At that moment, Chloe demanded that she get out, and she looked so fierce that it looked like she was going to tear her apart. But Rachel was only amused by the fact that the redhead called Joma hers, while the guy himself was not happy about it. Obviously, the blonde herself didn't want to escalate the situation too much, because she would get into trouble with the teachers, and she began to say goodbye. But as I was leaving, I still couldn't stop turning to him. This unpleasant situation made Joma very tired, especially since these girls prevented him from getting any sleep. He laid his head down on the desk again, taking advantage of the last minutes before class to sleep. Abel, who was the last to leave, turned around for a moment to look at him again, then left. On the way back, Rachel thought about the situation, and she could well understand Khan's cold-bloodedness. However, the girl felt something dark from his dark eyes. It looked like her neck had been cut, and that made him different from those empty talkers who studied at the academy. Their clan had for centuries only married outstanding warriors, and Joma would have been suitable for that. Besides, Rachel found him quite attractive. But there was still a problem, because this guy caught the attention of the invincible Abel. Suddenly, the blonde turned around and apologized to her friend. But she said that she should apologize to that class. Not to her, but to that class. But Rachel didn't mean that. Then she admitted that she couldn't give up that handsome man to her. For Nibelung, this sounded unexpected. She herself did not really want it, but something inside her trembled. Late at night, Knox the auditor was in the hospital, dragging an IV with him, wanting to go and kill Joma. Throughout his life, his body had never experienced defeat. Knox hoped that everything would change with the coming of night, and intended to go to that first-year student at that time. The memory of the look Joma had given him back then added to his anger. Now, as he walked towards it, he even pushed other students who came his way. Knox also planned to gather the entire family. Then he would definitely be able to deprive this student of his head. His goal was to get rid of Khan and take back Chloe, who is as strong and dangerous as he is. Knox did not want to delay the disassembly, and hoped for help from his family and its technology. When he reached his room, he was perplexed when he saw that he was calmly eating an apple, as if he had been waiting for him. That afternoon, after Abel and Rachel left, Chloe sat there speechless. Joma decided that she was offended, but she was the one who took out the knife first. In fact, she was thinking about a plan on how to now take revenge on that blonde who dared to covet her friend. She was distracted from her thoughts by Can's voice, who asked her, for the sake of decency, to at least put the knife back. To distract her, I asked how Knox was feeling, and he learned that her brother was hospitalized in the academy hospital, which was strange, because you can't get hurt in subspace. Chloe didn't know how he was really, because she didn't visit him. She only knew that he wasn't outwardly hurt. But the girl is sure that everything will be fine with her brother, so there is nothing to worry about. Joma realized that Knox's psyche was unstable. He had not thought about it during the battle. Putting on a caring face, he asked Chloe which room her brother was in. So he found out where Knox was, and now he was sitting in his room and finishing his apple. He also noticed that the room was quite spacious, which indicated that the auditor family had a large amount of money. Knox wanted to ask how Joma got there, how he reached for the knife lying on the table. It flashed through the redhead's mind that this guy had come to finish what he had started. But Can calmly, without even looking at the patient, began to peel the orange peel. The strip came out very thin, as if he had been practicing this all his life. Joma placed the peeled citrus on a plate, and he offered Knox to eat it, assuming that he currently had no appetite for normal food. This enraged the red-haired man, and he began to take out the sword he carried in his sleeve, intending to finish off Khan. But he was already leaving the room and warned Knox what would happen if he decided to take revenge on him. Turning his head, the guy with a menacing look threatened that in that case he would destroy his entire family. The auditor perceived this as a real threat, but understood that he was unlikely to cope with such an adversary at the moment. And as soon as the door slammed, his attention was drawn to a strange sound coming from the orange. As soon as he looked at the citrus, it broke into slices and Knox fell on his butt from horror and bewilderment. On the way back, Joma became convinced that the redhead's morale was truly broken, even though he had only slightly intimidated him. But thanks to this, his threat worked. Because the Auditor is the only clan of assassins in this world. In the 30 seconds he has, the guy can take out 10 people, so we'll have to look for another way. Joma now felt as if he was standing face to face with a snowstorm. And everything that happens is already becoming familiar to him. But the main thing is that Khan himself is now more confident in his abilities, and that he is worth something. Nox is no longer a threat, but there is still someone he least wants to mess with. Rachel. In the game, she sticks to the main character, but is eventually overtaken by Abel. Joma decided to think about this later, but now he needed to prepare for the midterm exams. After all, the reward is worth taking the matter seriously. With the Murasami sword, he will be able to fight longer. During the exam, regardless of class, 5 students fight using magic. Joma didn't like working with anyone, but if he could assemble a good team, he could jump on the bus. During the exam, they had to fight monsters, one of which was a sea monster. He gave the guy goosebumps even in the game, and he couldn't even imagine what he would feel if he met him in real life. There was also a mermaid who had a more pleasant appearance, and Khan preferred to fight her. Mermaids are considered demons. They are powerful supernatural creatures, and you won't have to encounter the demons themselves yet. Joma sat down on a bench. During his month at the academy, he had noticed that it was very quiet outside at night. Still, there were small conflicts in this world, the cause of which was Basman. Half a century ago, the 6th Legion commander crossed the border on his own, seeking to revive the first sealed commander. He was going to bring back Commander Raken. In the past, humanity put forward the strongest hero of the 7 stars to fight. And after a week of bloody battle, victory was achieved, but at the cost of the lives of 3 people. Fortunately, both sides are now determined to avoid a repeat of the conflict, and peace continues to this day. So, to some extent, Joma is now living in a calm time. And the more he thinks about it, the more he wonders how Valor Joaquin was able to seal Riken. There are 3 years left until the next war that will destroy the current world. At this point, Khan is unlikely to be able to come up with a plan to prevent a disaster, so he will focus on his exams. There was also a problem of how to assemble a team, since he had no friends at all. After all, he is the most famous student, and he can use this to assemble a team. However, a whole week passed, and no one invited him to join the group. It was probably influenced by the brutal way he dealt with Nox. The guy thought that because of this, others were afraid, or thought that they wouldn't be able to work with him. Still, he wasn't the only one who had problems assembling a team. After that day, Chloe also became an outcast. Seeing her sitting in proud solitude, Joma approached her with this question. He was surprised to learn that she hadn't formed a group, since she had so many friends around her. But in any case, he suggested joining forces, and that all that remained was to find 3 more for a full-fledged team. Khan had no doubt in Chloe's strength, and together they could kill more than 100 monsters. Their conversation was interrupted by Rachel, who suddenly came running, also wanting to have some fun. Her presence only irritated Joma, but she didn't understand why they couldn't chat. The guy noticed how Chloe's facial expression changed, as if she was getting ready to tear the uninvited guest apart. To prevent anything bad from happening, Khan asked Rachel to leave, explaining that he was very busy. But she seemed to be deliberately adding fuel to the fire, and even called Joma a bunny, which he really didn't like. And when he asked her not to call him that, she began to behave like a capricious child who wanted to be heard. She then asked if Khan had already assembled a team for the exam, and when she found out that he had just started doing this, she invited him to join her team. She didn't just invite him, but looked at him as if he had no other choice. The guy didn't understand why it was him, because there was a whole line of people lining up to join her team. It turns out that Rachel is bored with them, and she is sure that it will be much more fun with Joma. To get out of trouble, Khan said he was already on a team with Chloe. This should have put the blonde off, but she agreed because she had 2 empty seats. After weighing the pros and cons, Jonna realized that without her it would be difficult to get the award, even though she annoyed him. He thought for a minute, as if waiting for a hint from Chloe, but she remained silent. Then he agreed and Rachel was happy, but asked the student not to do anything stupid. She went on to say that Leon was their boss, suggesting that Joma must have heard of him. Of course he heard, and now he was wondering where he had sinned in his past life to end up like this. For 20 years all he did was cut fish, and now I've joined a team with real heroines, which has attracted even more attention. And he should have stopped, because with Leon Reinhardt, everything changes, because he is the main character of the game. Now it is not known how the system will behave. Obviously Joma will have to bear some responsibility for this choice. It occurred to him to quietly change the team before Rachel got wind of it. The guy was also really annoyed that this was the first time he wanted to run away from a girl so badly. Suddenly Chloe approached him and noticed that her friend was very nervous. She wanted to cheer him up a little, because after talking to the blonde he became rather gloomy. Joma explained that he was simply embarrassed that they would be on a team with star players. But Chloe didn't see a problem with this. She believes that Can is much stronger than all of them put together. Being on a team with these students would really benefit Joma, and he decided to think positively. He asked Chloe again what time the meeting with the whole team was scheduled. It should be very soon, at 6 o'clock in the evening in a cafe, and Joma suggested to set out. They arrived at the cafe first, and to brighten up the wait, Chloe ordered an apple smoothie. Can choked on the bitter coffee, which turned out to be the cheapest in this establishment. After the first sip, he wanted to throw it all up, and he barely restrained himself from looking like a fool. Everything here was very expensive. Even the student discount didn't apply because the cafe was outside the academy. It's clear that Joma won't be able to come here often. 5 minutes later, Rachel and Leon showed up and immediately apologized for being late. They were late getting ready, and she hoped that Joma and Chloe weren't waiting. Can met Leon's gaze again. This time they were much closer to each other. Following these two, a guy with red hair pulled back into a ponytail came in. At first glance, he seemed like a bandit to Joma, but his attention was again distracted by Leon, who politely extended his hand in introduction. He then admitted that the freshman had impressed him greatly during the battle a couple of days earlier, and that he was glad to be on the team with him. Once everyone had settled down at the table, Reinhardt invited all participants to formally introduce themselves. And since he is the main one on the team, he started with himself and added his name to the speech, as if at a performance. When he spoke, his facial expressions made his face seem even more beautiful, and Joma even quietly envied him. Rachel was next to introduce herself, but everyone already knew her, so she just smiled at everyone. The third guy who came with them introduced himself as Speed Warp and admitted that he really liked heroes. He even got a tattoo of the word hero across half his neck. And after the phrase about heroes, Joma's first impression of this guy began to change. Next, Chloe Auditor introduced herself and wanted to say that she and Joma were friends. But then Rachel interrupted her and started teasing her, which of course angered the red-haired student. However, Chloe stated that she and Joma came together, and now she hopes for a good collaboration. The last one to introduce himself was Can, who stated that he was in the same class as Chloe. I myself felt a little awkward at the same time, but now they needed to start working on the team, and Leon pressed a button on the laptop. A hologram with an image of a mountainous area immediately appeared. This is a map of Skopje Island, where their exam will be held, and the professor gave them this file during lunch. On the day of the exam, they will travel to this island through a special gate, but the place itself will be real. Therefore, it is important to remember that you can actually suffer from monster attacks. Leon pressed a few more buttons so that everyone could get a closer look at the area. They were assigned to the northeastern region, and 2 more groups will also be sent there. And the group that kills the most monsters will be the leader. At this point, Reinhardt finished his short demonstration and asked for questions if there were any. The first to raise his hand was Vapon. He assumed that there would be mermaids on the island and wanted to know about the threats. Leon asked not to worry, as the teachers would prepare this place especially for exams. Chloe wondered if they would have to fight other participants on their territory. And since the goal is to teach students to work in a team, Leon assumed that this was possible. Joma didn't quite understand her concern for others, but he remained silent. The discussion has ended for today. Now you need to prepare on your own. And the girls with Vapone decided to go have a bite to eat, and Joma was left alone with Leon. This made him feel a little awkward, and he was about to leave. As soon as he stood up, Reinhardt stopped him and asked where he was from. Joma hesitated. He couldn't say that some idiot god had thrown him into the game. He urgently needed to come up with some kind of plausible story. But as luck would have it, nothing came to mind. And besides, he had heard this question somewhere before. One could only hope that Leon was referring to a geographical location, but it was difficult to tell anything from his eyes. It seemed that Reinhardt had deliberately waited to ask about this. Otherwise, he could have asked at the very beginning of their acquaintance. Suddenly, Leon apologized to Joma. It just seemed to him that they were similar. It sounded a little strange, because you can tell right away that Can is Korean. And seeing the freshman's embarrassment, Leon suggested pretending that he hadn't asked that question. After this, he stood up and without saying a word headed towards the exit. But now Khan stopped him and asked where Reinhardt was from. He asked automatically, but if he had just let him go, he wouldn't have slept all night. Leon, with a perfect smile on his face, admitted that he was from Germany. There were no more questions from Joma, and the handsome blonde man left the cafe. Something was bothering Khan. For a second, it seemed to him that this guy was also from another world. Because of this, he couldn't think of anything else for a while. The guy couldn't be sure that he was the only one in the game, especially since he was only a minor character. Remembering that in a state of blessing his senses were heightened, he decided to check something. And taking the sashimi knife in his hand, Joma again gave himself over to the blessing. Focusing on the question, he meditated for a bit and the answer came to him that Leon was from this world. It happened just like last time. With strong concentration he was able to hear that voice. But as soon as he tries to get to the bottom of the truth, his head starts to hurt badly. Yet the Leon that Khan saw today was the essence of the Leon he once played for. And if he were the most ordinary character, he would behave differently. It wasn't that Leon was interested in his nationality. Jomu was tormented by the phrase that they were similar. There was also no information about Leon Reinhardt on the internet. At this point, Joma decided to give up, thinking that after the exam he would never see him again anyway. For some reason, Kanu remembered Director Poison, who had suggested that they run away together. And the guy threw these thoughts aside, because in any case it is necessary to maintain a clear mind. He thought it was the influence of a blessing and immediately a system window appeared before him, in which he saw that his characteristics had increased, although the levels of his spirit and weapons remained the same. And he became curious whether the stats would increase if he got the Murasami sword. Khan's adaptation level also increased, and he decided that it was due to the battle with the auditors. Now it was very difficult for him to understand everything, and there was no one to ask. But then he saw that the blessing activation time had increased to 40 seconds, but the recharge took the same amount of time. Even so, he really liked this increase in time, and he realized that all the carnage he had to endure was worth such a reward. This news even lifted Jama's spirits. Time passed and Kan continued to train hard, and their team would periodically gather in a cafe. Chloe continued to train him in fencing, and could barely contain her jealousy when she saw him next to Rachel. Besides all this, Joma spent his free time honing his skills with a sashimi knife. And then the day of the midterm exam arrived. Arriving at the site, Khan noticed that the gate to the subspace was different from the battle arena. The rest of the team were already there and called him to get ready to go in. Rachel even became curious that Jama, who always arrives on time, was a little late today. Now she was in the role of the main dealer. Leon was the leader, as he had been from the very beginning. Speed Valon participated as a defender, and Chloe was assigned the role of the second dealer. Joma was assigned to be the rear guard, but he was quite happy with that. Now he was more impressed by the weapons that the other participants brought with them. Everyone was impressed, but Valon's flute was a bit of a doubt. In fact, the weapon looked like this, but in reality it is an S-class healing item. Joma remembered that such weapons were rare in the game, but he still didn't understand why they were in this form. Instinctively, he leaned over and began to stare, which the red-haired student did not like very much. At that moment, the start of the midterm exam for first-year students was announced. Teacher Lee Wanbin briefly explained that when in danger, it was better to run and not to forget that they were just students. After all, there's no point in putting yourself in danger for the sake of grades, but in case of injury, participants can turn to healers. Leon encouraged the team and asked them to give it their all. Everyone was ready, judging by their faces, and only Chloe stood there as if she had been doused with cold water. She suddenly remembered that mermaids might be encountered on their territory. But Joma reminded that the teachers have taken care of this, so there is no need to worry. The girl knew the harm that mermaids could cause, and she didn't want to meet them, even though there was little chance of seeing them in the dungeon. Then the instructor's shout was heard, calling on all participants to disperse to their places. The subspace gate opened and Jama encouraged Chloe and suggested they move on. The fact that he was nearby made the girl feel some relief. After which, the entire team took a step towards passing the exam. After some time, Chloe saw darkness around her and heard Kan calling her in fits and starts. Only then did she come to her senses. The girl disconnected for some reason, but what's more terrible is that the connection stopped working. The participants began to look around the semi-dark space, and soon an ominous growl was heard. And then they saw mermaids appear in front of them. Shortly before the mermaids appeared, the students crossed over to the sandy, colorful shore of Skopuli Island. After teleportation, as usual, landing was accompanied by nausea and vomiting. Everyone felt sick, even Leona, and only Jama remained completely okay. Just as the students were starting to come to their senses, a monster that looked like a fish with legs and arms emerged from the thicket of the jungle. This is the sea monster that always scared Jama, but it turned out to be much smaller in size. The guy thought that he might not even need a weapon, but this was only the beginning. Leon also confirmed that the monsters at their point will be significantly larger, although this does not affect the rating. Chloe was the first to go on reconnaissance, and after a short time the others followed her. They made their way through the dense foliage of the jungle, Leon leading them and advising them to watch their step. After walking some distance, they reached the right place. At that moment, Chloe, who had been scouting the area by climbing trees, landed next to them. It was more convenient for her this way, because this method allows her to reconnoiter the situation covertly. Then she reported that there was a cave 500 meters away, and the whole team went to inspect it, hoping that they would be able to get their first catches there. As they approached the dark hole in the rock, they saw numerous pairs of glowing eyes. In fact, it was the sea monsters gathered inside around the fire. Rachel estimated by eye that there were about 50 or 60 of them. If they catch them all, they will surely be able to get first place, but they need to remember about their safety. The option was to find another place, and the team leader had to decide this issue. Even before the island, they decided that Chloe would scout the area, and Vapon would be responsible for defense and buffs. The red-haired guy's task seemed quite simple, but he was proud that he would be helping the team. Jom was put in charge of the rear, which he thought was pretty cool. Reinhardt will be in charge, and if it comes to a fight, he will definitely join the battle. All that remained was to appoint Rachel, and looking at her, Leon grinned mysteriously. But then it became clear from his gaze that the blonde had been appointed the main attacker. And now, standing in front of the cave, she took aim with her weapon and threw it inside the cave. The weapon fell right in the middle of the fire, around which the fins of the sea monsters were quietly and peacefully warming themselves. However, they realized that they were being attacked and began to group together. But at that very moment, Rachel had already rushed into the attack and was ready to take down the first batch of monsters. Grabbing the weapon stuck in the fire on the fly, the girl immediately began to swing it, scattering the monsters in all directions. Her main task was to destroy everything in sight, and the leader had no doubt that she could do it. Rachel was just glad she would be able to practice with her spear. The next one to step into this battle was Vapon, who began playing a melody on his flute. The healing sound from it seemed unpleasant even to people, but it completely blew the minds of monsters. And while the sea monsters were trying to recover from their headaches, Rachel chopped off their fish heads. She used the big wheel skill while counting the number of corpses. I didn't forget to thank Vapon for his help. Kanjoma stood with his mouth open and watched the blonde's movements with curiosity. Chloe also prepared to enter the battle and, drawing her sword, used the cat's blessing. She moved between the monsters like a loach, and she also kept track of the number of fish-headed monsters she killed. It was as if she and Rachel had started competing to see who could lay down the most, and with such passion that it attracted Leon's attention. The girls did not stop, on the contrary. The further they went, the more active they became. And at one point it seemed like they were about to pounce on each other right in front of the sea monster's face. Rachel and Chloe actually stood next to each other, swinging their weapons, and the monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow them. Their action Jama could understand that they decided to resolve their absurd rivalry in this way. But to everyone's surprise, the girls pounced on the toothy mouth in unison. But Rachel got there first. She even took the time to compliment Chloe on how much faster she was, which was sarcasm on her part, of course. Chloe herself only became angry because she wanted to finish off this monster herself. And they parted, accompanying each other with not the most pleasant compliments. Joma saw this and was now completely confused, but was glad that they did not kill each other. For him, they were just companions on the team, but he was a little worried about them, and Leon noticed this. In the end, 60 monsters were defeated, their corpses now floating in the cave pond. The job was done, and now it was time to return. Joma noted Leon's determination, leadership, and responsibility for the lives of his team. Now he understood the meaning of him being from this world, but he still did not understand why he asked him about his nationality. As soon as they started to leave the cave, something suddenly started to happen to Reinhardt. The whole team saw with horror that a mermaid appeared nearby, and it seems she began to influence Leon by humming a melody in her demonic voice. The other participants didn't understand where she even came from. After all, the teachers were supposed to take care of the mermaids, but the girls prepared for battle. And Jama cursed mentally, because just when he thought that everything was fine, they ended up in trouble. Rachel asked Vapon to contact the teachers and report the situation, but the line was not working. Everyone began to panic, and for some reason only Jama remained clear-headed. He asked Rachel not to let the sea monsters come close under any circumstances, and he gave Vapon the task of helping the injured Leon come to his senses. For Chloe, the task was also important. She needed to get out of here and establish contact with the teachers. And she must hurry, because with Leon wounded, they won't be able to hold out for long. In the blink of an eye, Chloe was off to carry out the errand. Rachel and Vapon noticed that Jama was heading towards the mermaid and thought he was delirious. Kan decided to leave the rest of the sea monsters to these two, as he had always disliked these creatures. He explained that he didn't like small fish, and taking out his knife, declared that he specialized in larger fish. In this world, demons have magic, so Leon cannot continue fighting. Victory could not be guaranteed now, but in order to catch the demon mage, a group had to be created. And so it turned out that Jama would now have to fight him alone, which did not make him happy at all. Still, he had set out on a path that could not be abandoned, and he had about 10 minutes before Chloe returned. He has only one way out, He needs to knock this fish out in 40 seconds. Kan's blessing from the sword god had been activated, and he was ready to prepare quality sashimi. Meanwhile, Rachel was busy with the fish-headed monsters, and it seemed like this batch was stronger than the previous one. But the girl did not give up. She fought off their attacks, even when the monsters attacked in groups. She chopped them with her spear and took out all her aggression on them. But as soon as she dealt with one, another group of monsters would immediately appear, and each time there were more of them. Vapon couldn't help her. His strength was already at its limit due to treating Leon, whose wound was deep. There was still hope for Jama and his strength, which he showed in his last fight. He himself had already fought with the mermaid, who was a little shocked that her demonic singing had no effect on him. From the outside, he looked like a suicidal psychopath who already had several broken bones. Vipon wanted to stop him, but looking at the mermaid's ominous face, he understood that he himself would die. Joma prepared for the next attack. He remembers from the game that these monsters use water magic. But even so, these creatures are made of blood and flesh. He just needs to get closer and then he can gut her like a regular fish. And so Jama jumped and found himself face to face with the mermaid and swung his sashimi knife at her. And the next moment he chopped off her monstrous scaly tail and hoped that this was the end. However, she immediately seemed to stick back together and now headed towards Wapon. He stood there, barely breathing, vaguely realizing that these were his last moments of life. And the mermaid had already opened her mouth, with teeth as sharp as spears, although the smell from her mouth seemed to kill even more. But she did not achieve her goal, as Joma got ahead of her, and did not allow her to tear apart a team member. This time his blow was weaker, but he did not give up. And again he jumped towards her, preparing to cut off her head, but she quickly disappeared into the pond. Joma was angry because her movements were unpredictable, and the wounds began to heal more slowly, so it was worth hurrying. But then Vapon came closer to him and started playing the flute. Now his power was directed at Khan, since Leon already looked relatively okay, although he was still unconscious. Joma thanked his companion and, hoping for his help, rushed to attack the mermaid who had appeared again. Vapon watched as Khan fought the monster and saw him as a hero. A hero who has courage and bravery and sacrifice for others, and also the power to turn despair into hope. When Speed entered the hero training facility, he had never seen anyone who possessed these qualities. But in this group, he immediately saw the hope of seeing such a person, although at first, he thought it was Leon. Vapon hoped to see the hero in action, since everyone considered him the best. At first, Speed doubted Jom. Although he had heard about his strength, he did not understand that Kanu could give heroism. Now, seeing how this freshman was fighting, the red-haired guy realized how wrong he had been in his opinion. The mermaid turned out to be very strong, and she also began creating new fish-headed monsters. They were created by their energy, but acted as physical beings. For now, Jama could only dodge them. At the same time, he tried to get closer to the mermaid again, but time was ticking and he needed to hurry. He had a bad feeling, and the next moment a mermaid appeared right in front of him, ready to tear him to pieces. The boy barely dodged her attack, and the ground beneath him shattered into pieces. The monster was furious about the miss, and prepared to attack the redhead again, and her face became even more distorted with anger. Rachel noticed that Jama was in danger and called on Vaponia to play harder. But he froze in place with horror, realizing that he had been the target of the mermaid's attack all along. Just like last time, Jama again prevented her from attacking Vapon, and his blow was again weak. Although he managed to cut off her hand now, this was not enough to defeat this monster, which only became more and more angry each time. The mermaid used magic and sent an energy beam through the rock to escape for a while. This beam was so powerful that it could be seen from afar. A roar came from the cave so loud that it could be heard all over the island by other students. Then suddenly it started to rain, and the students realized that there were wounded people there who needed help. After that energy strike, a huge hole appeared in the cave, and everything was flooded with daylight. The fish-headed monsters still remained, but they began to run away in panic. Rachel was even surprised. They ran as if they were very scared of something. They all hid in that cave pond, and then the rain overtook the cave itself, pouring in through the hole. Joma was a little angry that he never delivered the killing blow because he was distracted by Leon. Then the cave began to collapse, and now it became clear why the monsters were in a hurry to save their scaly skins. It seemed that everything was over. But from under the pile of stones the mermaid jumped out again, more furious than before. With the smaller monsters dealt with, Rachel was tasked with dealing with Leon and Vape. The girl agreed, but the red-haired man still couldn't believe that Jama was fighting the mermaid alone. At first, he thought he was just crazy, but now Speed had a chance to witness a moment that would go down in history. Khan had 10 seconds left and decided to focus on the fight. The mermaid, baring her ugly, pointed teeth, began to gain momentum for an attack. The guy concentrated in an instant, his eyes once again becoming demonic. And he swung the sashimi knife, confident that he would not lose. Chloe crossed the overgrown areas, heading towards where the other groups were. Her legs were already giving out, but she used all her last strength to manage to call for help. But the girl did not dare compare her fatigue with how Jama felt. For her, he is the closest person she has ever met, and she did not want to let him down. Although this guy said that battles were burdensome for him and he tried to avoid them, but when the situation became hopeless, he had to take out his weapon. His decision now was the right one. That's why Chloe left everyone. At that moment, she heard an explosion coming from the cave and became very scared for Jama. There was no point in turning back. She had almost reached it and was praying that her friend would survive. With the last of her strength, the girl rushed forward even faster, and she didn't even have the right to stumble on the way and fall. The speed was such that even her breathing was interrupted. But she had to find at least someone, and she began to scream for help, hoping that there was someone nearby. Suddenly she noticed several silhouettes among the trees ahead. Due to the excessive physical exertion, her vision was a little blurry, and it seemed to her that they were sea monsters. The girl prepared to eliminate the enemy on the way, but when she got closer, she saw that it was a man. This made Chloe happy, and now she prayed that she would not accidentally hit the student. It was Abel, and she managed to dodge, noticing that another student was flying towards her. Chloe fell to the ground behind the corpses of the monsters, and from the joy of meeting people, she passed out. The other students were stunned by the sudden appearance of the red-haired girl. They even considered her a little crazy, but seeing that she was not moving, they decided not to leave her to be torn apart by monsters. Looking closer, Abel noticed that she had seen this face before. Chloe regained consciousness for a moment, but had no strength to move, and in a very weak voice asked for help for Jama. And in the cave, Vapon thought about whether he would ever live another day like today. In Joma's eyes, he saw the look of a man who had spent his entire life masterfully cutting up fish. His movements showed that he was always one step ahead and superior to his prey. This is a scene that Wapan will never be able to erase from his memory. After all, Khan is not just fast. Like during the battle in subspace, he has a clear and fast technique. This guy attacks monsters relying only on her and cuts everything into pieces. There is only one possible outcome to be expected from this action. Neither Vapon nor Rachel from the noble family had ever seen or heard anything like this. And if this continues, then they have a chance to survive in this terrible place and not become victims of the mermaid and other monsters. While Vapon was lost in his thoughts, Rachel suddenly called out to him and then rushed towards him. She noticed that he was in danger and instinctively pushed him aside. After that, she began to scold him for catching crows and not thinking at all about his own safety. Looking at the long furrow and the huge hole in the rock, he realized where he was now. The mermaid's magic was probably so strong that even he succumbed to its influence. He was worried about Jama, who, although a master of knife fighting, was now superior to the monster in attack. But soon there will be magic that cannot be avoided. At this time, Khan continued to fight with the mermaid, and anyone else would probably have already lost to her. The ugly woman with a fishtail wriggled in the air under the rain as if in water and now used a hurricane of needles. The raindrops became sharp like needles and hit the ground with great speed. Moreover, these drops, when they hit the metal of the knife, began to melt it as if it were acid. But Jama did not give up. He swung his weapon, trying to inflict maximum damage on the mermaid. He managed to separate her tail from her upper body again, and now he had to quickly cut the rest into small pieces. There was very little time left. But the monster only became more and more furious each time. Her magic was so powerful that she created more monsters while she was recovering. And then she belched out a large ball of energy, the most powerful thing in her arsenal. With this ball she intended to finish off the difficult opponent and split him into molecules. The support group, represented by Vapon and Rachel, shouted at Joma to be careful. He needed to quickly dodge such a blow. But then he felt a bright glow surrounding him. And the next moment he found himself somewhere in ankle-deep water, and there was nothing else around, only a bright light. The guy began to look around, not understanding what was happening, and even thought that he had truly died, and this was the afterlife. Suddenly, some kind of red thread began to float past his feet. He scooped up some water in his palm, and the thread on his palm turned into a stream of blood. Then he heard a strange muffled sound and turned around. The sky suddenly turned red, as if it were covered in blood, and a line of red light appeared in the air. At the same time, that unknown voice began to sound in Joma's head again, calling him to cut. Suddenly, a knife appeared in the air next to his hand, like a realistic hologram. The guy quickly grabbed the knife and began throwing it around, as if he were cutting an invisible enemy. In fact, he was still in the cave, and subconsciously swung his weapon to defeat the mermaid. But now he didn't just cut. He cut into pieces that very line of light, the magic of this monster. When Jama realized it was time to stop, the dead body of the mermaid lay at his feet. The raindrops returned to normal, and the pool from which she drew magic disappeared. The guy himself regained his normal form, and his eyes no longer glowed with a ghostly light. A quiet groan suddenly came from the body of the monster, which seemed dead. Rachus and Vepon immediately became wary and prepared their weapons. But Jama cut off her head, and it began to quickly spin around its axis like a top. In this movement, it began to shrink, and then rolled into the crater that remained after the reservoir. Continuing to shrink, the monster's head disappeared completely, which meant Jama's victory. Vapon couldn't believe that the mermaid was defeated by a student like him, and a newbie at that. Suddenly, Khan fell to his knees, clutching his stomach, from which blood was now beginning to flow. Rachel was the first to rush to him, realizing that he was seriously injured. Vipon also wanted to come over, but he heard Leon starting to come to his senses. Suddenly a strange noise was heard, as if someone was rapidly approaching them. The red-haired guy thought that the escaped monsters might be returning and got ready to act. But turning to the entrance of the cave, he saw the silhouettes of the students whom Chloe had called for help. Vipon sighed with relief that they would now be helped. When the students entered, they were horrified, not understanding what had happened here. It looked as if there had been a war here. At the edge of the crater they saw parts of a mermaid's tail, and realized that the battle had taken place with this monster. And Rachel, not paying attention to anyone yet, was wailing over Jama, begging him to wake up. Of course she was worried about his condition. But Abel, seeing this, was jealous that she was hugging him. She also found it strange that a team member was on the brink of life and death. But the captain tries to adhere to etiquette, and this infuriated her. But she still reported that she had already contacted the academy, and, in the best-case scenario, the teachers would be here in an hour. Then Abel asked to tell what really happened here. The first to speak out in dissatisfaction was Vapon, because the professors had promised to prepare everything. But a mermaid appeared. At the same time, he began to be indignant that Abel was behaving like a commander and demanding detailed explanations. Their story did seem unlikely, but Speed decided to tell it. Eventually, Abel realized that the mermaid had appeared out of nowhere. But she was even more surprised that Jama had defeated her single-handedly, and no one would have believed that a first-year student could defeat such a strong monster on his own. As a child, Grandfather Abel told her that there is a grain of truth in every fairy tale. And now she understood that it would be unwise to completely believe everything Vipon said. But there was something in his words. Besides, he had no reason to lie, because there were still witnesses, and Jama, although wounded, was alive. This reminded Abel of the story of the hero Valor Joaquin and his apprentice Aaron Nibelung. She is their descendant and belongs to a certain category of warriors, and her lineage gives her influence. Still, she wanted to be judged only by her actions and achievements, and not by her background. That's why Abel tries her best to develop her talent, and she has achieved what she has now. However, she could not even imagine that she and Jama had such a difference in strength, and now her feelings of fear and trepidation were mixed. Returning from her thoughts, she ordered Wapon to heal Khan. The flute began to play, and Jama was enveloped in magical healing energy, while Rachel continued to hold his head. Abel looked at this, and felt envy and jealousy. But she understood that the most important thing now was this guy's life. She was distracted again by Wapon, asking if she had managed to contact the academy. Then he suggested not to tell the teachers the details, since they themselves claimed that this was an island for testing. And it seems very strange to him that none other than a mermaid suddenly appeared at the place where the exam was taking place. This made not only him but also Abel wary, so she agreed. But then Leon spoke up, sharing his suspicions that there was a rat in the academy. The others turned sharply to look at him, and with horror they realized that the team captain might be right. It was really difficult for the monsters to find this place. And if it weren't for Jama, all the team members would have died at the hands of the mermaid, but it's not clear why the teachers would want to do that. During the 700 years of truce, there were various skirmishes, but the demons never allowed themselves to interfere so openly. This indicated that another war was already near. Abel, worried about this fact, was distracted by Vapon, who asked her not to make plans too early. Moreover, it has not yet been proven that there is a spy in the academy. Something like this has never happened before. Now everyone needs to think about what to say to teachers, considering that there may be a spy in the institution. The fact that Jama single-handedly dealt with such a powerful monster can only draw unnecessary attention to him. Still, keeping silent about what happened won't work either, and we need to come up with a suitable story. And then Abel suggested consulting with her grandfather. After some time, Jama was already in the hospital ward, and did not come to his senses for a long time. And when I finally opened my eyes, I realized that I was in a hospital. He looked at his hand, still feeling a little weak, but he realized that he was still alive. Although it was impossible to avoid the energy attack that was released from the mermaid, a split second before she was killed. But at that moment he saw a clear line of light that needed to be cut, and the magic burst like a balloon. After that, he realized that the mermaid's magic turned out to be water. He had a feeling then that was hard to compare with when he first felt the blessing. A system window appeared, informing about its characteristics and the state of the weapon. The spirit level rose to 4, which was influenced by the battle with the mermaid. Joma also has a new characteristic, and it is somehow connected with that beam of light. While Kan was thinking, Director Poison suddenly pounced on him, glad that he was alive. She was very worried about him and gave her word that she would kill those who sent him to this damn exam. Her appearance came as a bit of a shock to Joma, and Sage began to look for something in her magic bag, which was a spatial pocket. After some rummaging, the principal pulled out the Murasame sword that Joma would receive as compensation for the exam. According to the rules, she should have presented it officially, but now the situation forces her to do so. At the door, the director noticed Siegfried looking in and asked why he wasn't coming in. Nibelung took a step and reminded her that he had asked her not to address him in such a tone. The director did not forget that Siegfried was already old, but now there was a child who had suffered sitting in front of him. Joma himself had a strange premonition, because if the emperor had appeared, then something had probably happened. The old man and the director learned about what had happened from Khan's teammates, and now, on behalf of the representatives of the Joaquin Academy, they came to apologize to Joma. Sage admitted that the academy was at fault for what happened, and that their oversight had left the students on the island in danger. The director then promised that she would get to the bottom of the truth, no matter what the cost. Nibelung expressed his gratitude for the fact that Khan saved people's lives. The guy was modest, but his exploits were considered incredible. But for now, this would have to be kept secret. Even the director herself found it funny that she was saying such things, and she felt sorry that she couldn't do more for Khan. She was pleased that Joma was understanding about this. He was still so young, but he already acted like an adult, and Sage respected that very much. The leaders spent some time in his room, after which they returned to their place, but on the way back they looked serious and puzzled. Sage asked her colleague to recall their first meeting on the day of admission, and how he had slumped on the bench. And when Poison asked him to move, he immediately grabbed his sword. He also demanded that some girl not give him orders, but Siegfried doesn't remember anything like that. They have been working together for the benefit of the academy for 60 years now, but for the director it seems like yesterday, and she is a little worried that during this time, they have not been able to fill the history of the academy with even 10 feats. When they came here, this place already had its own fame and rich history. All sorts of things have happened within the walls of the academy, and over the past 700 years they have managed to protect it. The director wanted to continue her speech when she suddenly became thoughtful. Even before the midterms began, she received a report that the entire island was safe. Still, mermaids sometimes appeared on Scopuli, so Sage exercised extreme caution. Siegfried noticed how Media was lost in thought and became worried, but she asked not to pay attention to it, and that there was really nothing to worry about. Nibelung did not retreat and looked sternly at the director of the academy, and she immediately changed the subject, praising Joma, who single-handedly dealt with a real mermaid. This indicated the boy's true talent, and Sage asked the Emperor's opinion on this matter. He had seen many times people who began to shine brightly at first like a star, and then faded away like a meteor. In families of heroes, the word genius is used too often, even if the child only stands out slightly. Therefore, he tried to use this word carefully in relation to his own granddaughter. And if such talent really exists, then the meaning of genius is quite acceptable to Joma. One can only guess what heights he can reach. Perhaps Siegfried dreamed of such a hero all his life. The only thing Siegfried could say for sure now was that the academy was in his debt. Sometime later, when Joma returned to class, he noticed that the principal had kept her word. No one discussed his exploits from the island, and besides, he was embarrassed to talk about it. After being discharged, the first thing he did was go to the academy's forge to enhance the Murasame's properties. The ones on this sword are pretty weak, so now it's just a piece of iron, and besides, they didn't take any money from the guy. Since it was the period of celebration of the 700th anniversary of the academy, and Joma took the chance to enhance the sword's characteristics to the maximum. Now in class, Kan saw Chloe walking down with the help of a crutch, and her one leg was in a cast. The girl doesn't know exactly how she injured her leg, but the nurse promised that in a week she would be able to walk without crutches. She spoke with great enthusiasm and energy, and Joma was glad that she was okay. He himself believed that he did not cope alone, because everyone played their role that day. Chloe went to call for help, while Rachel busily got rid of the other monsters. Speed Vapon was busy healing their wounds, but then Kan realized that he didn't know what the leader was doing. Joma expected more from such a man, although the reason could have been that he was wounded. Instructor Li Wan suddenly burst into the classroom and yelled as if there was a fire. He demanded that everyone be silent as he was about to make an important announcement. Li was about to announce that someone else would be teaching them along with him for a while. The students froze. They were all expecting some new teacher who was also just as picky. But their mouths opened in fear when Siegfried Nibelung entered the classroom. No one expected to see the Sword Emperor, and they were delighted that they had been given such an honor. But Jama was the most puzzled of all. He found it strange that this old man was going to teach them. Later that evening, somewhere else in a back alley, a man was being beaten. One girl, Instructor Kim, beat him half to death, as if he had committed the most terrible sin. The man's name was Claudie, and the girl didn't want to listen to his apologies. Her eyes glowed like a demon's, and she was angry because the commander of the Fifth Army was angry. This man had to do everything right, and she can't forgive him for his mistake. And when Claudie apologized again, he got hit in the face even harder, because she was already fed up with his apologies. His task was to incapacitate Leon and bring him to the designated location. Kim even sent a mermaid to the island, and it infuriated her that even so, Claudie screwed up. This mistake will make it much more difficult to leave the academy. Anger got the better of her again, and she continued to beat the already barely alive man. Something crunched in the bridge of his nose, and he felt a strong pain, which made him want to curse at the girl. But he was afraid, and during a break in the beating, she was more concerned that she had stained her shoes with his blood. She still can't believe that the first years managed to deal with the mermaid. Claudie suggested that things were complicated because of one guy, and Kim assumed it was because of Leon. But he meant the best student of this year. The man said his name, Kanjoma. Instructor Kim had heard a lot about this student, and the situation seemed even more interesting to her. The next day, Li Wan, as always, was driving the students around the stadium and demanding that they move even faster. Only Chloe did not participate in the run, and sitting on a bench, she only encouraged Jama. In some ways, the guy even envied her because she didn't have to exhaust herself during training. But then an old man started to catch up with Kana on the next lap and started teasing him that he was very slow. For the student, this was more than strange. He could not understand why Nibelung was running with them. He is, after all, the first saint of the sword and the right hand of Valor Joaquin, and inherited the legendary title. The old man began to be considered the strongest warrior of humanity, and he also became Leon's mentor. In the game's plot, the importance of this character only increased, and Jama did not understand why he was running next to him. The only thing that came to mind was that the main story was starting to get a little distorted. According to the story, Leon never received the title of swordsman in the end. But now Kana was more concerned about the presence of Siegfried nearby, and he felt awkward. A former star ran alongside him and gave advice that the basis of everything lies in endurance and patience. After all, no matter how much talent a person has, without physical training there will be no work. After this, the body will be ready to move to the next level. Joma understood the old man's instructions and pushed himself to keep up with him. However, his efforts were not enough. Siegfried also rushed forward as if he were not an old man, leaving Khan behind. Joma at least decided to catch up with the others. At the same time, he doubted that Nibelung was really that old. After all, he had the strength of a young athlete. Then all students had their weapons confiscated, and were banned from using them outside of the training rooms. Instead, Siegfried gave them training gear, which was less dangerous, and asked them to prepare for battle. Many people didn't find the one they used among the pile, but a sashimi knife was lying around there. Some began to protest that it would be more correct to use weapons that are passed down from generation to generation. And to explain the reason for banning such weapons, Nibelung began by saying that in any business, the base is important. To achieve heights, you need to start correctly at the beginning, and then fill your weapons with your own strength. Some were outraged that they would then make mistakes with their weapons, but the old man shut their mouths, declaring that a true warrior would never blame weapons for a loss. Joma completely agreed with his words, because he himself had gone through something similar. The students were also promised good grades at the end of the year if they achieved mastery with conventional weapons. This became a good motivator, and the students rushed to dismantle the combat instruments. Joma decided to wait a bit on the sidelines so as not to get caught up in the chaos the students were causing. In the end, there were a few tools left, and as Khan expected, among them was a sashimi knife. He took it, and noticed that the old man was watching him every now and then. Next, Siegfried decided to hold one-on-one fights so that the students would get used to the new weapons. This would not take place in subspace, and the students were worried that they might get hurt. But they did it to improve their skills, and this is possible if you train in conditions similar to real ones. However, when fighting with their comrades, they must not forget to adhere to the basic principles of etiquette. To begin with, Siegfried decided to demonstrate such a fight together with Li. Lee Wanbin is the best teacher in the academy, but he has never experienced a situation like this in his entire life. And now he felt a twitch in his calves, because he had to fight the Emperor of the Sword. Suddenly Siegfried turned to his student Yoma, and he asked him to take a step forward, and the guy's heart sank from not understanding where he had gone wrong. In his hand, Nibelung held a sword, the gleam of which was reflected in the eyes of all the students. The students looked at him with admiration. They couldn't believe that he would personally show them how to fight. They were unclear why Siegfried had summoned some newcomer whom they considered unworthy. When Jama approached, the old man asked if his bones had healed well, after which he asked to take out weapons and prepare for battle. The guy himself thought that this was too much, because his body was in good shape, only because he had had a good rest. However, his opponent is Nibelung, and if their swords meet, one of them will lose an arm or a head. What was even stranger was that Yoma even wanted to join the fight, knowing that this would only attract more attention. And so he declared that he could not fight Siegfried and asked him to lower his sword. Immediately, Khan felt condemning glances and heard himself being quietly called worthless. And the old man thought that by wielding a simple knife, Yoma had lost all his warrior pride. He wanted to see the strength of this student, and declared that his talent was of no use if he was filled with fear. In fact, the guy hadn't parted with his pride since he was named a blade master. Apparently, the Emperor is deliberately provoking him into this fight, and everyone is just waiting for the first-year student to run away. But if he does this, he will regret this decision for the rest of his life. Joma gripped the sashimi knife tighter and prepared himself. Seeing this, Li Wan wanted to stop the fight, believing that the weapons were too unequal. But Nibelung stopped him. He understood what decision this student had made. Joma assumed the appropriate pose and declared that he was ready to learn something new, and he activated the blessing of the sword god. Now they were about to cross their blades, and it seemed like there was no one else there at that moment. Kan slowly began to approach the Emperor, and he thought about the moment of creation, which he remembers well. Even though he is already 70, he will never be able to erase from his memory the time when he first picked up a sword. This is a memoir about a wandering knight and the techniques he showed to the Nibelung. The talent of that knight was unrivaled, and Siegfried learned from it. And now the boy he was looking after during the entrance exam will be able to bring him closer to that talent again. Nibelung made the first swing of his sword and prepared to experience again the sensations he had experienced many years ago. The freshman in the tracksuit expertly blocked each of his attacks. Moreover, he himself tried to attack the Sword Emperor. When their blades crossed, it seemed as if even the air shook. Then Joma stopped dodging attacks altogether and went straight ahead, his knife hovering in the air like a swallow. There was a clear improvement in his physical skills, and judging by this, his movements were very light. However, the Nibelung's sword is very heavy, and if a powerful blow is struck, no one will be able to resist. The old man, seeing the strength the boy possessed, decided to test his talent with just such a blow. One student in the star class saw no benefit or potential in Joma, and I didn't understand why the Emperor was so concerned about this first-year student. From the outside, it seemed that Siegfried had decided to give him private lessons, and many envious students hoped to see Joma cut into 2 pieces. A short time after the fight began, the students noticed with surprise that the two had frozen, and only Inspector Lee realized that they were not standing still at all. He understood what was happening. He had previously warned Nibelung that the rector might find out about this, and other students might suffer. But the old man calmed him down, assuring him that he was not going to inflict truly fatal blows on the boy. He saw Khan's potential and believed that he would be able to enter consciousness. And now the guy not only entered, but also withstood the blow of the Sword Emperor. Fighting in someone else's mind is a difficult mental struggle. Even after the first blow, you can understand how difficult it is for the enemy. And Joma figured it out in less than a minute. Nibelung saw a living talent in him, and in the same consciousness he again gripped his sword more tightly. And he intended to grant the disciple the blessing of the spirit of the sword. The space around them began to glow with a blue light that was visible throughout the entire arena. The students who watched this spectacle held their breath. It seemed like everything was just beginning. This meant that the student was able to break the mental connection and return to reality. Now they again accelerated towards each other to cross blades. Li Wan became even more worried and began to think about how to stop this. Otherwise someone's blood might be shed. At that moment he couldn't think of anything better to do than rush to dismantle them himself. But the director of the academy got ahead of him, landing a meter away from them and scolding the old psycho for being childish. She was very angry that he dared to fight with a student, and a newbie at that. Only she managed to stop this fight, after which Siegfried apologized in the office like a guilty schoolboy. But his apologies had little effect, and Sage's stern and angry gaze did not soften. In her eyes, he looked like a crazy old man who decided to shake off the old ways and challenge the student to a fight. Even while he was in the arena, Nibelung tried to convince her that he had no bad intentions. Although he himself realized that he had lost his vigilance, because the boy was so strong that he was able to escape from the mental battlefield. At that moment he even watched as Joma was about to leave, but he heard Sage scolding him. Turning to her again, the old man sincerely asked for forgiveness. And then, in the office, she realized that she hadn't heard an apology from Siegfried for 50 years, and now for the second time that day. Then she scolded him again for not protecting himself and his student with subspace during the duel. If she hadn't arrived on time, everything could have ended tragically. To this, Siegfried admitted that if he had not activated divine protection, he would not have been able to win. It sounded strange. Sage already knew what kind of power Yama had, but she was also well acquainted with the power of the Nibelung. The director was very surprised to learn that this guy was able to reach the mental image level, which is impossible at his age. Siegfried could only explain this by saying that there was something in the student that could compensate for the experience. But even with such an explanation, it was difficult to calm the director down. She remembered how she ran up to him in the arena, worried that he might be hurt somehow. And when I approached him, I saw that his aura at that moment was different, somehow ominous. When she looked at Jama, she felt such fear that for a split second she forgot that she was a teacher. She experienced the same fear when she met the commander-in-chief of the 6th Legion, Basman. Sage tried to explain to herself that the feeling came over her again when she looked at the student, because his name means demon. And now, looking at Nibelung, the director increasingly acknowledged that he was not lying, and she assumed that the old man had lost. But he immediately began to object, not understanding how she had come up with such a thing. His confidence that Jama, although talented, could not be defeated by anyone, was off the charts. His other excuse was that his weapon wasn't real. But Poison didn't understand why her colleague was so upset. And she even made a joke that just recently he himself said that you can't blame your sword for losing. However, her words only hurt Siegfried more and he could hardly restrain himself. That night, Joma remembered his duel with the Nibelung. He saw the moment when they fought in his mind. This fight was definitely not just a training one, and the guy was glad that everything ended well. However, the old man looked aggressive, and if media had not intervened, someone could have been hurt. It was also strange for him to experience the state that is called the mental image. This is the level of skill and ability to handle your weapon, a space that can be activated when several conditions are met. This is something only the highest masters can do, having used only one weapon their entire lives, and in this world, only 10 heroes can do this. But even a born hero needs 3 years of individual training to set foot there, and Jama couldn't understand why he got it right the first time. The clue was that it was because of the sashimi knife to which he had devoted 20 years in his past life. Also, every time he uses the sword's blessing, his skills and focus increase. In this world, the guy's life is harmoniously combined with his past, and this is what Jama feels when he overcomes various obstacles that he tried to avoid. And now, instead of going with the flow, Khan decided to do what he was good at, and solve problems as they arise. If Jama can open this space at will, he will be able to train without using blessings. And now, under cover of night, standing in the middle of the room, Khan decided to try to enter that state. After a few seconds, the room began to transform, and he saw himself in the arena during the day. Suddenly the wall of space began to crack, and then it was as if someone's huge hand began to reach out to Jama from subspace. The arena disappeared from view completely, and Khan felt like someone's fingers were about to grab his neck. When the finger touched his shoulder, his knife suddenly became engulfed in blue flames. But this flame did not burn his hand, although it was strange for Jama to see this. And then his weapon began to dissolve completely, as if it were being eaten by invisible termites, leaving only the hilt. After this, Khan found himself back in his room, trying to figure out what all that was. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Elder Claudia was being scolded for overstepping his bounds. The other elders didn't want to listen to his excuses. The main thing for them was to get rid of student Khan Joma as quickly as possible. Now he may be a candidate for the role of hero that Leon was previously assigned to. But Leon had not yet revealed his full powers, and Khan had already dealt with the twins during the entrance exam. Elder Clady also finds it suspicious that the media director is hiding all the information. Be that as it may, these conspirators had problems that they wanted to solve by any means necessary. They were hampered by the fact that fencing had now been introduced into the academy. Since Poison became director, the elders' position has noticeably declined, so they are unhappy. After the destruction of Basman, the authorities began to look only at Medea, and they were simply ignored. But they constantly lead the people and maintain balance, and with the appearance of the hero, they will be completely removed. To maintain power, they now need a person who will distract attention, and they will eliminate the hero. Claudia, one of the elders, still did not try to persuade the council because of the woman's strength. The commander of the 5th Legion of Demons is Agora, and she is angry. And if they don't do anything now, they would rather die immediately than experience her wrath. One of the elders thought it over and ordered that the order be conveyed to the auditor family. The next day, Joma went to the forge to pick up the sword and was very unhappy with the result. In his anger, his appearance changed so much that the blacksmith began to beg for mercy. The sword he wanted to improve ended up looking like a sashimi version. The guy couldn't say anything except curse, because everything went down the drain. The blacksmith justified himself by saying that he had been doing his business for 30 years. But this was the first time something like this had happened. It seemed as if Jomu's weapon refused to change and broke. During his work, the blacksmith managed to give the sword at least this shape. Another would not have been able to cope. For a good 10 minutes, he tried to convince the student that this really wasn't done on purpose. He even offered to make another weapon for free if the guy would only provide the materials. But even so, the quality of the work turned out to be excellent, and the blade meets the standards. And a new weapon can crack, although the blacksmith assured that there are metals that give only good results. There's just one problem. They can only be obtained from monsters of Class A or higher. Yome didn't want to risk his life to strengthen his weapons. Although lower-level monsters can be used to obtain enhancement materials, it will also give you money. The blacksmith gave a guarantee for the information provided, even swore by his career. In the end, Khan agreed, but demanded the return of half the value of the metal lost after smelting. Only half of the B-class sword remains, so the blacksmith can't get away with it. The forge worker considered this impudent, since he had already worked for free, and now he owed him money. But Joma threatened to test the blade in action right there on the spot. Fearing for his own safety, the blacksmith agreed to give the student 10 million won. He calculated and declared that he couldn't get more than 800,000. But Joma took the blade out of its case. His gaze became demonic again, and he demanded that they agree to the stated amount. Realizing that he couldn't get out of it, the blacksmith agreed, although he would have a hard time later, but at least he would be safe. So Joma got a new weapon, improved its characteristics, and along with this, additional options appeared. Now you can ease the pain that occurs during the blessing. Kan decided to test it, and the condition that he was about to die was reduced to difficulty breathing. The guy also realized that the level of possession increases when he gets a new weapon or improves it. Now, after the exams, he has a new goal: to grow and understand what kind of power he was given in this world. This may lead to him finding out who brought him here. Sitting on a bench, deep in thought, Joma ate some noodles, but almost choked when Chloe suddenly loomed over him. She became curious why he didn't go and eat with everyone else, and he explained that he had no appetite. Noticing that the girl's caste had already been removed, he took this as an excuse to change the subject of the conversation. She is really doing much better already, but she needs to work on her leg to get the muscles back into shape. And for some reason she believed that bones became stronger from breaking and growing back together. Suddenly, Joma noticed that something was stuck to the corner of her mouth, and he carefully removed it. The speck turned out to be an ordinary grain of rice, but Chloe took this sign of attention as something special. And I was so lost in my dreams that I lost my balance with the crutch and fell on my butt, which was quite unpleasant. Joma politely offered her his hand to help her up. But then she noticed the weapon he had left on the bench and wanted to take a closer look. It looked very nice, and in Chloe's opinion, you couldn't tell it was an E-class. Hearing the class, the guy became sad, which means it's not that strong, and Chloe bit her long tongue. Still, Khan received a small compensation for it, and also hopes to improve it. The red-haired friend also encouraged him, saying that Joma was already strong, and with this knife he could improve his skills. In fact, the main reason for improving the weapon was to reduce Khan's suffering. But Chloe couldn't calm down and continued to apologize for criticizing the blade. The guy wasn't angry. He was just a little annoyed that this was all that was left of the original Murasame sword. Now understanding the main problem with the weapon's size, the girl was eager to punish the blacksmith. She was hurt that the man had ruined her friend's sword, and became so angry that her pupils turned bright red. Only Joma's voice helped her return to normal. Suddenly he noticed that someone was hiding in a tree nearby and decided to go check. Chloe followed him, asking him what he had seen and why he was so worried. But Joma only silently kicked the tree trunk, but with such force that that same scoundrel Knox fell from the very top onto his butt. Until recently, this red-haired man suffered from depression, but now his unfriendly intentions were visible again. Chloe was surprised to see her brother, and didn't understand why he was following them. However, Knox did not show aggression, and Joma and her friend returned to the bench. Chloe's brother generally stayed away. At least it was clear that he was unarmed, and this calmed Kana down. And since this guy didn't leave, Joma realized that he had something to say, and he reminded that they had sorted everything out at their last meeting, but he could remind them if necessary. Snorting from under his mask, Knox grumbled that that wasn't what he had come for. At first he wanted to talk to Jama alone, but he understood that his sister would find out anyway, and he prepared to tell both of them at once, and Chloe became so interested that she stared at her brother with all her attention. What the red-haired guy was about to say directly concerns the freshman, and in a quieter voice he shared that the Council of Elders was going to deal with Jama. Can remembered a scene from the game where this gang showed up at the academy, and he didn't want to meet them. Chloe thought this revelation was just some stupid news, and was angry that her brother bothered Can because of it. Nox reminded her that she had been away from home for too long, so she was forgetting herself. Still, she was confident in her opinion, and asked Jama to stand behind her, and she decided to deal with her brother herself. Can remained sitting in place, not understanding why his classmate was so angry, and Nox continued to say that if the elders were interested in Jama, then there must be a special reason. Most likely the director knows about this, but she keeps it a secret. After all, the reprisal against a simple academy student is contrary to the principles of the auditor family, who received the order. But since this is an order from the elders, it will be difficult to ignore, and if they press, they will have no way out. Nox came to share the news, and since Chloe is family, he told her in front of her. The girl stood there dumbfounded. Not only was her friend in danger, she didn't think her brother would share such a thing. But Jama understood the subtext of everything that was said. The red-haired man was actually worried about his sister, which is why he came. After this, Nox decided to leave them, as he had completed an important mission for him. But Khan stopped him and wanted to talk about their previous meeting. But this no longer bothered the redhead. He understood well that Chloe was happy with Jama. Of course, they have the usual brother-sister relationship like everyone else. But he is happy, because he has never seen her so happy. And finally, he asked the freshman not to allow anyone to hurt this girl. It sounded like he was implying that Chloe had hurt her leg because of Jama. Still, the guy didn't get indignant and agreed, just so that this guy would quickly get lost. But another question that arose again prevented Nox from going about his business. He was very curious about how Khan had become so strong, and it was clear from his gaze that he would not leave without an answer. Joma himself had some doubts that he was as strong as he was considered. After all, his power only lasts for a minute, and he's not even a master of fencing, so he couldn't say that about himself. In general, this conversation seemed strange to him, and the fact that Nox gave him the clan's secrets using Chloe. It was as if he was not telling the whole story, and playing with words. Can declared that the red-haired man was not sincere enough. He must have enough specific social experience to communicate with others. However, problems in this direction were clearly visible, and Khan advised him to develop in this area. Then Jama decided to get out of there himself before he said anything unnecessary. The next lesson also covered the order of prosperity and the gods living in the heavens. But Khan hardly listened to what the teacher was saying. His thoughts were occupied with the elders who were targeting him. The council consists of 5 of the 7 descendants of Valor Joaquin's disciples, and this group has exerted a powerful influence. But since they constantly interfered with the main character for the sake of their power and safety, they were called corrupt. Joma is not the main character, and he doesn't understand what the hell these guys want from him. Although if you look at the list of his exploits, you can understand their unexpected interest in him. Still, the guy doesn't believe that the council wants to get rid of him, even though he unintentionally attracts attention to himself. Then, remembering the events on the island, Can began to guess that they wanted to get rid of Leon, not him. But he turned out to be just an obstacle on the way. And no matter how the media kept everyone silent, the truth that Joma had destroyed the mermaid could have reached the aristocracy. The fact that they were targeting Leon indicated that they might be in cahoots with the demons. But for now, it is not clear to Kanu why they want to take the life of an ordinary student. It infuriated him that for these types, maintaining their privileges was more important than the safety of humanity or the academy. The easiest way to settle this issue was to attack and kill all the elders. But Jama believed that now was not the time for this. And when it came, no one would leave alive. All these thoughts prevented the boy from concentrating on the lesson, which already seemed very boring. In addition, Kanu needs to strengthen his weapon, and to do this he needs to go down into the dungeon. He's unlikely to cope alone, so he needs to assemble a team first. The previous team was a good fit, but Jama wasn't happy with Rachel, and he was thinking about how to replace her. Chloe definitely agreed, and he decided to talk to Vapon, who was called a god in the game. Can went to the dragon class, but there a large guy blocked his way, saying that this was not a public thoroughfare. This guy looked impressive, but he was only a teenager, and Jama, with 20 years of experience, could handle him. And passing by him, he asked this student to get lost before his face changed its structure. Yes, it was impudent, and the enraged tall guy reached out to Jama to throw him against the wall. Apparently, he was one of the few who didn't believe in Khan's powers, and immediately got punched in the face. But not from Jama. he was beaten to it by Vipon, who appeared as if from underground and knocked out the brute with one blow. What was more surprising was that this healing mage was so good at hand-to-hand combat. Besides, he realized that Kan was looking for him, and suggested that they talk somewhere outside. Soon, in short, Vapon learned that his friend needed to assemble a team in a short time, and he agreed to help, but wished that the reward be divided among all members of the squad. In addition, the team must consist of at least 4 people, otherwise they will not be allowed to go on a mission. These were the rules of the academy, although Vapon had no doubt that Joma could handle it alone. Kan himself didn't think so, but his friend reminded him how he had put the mermaid to bed and asked him not to play the poor guy. Still, Joma saw great merit in Vapon, who helped him heal. In the end, the red-haired man agreed to help the freshman, especially since he could gain an unforgettable experience with him. And Kan said that he intended to go to the Buffalo Dungeon, Class C. This is a Buffalo Dungeon and a very popular place. Now it remains to decide on the last participant, because together with Chloe, there are already 3 of them. Just in case, Joma immediately asked to exclude Leon and Rachel from the list of candidates. But it turns out they can't be invited anyway. Rachel is currently training, and Leon is preparing to conquer another dungeon. Joma even felt relieved. Vipon rolled his eyes at the ceiling and thought. He has one person in mind, but he is currently sleeping. Sleeping at such a time seemed strange to Kanu. But in any case, first they need to go to the store to buy something. The street was already in the twilight of evening when the 2 students reached the store. Looking around, Joma realized that he had no idea such a place existed in the academy. They came out onto a small training area with targets with arrows in the center. A little further on a huge veranda, they noticed a man. The girl was sleeping, and coming closer, Vapon began to call her to wake her up. But no matter how loudly he spoke to her, the girl continued to snore quietly, not reacting to anything. Then the guy leaned over and whispered in her ear that he had bought something. It helped, and the blue-haired girl immediately woke up, but was surprised to see visitors. The redhead wanted to explain that they had come at the request of the student behind him, but she suddenly jerked in the other direction. She sped up and was next to Joma in a flash, snatching the bag from him. Then, having crushed Khan himself, she took out some treats from her bag, and, judging by her reaction, it seemed she didn't need anything else. And when she finished the last cookie, she looked up at the student and asked if he had any more. Joma remembered how in his past life, besides work, his only entertainment was this game, and he had a hard time surviving in the stinking male collective, both in the game and in reality. As the game progressed, the boy couldn't wait for that very heroine to appear. The girl who became the main reason for his donation is Abel von Nibelung. And when he pressed the button, hoping that he could finally have mercy on this character, a girl with blue hair appeared, whose main happiness was tasty treats, Saki Ryoho. At that moment, the guy felt very disappointed. There are many female characters revolving around Leon, and some are put on par with him. Each female character has her own unique charm. The game's plot shows how Leon and Abel overcome difficulties, and how love blossoms between them. During this period, succumbing to Abel's charm, Kim opened his wallet and deposited a fairly large sum. The other female characters seemed to not exist for him. The first guy forgot the heroine with blue hair, the first 5-star character. Saki Ryojo is the daughter of a saint with an onion, and she also loved sweets, while remaining slim. Now Jama couldn't understand the reason why Vapon brought him to this girl. He had been playing her for a while, and knew that she was an excellent long-range fighter and had high intelligence. Khan hoped that her participation in the team would not affect the plot, as her role in the story was small. Now he had to come to an agreement with her, and Vapon took out a cookie hidden in his pocket. The girl quickly snatched the treat and asked him to tell her why she had been disturbed. And while she was devouring the sweet, Speed explained that student Kang Jomu had one important request, and that he's putting together a team to go on a mission next week. Joma listened to Weapon's explanation, which seemed terrible to him, but decided not to interfere for now. Ryojo then learned that Khan needed material from the caves, and that the entire reward would be divided among the participants. The girl silently walked towards the dark-haired first-year student. At first, she wanted to clarify whether he was the fighter from the subspace that almost everyone was talking about. She now looked at him very seriously. So, Joma couldn't figure out what was going on in her head, and because of that, he couldn't get the words out. In the end, Saki was ready to agree, but only because completing dungeons would count towards grades. Then she criticized that the guys themselves were not very persistent, although she herself had just been fast asleep. And suddenly the girl declared that she doesn't work with those who are not persistent enough. And then Vipon went wild, reminiscent of how Jama fought the auditor in a duel. He was so carried away that he almost let slip how heroically Khan had fought during the midterm exams. Explaining that he couldn't tell him more, Wapon asked Ryoho to take his word for it. He even specially bought sweets for her to help her agree. Seeing how the conversation continued, Khan noticed that Saki was rude, and he lost his desire to take her into the team. So he announced to Vapon, suggesting that they go find someone better. But Ryoho teased that they didn't have much time, since they had to go to the dungeon very soon. The girl was right about this, but it was a little annoying that she was acting like that. Then Jama silently took his new weapon out of his inside pocket, while the other two watched closely. Also silently, Kan waved the knife in the air several times to better demonstrate its shine. And then, almost without looking, he threw it to the side and hit the exact center of the target, which was a couple of dozen meters away. Redzi stood there stunned for a few seconds, and she glanced now at Jama, now at the knife stuck in the target. Seeing her reaction, Kan hoped that this convinced her, but if necessary, he could show her a few more techniques. And now in a quieter voice, the girl admitted that she was convinced of his talent. They agreed to meet at a cafe and Ryodzi arrived there first. A short time later, Jama, Chloe, and Vapon arrived together. Kan noticed that Saki was sitting with glasses and was carefully studying something on his laptop. But upon seeing her teammates, she immediately took off her glasses and waved her hand at them in a friendly manner. In fact, she was busy getting permission. All that was left was to prepare a little, and then she could go. Vapon decided to show off his intelligence and drew a small plan on the board, wondering where to start. The Buffalo Dungeon is where Class C monsters, also known as buffaloes, live. They attack from a distance, so it will be difficult in close combat. But at a distance they have a couple of weaknesses. Vapon didn't forget to tell you that there are some things that you should never do in the dungeon. Namely, to open the door in the very center, and he said it in such a tone that it sounded very ominous. Chloe became very curious about what would happen if this door were opened. There was no specific reason. There are only rumors that are not supported by facts. Anyway, everyone at the academy knows that when going down into the dungeon, the huge door cannot be opened. As they say, rumors don't arise out of nowhere, and even Jama agreed not to touch that door. Everyone immediately looked at him attentively. His teammates thought that this guy knew something. Khan didn't admit that he knew, but only suggested that there might be a boss there that was very difficult to kill. His explanation seemed trivial, since Vapon had just meant the same thing. And Jama thought that if they didn't touch this door, then there would be no more danger for them in the dungeon. While everyone was discussing the plan of action, Redzi kept eating chocolates. Noticing Khan's strange and disapproving look, she explained that sugar was good for thinking. And the guy decided not to pay attention to it, when suddenly he felt something strange. Chloe also felt the change in the atmosphere. Her eyes changed again, and she took out a stationary knife. They realized that at that moment someone was watching them. Nevertheless, they decided to wait a little until the time came, and this unknown guy would appear to them himself. Sometime later, the bus was heading along a mountainous road to Gangwon Province. There were 4 academy students on this bus, and they were heading to Cheolwon. In his past life, Kan was not happy with this place because of the army, and did not think that he would have to come here again. Suddenly, the bus braked sharply and some kind of commotion was heard outside. Someone asked the driver the reason for their arrival, and he reported that they were from the Joaquin Academy. Through the window, Jalma saw how after this one guy was removing an obstacle on the road, it was some kind of post. Probably civilian control due to the dungeon being nearby, but the security seemed a bit dubious. Kan also didn't forget that the elders were watching them. He was distracted from his thoughts by Wapan, who offered him a boiled egg, believing that it was a popular dish in Korea. Joma refused, and the red-haired student noticed his friend's agitation. But realizing that Kan wouldn't confess now anyway, he latched onto Saki with this egg. Reds also refused, and Chloe even dozed off on the way. Vapen's attention turned back to Joma, and he hoped to see him give it his all again. But this time the guy wanted to act more calmly, and suddenly noticed Saki's gaze on him. And as soon as he turned his head towards her, the girl immediately stared out the window, as if she was not at all interested in the guy's conversation. But Kan clearly understood that this girl couldn't take her eyes off him. He just didn't know the reason for it. A little more time passed before the mission participants were able to get out of the slightly stuffy bus. They arrived at a place where monsters have lived since ancient times, but now it looks more like a tourist base. Vepon noticed that Joma had a rather plump bag and wanted to show him what was in it. Silently, Khan opened the zipper and revealed that his carry-on bag was filled to the brim with sashimi knives. The red-haired man got the impression that his friend was going to sell these knives here, but Joma wanted to be on the safe side, and Vapon didn't insist, realizing that he had his reasons for doing so. On the way, Chloe suddenly asked to command a little this time, and when no one objected, the girl, in a satisfied voice, as if marching, commanded them to go forward. After some time, they approached a gate that resembled a powerful door to some secret bunker. There were 2 guards standing there with gangster faces, and they immediately turned their attention to those who approached. From the students' uniforms, they immediately determined that they were from the academy, and asked them to write their names on the form. The students took turns signing up on the tablet, and when it was Jama's turn, the guard looked at him strangely and suspiciously. The guy was also wary, because this could be a guy working for the Council of Elders. But then Vipon called out to him, asking him not to be in the clouds, as it was time to enter the dungeon. The gates creaked open, and an unpleasant smell immediately hit the students' noses. Still, the team moved on, and Khan continued to think about that strange guard, who was already closing the door behind them, and the guy hoped that everything would be okay. As they walked down a long stone corridor, they saw a marker note on the wall. Joma was a little surprised that visitors couldn't resist leaving their scribbles there, but then he noticed that Saki began to walk slower, and she admitted that she was tired. The girl needed something sweet to replenish her strength, and she hoped that Joma had some. The guy started rummaging through his pockets, remembering that he should have some candy lying around, and very soon he handed Reds a lollipop. The girl looked a little upset, because she wanted some chocolate, but Joma didn't think he should worry about her supplies, since she had her own head on her shoulders. It turns out that Saki has chocolates, but she saved them for later. Suddenly Chloe ducked her head in alarm as she felt 4 monsters heading their way, and the students prepared to act according to plan, distributing the less dangerous monsters to Chloe and Saki. The girls were fully prepared, and Vapin reminded them that if anything happened, he would heal them. Ryojo was the first to draw her bow, and her weapon seemed larger than she was. She has a red bow and a white arrow. With such a weapon, it will not be difficult to pass the dungeon. After trying the bowstring, the girl grimaced, realizing that the weapon had become dull because it had not been used for a long time. Because of this, the others even doubted that this sweet tooth could be relied upon, and she took out a chocolate bar, and rejoicing at the unique fuel, looked more like a child. In any case, it was necessary to act, and all that remained was to hope that Sky would not let us down at the right moment. The monsters were approaching, the girls prepared to fight, and Vapon began to play the flute. The buffaloes rushed at them with great speed, as if intending to destroy everything in their path. Chloe was the first to come out with a weapon that had tips that looked like small bows, but she began to shoot energy pulses at the monsters while jumping, like from machine guns. These arrow-shaped pulses pierced the monsters, causing heavy damage to them. Soon the first one fell with a bullet in his eye, but the others became even more furious. Chloe landed like a cat and prepared for the next attack. Throwing aside the bows, she took out a sword from behind her back and was about to cut the horned freaks into pieces. Vapon reminded her that she needed to act according to the plan and shouted at Saki to aim for the forehead. A girl with blue hair immediately appeared in front of the redhead and fired 3 arrows at once towards the monsters. The arrows pierced their bodies with such force that they skidded to a halt, their hooves breaking the rocky floor. But since the acceleration was great, they somersaulted forward and Chloe barely had time to duck. And Ryojo, pleased with the fact that she finished them all off, sweetly apologized for the fact that the redhead had to swallow dust. As expected, after that she almost shoved the whole chocolate bar into her mouth. Joma did not criticize. He liked this impressive attack and he was convinced that Saki had no equal in combat. The only problem was that there was nothing left of the monsters, and he needed their horns as materials. The students continued on their way, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a buffalo appeared with an arrow in its eye. It was the one who was taken down first, and it infuriated her that he was so tenacious. Besides, he turned out to be so fast now that Sky didn't have time to aim her bow. All she could do was close her eyes and pray that her friends would help. The next moment, realizing that she was still alive, Ryoho opened her eyes and saw Jama dealing with the buffalo. He held a sashimi knife in his hand, but he wielded it so skillfully that the girl could not take her eyes off his movements. A couple of seconds later, the monster's body fell, showing no further signs of life. And the first thing Joma did was ask Saki if she was hurt. But the girl could not utter a word. She was so impressed by his victory. Meanwhile, the same suspicious security guard called one of the instructors. And while he was busy with his secret report, Joma approached the buffalo's corpse. And he sawed off his horn, because that's exactly what he came here for. Now he has a universal material. However, this was not enough. He needed to find more. But now Saki distracted him. The girl wanted to thank him for saving her life, and handed him a chocolate bar as a gift. It all looked innocent, but Jama felt Chloe's aura behind him become very furious, and he immediately turned to her and smiled sweetly, which always helped calm her down. And to distract her even more, the guy reminded her about that suspicious worker. And now their conversation from the outside looked like they were dating. Especially Vapon noticed this. When he asked Chloe about this, she became a little embarrassed, although it wasn't true, but she liked to imagine it. But Jama found his red-haired partner's conclusions strange, since they were just talking. Vapon was prompted to come up with this idea because Can and Chloe are often together. Still, his excuses seemed ridiculous. And to defuse the situation, Chloe asked why there were no people there. It did seem strange, as this dungeon is quite popular. But they hadn't seen any other people yet, and there seemed to be few monsters. Ryodzi had one guess, but she wasn't entirely sure of her guess. And yet she shared with the others the opinion that the monsters they saw seemed to be running away from something. This behavior is not typical for their species. Buffaloes are usually much calmer. They are even used in agriculture to cultivate fields, although Jama found this idea strange. In any case, it didn't seem like a big problem. The main thing was that they had a connection with the surface. Suddenly Jama became curious about how Wapan met Saki. The girl was the first to boast that she was the best in the class, and Speed was always in second place. She also didn't forget to mention that she took third place in the placement exam. Kan was pleasantly surprised that Kan was second in the class. He had always seemed very sociable to him. And only now did Speed open up, declaring that he and Rachel were related. But it now became clear to Jama why he knew nothing about the weapons associated with the main characters. Rachel's clan was a branch of the Vapon clan, but he didn't want to give more details. He only asked Jama not to look at him as an icon, believing that he would become even cooler when he became famous. In a calm voice, Khan assured that he was not striving for popularity, but it's impossible to know for sure, and judging by everything, Jama could very well become the new hero. While the students were chatting, a suspicious sound was heard again. They prepared their weapons. The sound coming from the depths of the mine did not bode well. And suddenly, out of the blue, Saki declared that she hated heroes. All three looked at her in confusion, especially since now was not the time for talking. We had to finish here quickly and go back. To complete the mission, they need to defeat 11 more monsters, so there is still a lot of work to do. Vepan went first, but Jama seemed to be in no hurry. He noticed that after the 3 buffaloes were destroyed, 3 magic stones remained. At this time, the guard reported that he had prepared everything as ordered. The students are about to encounter buffaloes that are possessed by magical stones. Instructor Kim, whom he called, found it hard to believe that there was no need to worry, but she inquired about the rest. And when he confidently declared that the students would not go further than the buffaloes, the woman only became angry, reminding him that the security guard would be held fully responsible if everything failed. She asked him to call when everything was over. After the conversation, the man himself was angry. This woman infuriated him, but he could not help but obey her. Because of this, he was even more enraged by his students, and he hoped that they would die a painful death there. To do this, he opened the inner door just in case. Therefore, the chance that they will get out of the dungeon alive is 0. But he was haunted by the dark-haired student's gaze, which seemed to say that he knew everything. And now, not wanting to wait long for the results, the security guard decided to go and see for himself how everything was going. The students continued to move through the tunnel, and Chloe felt the monsters approaching behind her. Listening to her instincts, she counted about 50. This sudden increase in the number of monsters seemed strange to all participants. Moreover, the roar that came from the depths suggested that everything was not as simple as it seemed. The students began to listen, trying to determine the degree of danger in advance. And then they saw a huge herd of buffalo rushing towards them, and they ran even faster than before. Such a number of monsters frightened even the brave students. And as they got closer, they could see that the monsters were even more aggressive. Vipon was surprised and outraged at the same time, because they were told that these were easy opponents. But now they were faced with a crowd of crazy buffaloes, and Jama wondered whether it was worth using the knife. After all, you can't cut a cow with a chicken knife, just like you can't cut a fish knife. He remembered wondering why a sashimi knife wasn't suitable for cutting cows, but instead of an answer he received a strong slap, and his teacher simply turned to the table to continue cutting up the fish. Joma didn't understand why he remembered this. It was obviously a hint that he would have to use his knife on the buffalo. He asked Chloe to keep an eye on them, and also to stay to the side, so that their formation would break. The main thing now is to distract their attention. Kan has a plan. They exchanged glances with Vipon, and he didn't need to be told what he was about to do. But Saki couldn't understand what the boys were planning while the monsters were about to pounce on them. And Khan gave her the task of dealing with any buffalo that got too close. The girl didn't resist, but she was curious about what they were planning, and Vapon asked her not to bother her head with it. And Jama took out a knife, and now it didn't matter to him whether it was a buffalo or a fish in front of him. He was ready to cut these monsters. His sword god's blessing was activated, and the next second he rushed towards the monster, preparing to cut it into pieces. Saki was waiting for her moment to act, while Vipon, as usual, began playing the flute. However, the girl's attention was now more occupied by how Kanjoma was operating, and what she saw next made her even drop a chocolate bar on the ground. Joma's aura changed noticeably as he stood over the corpse of the monster he had dispatched with a knife. Even though the guy was standing with his back turned, it was noticeable how his eyes were emitting a strange glow. Meanwhile, Chloe wasted no time in using the cat blessing. And with the help of Schrodinger's cat technique, she moved unnoticed between the buffaloes, and she chopped off their limbs, distracting their attention as she was instructed. Khan now turned on the others, swinging his knives and using all his skill. And while the two were engaged in battle, Saki continued to stare in surprise, and Wapan played the flute. At some point, the buffaloes surrounded Jama and attacked him at once, intending to crush him. The crowd of monsters grew denser very quickly. Only now did Saki seem to come to her senses, and prepare to strike with an arrow, both at buffalo and at bowling pins. But she never managed to shoot. In an instant, the pile itself seemed to explode, because Jama pushed them apart. It was unbelievable. Ryodzi understood that if she told anyone, no one would believe her. But what she saw was real. The dark-haired guy possessed a power that she had never seen before. And when the last living buffalo was gone, Kan prepared to collect the reward. Having sawed off a whole bag of monster horns, the guy hoped that this would be enough. He managed to deal with 50 buffaloes by increasing the time of blessing. Besides, he had help, and he immediately thanked Chloe for her help. The girl really did try very hard, but what pleased her most was Kan's gratitude. They quietly agreed to celebrate with ribs, and while they cooed, Vapon again believed his guesses. But noticing how Saki was staring at Kana, he reminded her how he had asked her not to be surprised by this guy's strength, although he himself was shocked when he first saw the tricks he was doing. Now the girl became very curious about who this guy was. The red-haired student couldn't explain it exactly, but he considered it a legend in real time. This explanation seemed the most logical to him, because his techniques really did look unique. Now it's time for the students to move on. On the way, Vapon started talking about how Khan had single-handedly destroyed twice as many monsters as was required, and Jama's explanation was that this was how he was making up for the fact that he had done almost nothing on the midterm exam. This seemed strange to the red-haired man, because Kan had managed it himself even then. While praising his friend, Vapon almost let it slip about the mermaid again and immediately changed the subject to another monster. And soon they noticed a massive chain, and everyone understood what it meant. A strange feeling came over Ryodzi, and she began to listen, while Jama looked ahead warily. They found themselves in front of a huge door that was completely wrapped in thick chains. It was the very door that no one recommended opening, but it was ajar. At this time, the guard was walking through the tunnel and saw a pile of dead monsters in a pool of blood. There were so many carcasses that the man shuddered, because now his work could go down the drain. He has a debt of 2 billion, but fortunately, an instructor from the academy offered him a part-time job. If he fulfilled her request, this woman promised to pay off his debt. The task was simple. You had to take control of the monsters and anger them with the help of a magic stone. The monster was then to be released after student Kang Joma entered inside. Instructor Kim also demanded that the stone door be left open. The security guard didn't want to become a student killer, so the woman threatened to hire someone else. Since the man really needed money, he picked up the stone and agreed to the task. He was supposed to get the rest of the information by phone, and the instructor asked him to answer calls from unknown numbers. There were still doubts, but 2 billion sounded convincing. With that kind of money, he will not only pay off the entire debt, but will also be able to make another bet. Besides, he now only left the door ajar and the students' deaths can be attributed to an accident. 4 students were standing in front of this door, trying to figure out why it was not sealed. But Jama was just beginning to think that everything was going too well. Now he understood why the look of that guard at the entrance seemed strange to him. It seemed he knew. This door can only be opened with a period stone, and the stones that Khan saw earlier were fragments of it. And the reward for defeating the monster behind this door could be impressive, but it was too early to think about it. On the stone door, Joma saw a line that could not be cut by any weapon. And the guy has already used up his 40 seconds, so he will have to be patient and finish everything here. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the opposite side of the tunnel, which sent goosebumps down all the students' spines. The one who felt the most fear was Vapon, and Chloe tried to figure out what was approaching them. Very soon, everyone saw a huge monster leaning on a double-sided axe. The presence of such a weapon and his posture made it hard to believe that he was simply a monster. But Jama realized that it was the main monster, and that it had awakened. The A-class monster Minotaur. It is also known as Kaukan, and the reward for it is the ability to transfer the blessing. The students have to fight this monster, and suddenly 2 more bulls are cloned from it. In appearance, they were a little shorter than Kaukan, but many times larger and stronger than the previous buffaloes. Joma understood that with the boss awakening, the chances of getting out alive would be sharply reduced. But now the situation is different from the midterm exam. At that time, Khan had no information about mermaids, and he had already encountered the Minotaur during the game. But his time of blessing has already passed, and it is necessary to choose the best course of events. Turning to Vapon, he asked how much he could reduce his pain. After learning that the healing could take up to 2 minutes, Khan asked for his pain to be reduced for the duration of his fight. And if speed stops even for a second, things could end badly for Jama. Khan then turned to Chloe and Saki and asked them to take care of the other 2 buffaloes. But he recommended not to get too close to them, as they are very dangerous. The guy decided to act according to the original plan, in which he gets the most difficult job. The Minotaur growled furiously, preparing to tear his prey to shreds. And Joma prepared for battle and took out a Murasami knife. The sword god's blessing activated, and an impulse ran through the boy's entire body, as if he had received an electric shock. This time the activation was much stronger and more painful. Khan even coughed up blood. The hand in which he held the knife began to tremble, but the boy held on, believing that Wapen's healing would help him cope. Gritting his teeth and overcoming the pain that would have knocked anyone else off his feet, Jama headed towards the Minotaur. A second later they began to attack each other. The guy felt such severe pain that he wanted to vomit blood. But there was no time to pay attention to this now. He needed to defeat the monster by any means necessary. After all, if he loses, none of his teammates will get out alive. However, he was greatly disturbed by the sensation of everything that was blocking the blessing of painlessness. And now he had to rely on his endurance and hope that he would manage to kill Kaukin before he himself fell. The Minotaur kept swinging his huge axe at him, and the boy barely had time to dodge. The beast acted so quickly that Joma could not choose the moment to attack the monster. Several times during the battle, Kanu managed to wound him. This only made the monster more furious, and with each blow of his axe on the floor, fragments and dust flew about. But the main thing is that the Minotaur was unable to hurt Jama too much. Saki, who was watching the fight, couldn't believe that a person could move like that. She wanted to help Jama deal with Kaukin, but she had a different opponent now. And while fighting him, she assessed Khan's technique, which he used everything he could. His combat intuition allows him to destroy the opponent's center of gravity with a minimum of movements. And Saki was amazed at his ability to maintain his composure even when his life was hanging by a thread. At that moment, the girl wanted to finish off the buffalo as quickly as possible, as it was preventing her from seeing Jama's battle. The next moment she pierced his skull with an arrow and turned back towards Khan. Now he reminded her of the Sword Emperor Siegfried. Rumors reached her that Nibelung had used aura against some student. It seems like the same thing was happening to Jama now. He suddenly froze, and his aura changed a lot. And when the Minotaur attacked the student again, he cut off his shaggy paw in an instant. And it didn't just cut off. The blade went along the entire length of the limb and cut off half. The scene resembled a bloody massacre from a horror movie, but Jama wasn't aiming specifically. He needed to win this battle, and his strength was running out, even though Vapon continued to play. Meanwhile, Chloe finished the battle with her opponent, who had noticeably exhausted her. But the girl herself understood that her skills were still not good enough to fight such monsters. The closer a monster is to human form, the more dangerous it is, although the degree of danger varies from person to person. And the one that Jama was fighting now was one that Chloe definitely couldn't handle. It turned out that this was just the beginning. Kaukin suddenly raised the axe up and it filled with magic. This shocked both girls and even Vipon, but he did not look up from his work. And Saki guessed that the monster activated magic at the cost of its life. And now it is impossible to approach this buffalo because of the enormous magical power around it. But even in this situation, the students continued to believe in their friend, especially Wapen. The magical energy of the Minotaur's weapon quickly reached its peak. He took a swing at the dark-haired freshman, and at that moment, it seemed the boy had no chance of survival. Joma never believed in God, but at that moment he managed to pray. And then his instincts and skills kicked in. His hand swung upward, cutting the air with the sharp blade of a knife. He hit the Minotaur with all his might, but didn't even scratch him. The magic the monster used was very strong, and Kanu was unable to break through. There was no point in dodging now either, because the power of magic could affect the others. The guy tried to at least hold back the monster, but it was so strong that it moved him from its place. And at that moment an arrow hit Kaukin in the eye, and the monster growled, baring all its fangs. Saki didn't just stand there watching the monster dominate in battle and decided to help her friend. At the same time, she urged him to take advantage of the moment and attack the monster. Joma didn't need to be told twice and immediately rushed forward, but ran into an obstacle. He found himself between red lines of light that prevented him from going any further, and he decided to cut them. To do this, you need to enter a special state, and the guy concentrated in an instant. His knife was engulfed in blue flames, and with this weapon he cut through the monster's magic like butter. Seeing the blue aura, Chloe remembered that she had seen a similar effect during the battle between Khan and Siegfried. And this technique really helped now. Jama stuck the knife into the thick skin of the Minotaur. This time the monster's howl seemed to be heard not only throughout the entire cave, but also far beyond its borders. And before Kauken could swing at his enemy again, he cut his carcass in half. The girls, seeing this, froze in place in amazement, and only Vipon did not give in to emotions and continued to play. And the two halves of the giant buffalo fell with a crash on Jama's sides. The guy himself bent over as if in sharp pain, but now he was glad that the main danger had passed. He was able to breathe a sigh of relief, even though the pain in his body did not allow him to completely relax. The red-haired healer was finally able to tear his mouth away from the flute. After playing for so long, he himself barely felt any strength left in him. However, he was pleased that Joma had managed it, and had once again surprised him with his talent. Speed just couldn't understand how the first-year student was able to master the aura technique so quickly, the light from which illuminated the entire cave. The guy was so lost in his thoughts that he flinched when Saki suddenly approached him. She admitted that she now understands what the red-haired man meant when he spoke about the legend in real time. She also understands why Speed is constantly following this dark-haired student. The girl thought that with such success, Joma would be able to transfer to the next year this year. But Vipon thought this was nonsense. He even suggested that Saki had a concussion from archery. Reds was embarrassed, since the academy rules did not prohibit this. It seemed that Vipon simply didn't want this, but she herself would like to study with Joma. Kanu himself now needed rest, although weapon strength helped him endure to the last. But he didn't manage to relax for even a minute, as Chloe rushed towards him screaming. Unconsciously, she fell on him, hugging him with joy that he was alive, and asked about his condition. Only when Jama made it clear that her weight was too heavy for him at the moment, did the girl apologize and retreat. Kanu was only getting worse, like he was going through withdrawal, and at that moment he just wanted to die. But suddenly a system window popped up, notifying him that he had received a new blessing. It was strange, because according to the game, the main character was supposed to receive this blessing. It appears upon contact with others, and allows the blessing to be transferred to a living being or object. The guy thought for a moment, and then asked Chloe to remember the favor he had asked for earlier. Naturally, she did not forget, and now was the time to complete this task. The guard just happened to look through the half-open door to check the situation. But before he could take another step, he was immediately knocked down by a red-haired student. Moreover, she stabbed him in the leg with a dagger, and the man screamed at the top of his lungs from the sharp pain. The girl standing over him, covered in blood, angrily ordered him to shut up. The guard's shout was so loud that the other students heard it, and Jama explained that it was Chloe working. They approached the wounded man, who pretended to be innocent, and demanded an explanation. But in the end he admitted that the maddened monsters and the opening of the gates were his doing. Saki also found this man suspicious, because he suddenly appeared when there were no monsters around. But with all these oddities, it was clear that this guy was not acting alone, and in an angry voice, the girl with blue hair demanded that the guard admit who had sent him. The man was in no hurry to answer, and Saki began to think about how to quickly loosen his tongue. And Jama suggested that if the guard really didn't know anything, as he claimed, then he could be removed as a witness. Fearing for his life, he admitted that the instructor from the academy had promised to pay off his entire debt. This confession greatly angered Vapon, because he had agreed to destroy the students because of a stupid debt. The guard began to justify himself by saying that he had to, because the debt was very large. But the explanations did not calm Speed, and Saki began to ask what the instructor looked like. According to him, she is a woman with purple hair and pink eyes, and she is also very tall. From Ryoho's description, she guessed that she was a teaching assistant, even though she had only seen her a couple of times. Now the students began to suspect that the woman might have been behind the incident during the midterm exam. Since Saki was not there at the time, Jama decided to tell her that they had encountered a mermaid. The girl became worried when she realized that this was the reason Leon was hospitalized. But she was even more surprised when Vapon revealed the truth to her, that Jama had dealt with that monster alone. At this point, Khan showed that the phone was recording and now they have evidence. He abruptly pulled the dagger out of the guard's leg, and his blood gushed out like a fountain, and the pain was such that even his own scream did little to help. Then Jama added that with the dungeon open, no one would notice the absence of an insignificant worker, and he instructed Chloe to complete this matter. The girl's aura instantly changed, and she prepared to cut off the villain's head. Until the very end, the security guard hoped that this was just a cruel joke by the kids. But he was sentenced, and while the other three headed for the exit, Chloe was allowed to play. Joma's main loot was a minotaur horn, which can be used to greatly improve weapons. With this horn, Khan went to that same blacksmith Bevelant and asked him to strengthen his knife. He was speechless. He never thought that the student would be able to get something like that. After all, this is A-class material, and the blacksmith became curious about how the guy defeated such a strong monster. Joma did not admit that he had managed it alone, then placed the murasami next to the horn and asked to fix it. The state of the blade made Bevilant grimace. He couldn't even imagine what he could do with it. It seems the criticism about the use of a knife did not please the student, and the blacksmith immediately changed his tone, asking him to be careful with the weapon, so as not to accidentally injure himself. At this point, Joma decided to say goodbye to the forging master, since he had delivered the necessary material to him, and he mentally scolded the boy for his rudeness, and even thought about making his blade even shorter. Before leaving, Joma suddenly stopped abruptly, and he gave the blacksmith permission to sell the remaining materials to buy himself a drink. It was so abrupt and unexpected that the man in the apron had nothing to say in response. After some time, Joma felt better, but he needed another session of treatment with Vapon. In the system window, he saw that his indicator had increased. This usually happens after some battle, and it will probably become even higher after the next quest. There were no other changes with the guy, although last time he went a little gray. He even became worried that over time he might become completely gray or go bald. He didn't forget about the people who were targeting him. He didn't want to die, especially since he had already been through so much. He also needs to understand how to use the blessing of transmission he has received. Indeed, Joma still had a lot of work to do. But first and foremost, he needed to focus on recovery. On his desk, he suddenly noticed a chocolate bar with a note that it was a sweet prize for completing the dungeon. But what pleased Khan most was that he had assembled the team himself, completed the mission, and could confidently call two of them friends. However, Vapon and Chloe do not play a big role in the plot, and Joma is not sure whether Chloe sees him as a friend. He heard that after the dungeon she ended up in the hospital and decided to choose a time to visit her. The lesson was just beginning, and Instructor Lee burst into the classroom again, shouting and demanding order. Siegfried followed him in, which upset Joma a little. Suddenly someone wrote to him from an unknown number and asked what he was doing now. Of course, someone could have dialed the wrong number. But the next message asked him to look ahead. Joma's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in surprise when he saw Saki enter. Then, after a short speech, Lee Wan declared that Saki Ryojo would be part of this class from now on. Next, as usual, he grumbled that all the students should be ready on the playground in 30 minutes. Many students were surprised that Saki would study with them, and of his own free will. Some people started to wonder why, while others wanted to know what kind of guys Saki liked. And only Joma remained sitting in place and hoped that Ryoho would not approach him. She is one of this year's students known as the Generation of Miracles and has many talents. She is also the daughter of Saki Kojima, one of the 7 heroes, who, according to the story, is the Prime Minister of Japan. For this reason, Joma did not want her to be friends with him, because it would only add to the headache. But, as luck would have it, a girl with blue hair was heading in his direction. The guy didn't know what to do with himself and began to look around, hoping to find a reason to leave. But the next moment Saki was already standing next to him and asked him to save her number. Kan became even more worried. In situations like this, his intuition had never failed him. Later in the evening, the door to the dungeon where the students went was sealed by the police. After one of the guards was reported missing, the second was interrogated for some time. The man stated that the missing person went to check on the students because he was worried about them. And the only thing that seemed suspicious was that my colleague had no expression on his face. After this, the security guard was released, and then the police had to inspect the scene of the crime. Although death in the dungeon was usually a common occurrence, this time something was bothering the investigator. For some reason he couldn't forget the surprise he felt when he found himself there. But the surprise was not caused by the disappearance of a person, but by the number of corpses of monsters and how they were dealt with. Inside there was a whole mountain of defeated buffaloes, and the investigator did not understand what kind of students could have done this. Moreover, the children themselves escaped unharmed, but the security guard who was worried about them was never found. There was speculation that he might have ended up behind the stone gates, which is unlikely, as that door had never been opened. It would be worthwhile to talk to those students. But since it is mainly children from wealthy families who study there, they won't even give them a warrant. Suddenly the investigator noticed his colleague fall to the ground and begin to convulse. And then I saw a tall woman appear from the shadows. Judging by the colleague's condition, it became clear that magic had been used on him, and the investigator feared that it was a demonic attack. The woman who approached really did look like a demon. Her eyes glowed with magic, and she was still concentrating energy in her hand. And the next moment, while the investigator was trying to understand what was happening, this person cut off his head in one fell swoop. In reality, she was a human who made a contract with a demon and became a half-breed. In the morning, other events were happening in the academy classroom. Saki was constantly eating chocolates, and Joma tried to keep his distance and talk to her as little as possible. He didn't even eat the chocolate that Ryoho shared with him, and it hurt her a little. But now Kana was concerned that she sat down next to him and explained that this was Chloe's place. She was just not there right now. This seemed strange to Saki. Since there are no personal seats in the classroom, everyone sits wherever they can. There was silence for about 5 minutes while the girl enjoyed the treat. And then Joma decided to ask why she decided to transfer to their class. At that moment the instructor shouted, reminding everyone to gather soon. And Kan explained that they had training every morning, but Ryoho wasn't going to go because she was doing mental training. Not only did she decide to stay in class, she also put a blindfold on to take a nap. In the end, she only asked Joma to call her by her first name. In their country, people close to them don't address them by their last name, and Kan became curious about why Wapan didn't address them that way. Saki didn't give an answer to this. She only wished her luck in training. The talk of Ryoho transferring to the Tiger class spread throughout the academy. Rachel also became curious about what had gotten into the head of the girl who was always lying around somewhere and sleeping. But Abel pretended that she was not interested in this at all. Noticing her reaction, Rachel only began to tease that her friend wouldn't mind transferring there herself. But for this you need a free place, and in the Tigers class there was only one left. Still, it was unclear why Saki had been transferred, since she was usually not interested in anything except sleep and sweets. Rachel also shared the news that Saki and Kan cleared the Buffalo Dungeon last week. She assumed that Abel would now be jealous, but she suddenly became indignant. Her behavior spoke for itself. When Rachel mentioned Jama, she lost her temper. Therefore, she was sure that Abel was interested in him, but Nibelung continued to deny everything. To avoid provoking her, she calmed down a bit and asked her friend not to poke her nose into other people's business. Still, Rachel did not calm down, insisting that anything could happen. And she asked Abel that if she was going to lie to others, then at least she shouldn't lie to herself. Nibelung didn't understand why her friend was even picking on this question, and the rest seemed strange to her, because her grandfather had recently decided to work at the academy as an instructor. When Siegfried first made this decision, Abel asked him to change his mind, since everyone was already talking about her. But the old man asked his granddaughter not to worry, as he would only be working with the Tiger class. He recalled how she herself had asked him about this after the incident during the midterms. In any case, as long as he teaches, they will not cross paths with her. During that conversation, Abel noticed that her grandfather looked worried, although he always seemed indifferent. The girl thought of Jom, who had challenged the aristocrats, relying only on his strength. Once he was a fragile boy who could barely stand on his feet, but now he has become a courageous young man. Even compared to Leon, Joma is a more suitable candidate for the hero, while remaining in the shadows. He doesn't boast about his achievements, and Abel would hate him if he were arrogant. But she envies him because her grandfather recognized this guy, and not her. Abel was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Rachel coming up to her and teasing her again. She jumped up in surprise, as if she had just seen a ghost. Then she began to scold her friend again so that she would not attribute any relationship between her and Joma. Taking a deep breath, Rachel pretended to agree. But then she was glad that in that case she would not have a rival, and she would be able to deal with the little redhead anyway. This seemed to calm Abel down, but she turned beet red. But to Rachel, it meant that her friend had just acknowledged her own feelings. Meanwhile, in the Tiger class they were talking about the levels of blessings and how they are transmitted. Someone became curious whether it could be called a blessing from ancestors if a relative blessed them in a dream. The teacher explained that this was possible, but it would not be a full-fledged blessing. And while someone was listening attentively, Joma watched with disdain as Saki paid no attention to anything. But what irritated him more was that this girl wasn't embarrassed to sleep even during lessons. He was even a little envious about this, although he didn't know the reason for her constant drowsiness. And he didn't understand why she didn't choose a quieter place, as if she was deliberately doing it in front of everyone. He also had a constant feeling that Chloe would be angry when she saw Ryoho in her place. Still, thanks to Saki and her impressive abilities, they were able to clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, the teacher continued to talk about the levels of blessings, and he stated that the majority most likely have the lowest level, personal. One student asked for more details about the heroic blessing. It turns out that this is a rather rare level that has practically become a legend. It is believed that in all of history, only one person was able to obtain it, Valor Joaquin. Then the teacher was about to end the lesson, but Jama had a question. The guy wanted to know what the phrase "May the blessing of the gods be with you" meant. As soon as he said that, even Saki lifted her eye patch out of curiosity. But the teacher did not quite understand the student. He heard some inaccuracy in his words, because there were no more gods left. However, the teacher liked his zeal for knowledge, and he allowed Joma to contact him if he had any more questions. Then the teacher left the classroom. Khan noticed Saki's gaze on him, looking at him as if he were an idiot asking stupid questions. It lasted only a moment, after which she again threw her head on the desk and got ready to go back to sleep. Since it was time for a break, Jama decided to take a little nap too, and as soon as he closed the voice, he imagined a beeping sound, like in a message on a computer. Opening his sleepy eye, the guy saw himself in some kind of cosmic space. There was a screen in the shape of a sphere, and on it was a message that the game master was requesting a conversation. Then Jama saw a train flying through space, disintegrating, and the debris flying straight at him. And then the sphere appeared again with an offer to accept or decline the conversation. Kan was confused. He didn't understand what was going on at all. But he accepted the conversation. It was further written that the game master interferes with the game line, which was even stranger. Joma began to see not only the train but also other ships flying around. And then suddenly everything flew by and became very quiet. It gave a message that his level was low and his opponent's level was high, and an invitation to continue or decline. It was like another world, in which Jama hoped to find out something about the blessing he had received. And when he pressed the button, the game master took action to establish a connection. Then the adjustment and transformation began, after which this world suddenly cracked like glass. Joma found himself in the same spatial corridor in which he had been not so long ago. That day he received the blessing of the sword god, and now he was going to find out what it was. Something like small stars flickered in front of him, and he reached out to them, believing that he was getting closer to the truth. But then someone's hand touched his shoulder again, and an unknown voice called for Kan to wake up. There was external interference, and the game master decided to terminate the connection setup. Joma felt disappointed, because he was so close. The space began to close and looked like the glowing bottom of a flying saucer. Finally, Kan only received a message from the game master to hack and slash everything. Opening his eyes, Jama saw Saki in front of him, who was grumbling that he had passed out and she had barely woken him up. But then she smiled, expecting gratitude from him. Otherwise, he would have spent the whole night in the classroom. And at that moment, the guy looked at her strangely. Later, Joma sat down on the bench and again recalled the conversation with Saki when she woke him up. She then decided, judging by his face, that he had dreamed something sad. In fact, Kan remembers that he dreamed of something important, but he couldn't remember what exactly. Soon his teammates approached him. Wapan and Ryoho looked normal, but Chloe still had to wear a mask. They started discussing again that someone at the academy was hunting Joma, but Saki suddenly became indignant. She didn't want to hear again what they had already discussed, and specifically what Vaipon was doing. The guy didn't understand why she was so angry, and was again scolding him for second place, because he talks a lot. Joma decided not to interfere in their argument, and noticed that Chloe was acting strangely. In fact, she was afraid of infecting someone, even though she was already feeling better. So she kept her distance. And Kan decided to calm down Saki, who had gotten carried away, taking upon himself the fact that he himself had not yet figured everything out. Suddenly she turned sharply towards him and said her name syllable by syllable, and her face was very displeased. Then she repeated it again, hinting that she had asked to be called by her first name. At that moment, Chloe sneezed, but Kan was more worried that her aura would not change again. And turning back to Saki, he asked her to return to discussing the matter. And Vaipon showed his notes that the academy elders and the female instructor were suspects. But it won't be easy to find it quickly, because if you ask for help, the academy will refuse. Saki admitted that she hacked the academy's security system and checked all the head instructors and their assistants. Among them, one was found who matched the description. But when checking her identity, the system returned an error. Joma was a little surprised that Ryoho could do that, but she liked to develop in different directions. She even enjoyed digging into a system where complex security and a weak spot could only be discovered in the morning. Now Kan understood why the girl was sleeping during class. She was a local hacker and even found out his phone number. But in any case, they were still at a dead end, and they wouldn't be able to break into the elder's presence without evidence. And Vaipon suggested to his friends to create a club. Here, clubs are funded and given the right to move freely outside the academy. Club members are also given special privileges. In other words, they receive the protection of the academy. Thus, the club will become their additional protection from enemies both inside and outside. Joma recalled from the game that clubs are also provided with separate rooms with furniture and interior items. It was called the placement system, but Kan wasn't particularly interested in it because he didn't have time. But now this information would not hurt him, and he asked Vaipon to tell him more about the clubs. The club needs a team of 5 people, after which you can submit an application. Everyone from their current group agreed to join. They just needed to find one more person. The girls began to persuade Joma to agree, especially since Saki would be able to show off his brains there. The guy suddenly remembered how in his past life, he had encountered a calculating attitude towards him. And these guys just follow him without knowing about the situation, and he was grateful to them for that. The club still needed a name, and Vapon suggested the name Memories of Murder. Chloe's getting rid of corruption option seemed too flashy to speed. Saki suggested calling themselves simply the Valor Squad, but Vapon was again dissatisfied. For a few more minutes they went through several options, choosing the right one. Joma suggested calling it the Travel Club, since they travel through dungeons. Unexpectedly, the other three agreed in unison. Now they need to find a supervisor and quickly, because there is a written exam next week. But this will not be easy to do because the curator must be at least a professor. Chloe suggested a popular and kind professor from the medical department. Vapon was more inclined towards Professor Demian, although he was unlikely to agree since he was very busy. Redze also thought seriously about this question, but his friends were also curious about who Joma himself would prefer, and he asked who else might be suitable for this role. He was interested in a rank higher than professor, but there are almost no such people in the academy. Joma knew one and showed his friends a photo on his phone. After some time, Khan went to submit an application to create a club, and was told that only the head could do this. When the guy admitted that he was the boss, the female receptionist with a funny hairstyle looked at him strangely. Her dismissive reaction even made Joma doubt that she was an academy employee at all. But he stated that all formalities had been observed and he saw no reason not to open the club. Here the woman leaned over him and grumbled that only the curator should submit the application, and not the first-year student. And she began to mock that they don't have such a thing, because not a single professor would agree to be the curator of a club created by a special student. Then, turning away, she advised the guy to get some brains if he was unlucky with his origins. Joma was angry. He wanted to speak out to this woman, where the crayfish spend the winter, but it was wiser to restrain himself. All he had to do was call and report that he was currently at the administration to submit an application, and he asked the person he called to come as soon as possible. The woman was outraged that this guy was behaving so willfully, but he only asked her to wait a little. The first thing that came to the employee's mind was that the student had taken refuge under the wing of some rich man, and she declared that she herself was the cousin of the director's close friend, and therefore would crush him like a bug. But Jama only grinned, which only angered his aunt even more. She wanted to scream some more, but Khan asked her to be quieter, and for a moment she fell silent. But realizing that the student was just messing with her, she opened the gourd to its fullest. Another person would have been offended by now, but not Jama. It was as if he was deliberately provoking her now. But at that moment, the door opened, and everyone in the room turned their attention in that direction. A lady came in, and Joma asked the woman with a stony face to say hello. His handler approached him, and it was none other than the director of Sage Media Poison. The guy himself apologized to her for bothering him, but she was only happy to help him no matter what happened. Hearing the name Kana, that woman was stunned, realizing that in front of her was the best student of the year. The media asked the guy to leave his documents with her, and asked him to go prepare for his exams. The next minute, they began to flutter over the director, providing her with all the comforts. And the woman at the registration desk tried to justify herself, blaming it all on a misunderstanding. But Sage was sure that she had insulted Jama by reminding him of his low origins. Then she proudly declared that she and Siegfried had personally chosen this boy as their successor. After this, the woman with the funny hairstyle had 5 minutes to write a resignation letter. As sad as it was for her, with trembling fingers she printed out the required form. All that was left was to sign it. Meanwhile, Jama was quietly rejoicing, believing that that bitch had already been fired. The director wrote to him that everything was in order with the application, and now all he had to do was find another participant. After this, the boy went to the blacksmith Bivalent, hoping that his weapon was already ready. After casting a quick glance at the student, the forging master asked him to wait a little longer. Joma noticed that after the last visit there was a little more hatred in this man. Blacksmith Bivalent is responsible for everything related to weapons. In the game he was both a curse and a blessing. Now Khan understood why other players literally worshipped this character. Some still cursed him, just like Jom did when he turned his sword into a knife. The blacksmith noticed that the boy was thinking and asked about what. The guy blurted out something wrong and Bivalent handed him the weapon, explaining that now it was something perfect. Murasami still looked like a sashimi version, but now there were obvious improvements and the guy cried out. The forging master was a little indignant at first, but he did not realize that this was an unexpected joy. Later, Khan learned that his blessing time had been increased to 50 seconds, but that wasn't enough for dungeons. But if you combine this with another blessing, it will give a good result. Previously, Khan complained that this was a useless ability, but now he sees that the blessing complements everything else. Looking at the knife, he remembered Bivalent's recommendation to check something. Now his weapon has gone up 1 notch, although it is made of the highest quality material. The knife is now at level D, and Joma can only hope that it won't fall apart in future battles. The system then indicated that a new feature had appeared, and the student clicked the view button. Now Khan can gain new abilities, but he needs magic stones to activate them. The boy felt annoyed. It seemed to him that the blacksmith was making fun of him. Meanwhile, Elder Clady was furious and locked in his room. He had failed the task again, and was now washing away his failure with cheap wine, accompanied by curses. The man didn't know what to do now, and looking at the photo of Father Lemon von Beimhark, asked for advice. Lemon is one of the main characters, nicknamed the Crazy Tiger. Father Clady died 40 years ago during a campaign against Basman, the 6th commander of the Demon Legion. Soon after his death, his relatives wanted to appropriate everything for themselves, taking over the great name of Beimhark. To survive, Clady had to grow up and become like his tormentors, and he turned their conspiracies against each other, forcing them to destroy themselves, and regained his shaken influence. At the age of 13, he became the elder of the Joaquin Academy, and accepted it as his destiny. To control the crowd, he found an enemy in the demons, but suddenly changes came. Leon van Reinhardt, a hero with the power to crush the Demon King, has appeared. Clady himself thought that the probability of Leon's victory over the king was negligible. However, Valor managed to seal the Demon Riken, which means the guy has a chance, and this cannot be allowed to happen. One instructor suddenly offered to help Clady deal with this hero candidate. The man was glad, but as soon as their eyes met, he realized his insignificance in front of this woman. She has a contract with the demon who commands the Legion, and this villain has chosen magical power over humanity. Until today, Clady had enough headaches with Leon, and now the special student made everything more complicated. The angry man called his assistant and ordered him to summon the Undertakers. Later in class, Joma was wondering where he could get magic stones. He got 3 slots at once where these stones could be inserted. Magic stones are materials that drop from defeating bosses in certain dungeons. The guy decided to consult with Ryoho, but saw that she was sleeping again after a sleepless night. More than a week had passed since he and his friends returned from the Buffalo Dungeon. The key to the stone gates is also a magical stone, the source of which is a giant beast, and it looks like someone has already defeated it. In the game, the giant is depicted as a monster that made the earth tremble, but after the updates, more terrible creatures appeared. The infected basilisk, the evil manticore, and the Lich King. They were a real disaster, and Joma doubted that it was worth exposing himself to such danger for the sake of additional power. That day, Chloe also showed up for class and started looking for a free seat next to Kan. The guy glanced meaningfully at the sleeping Saki, but did not yet dare to wake her up. It seemed that Ryod's presence did not affect Chloe's mood. On the contrary, she remembered his merits. And the way the cave lit up when he dealt with the monster, Joma couldn't argue. He certainly had to give up his quiet life, but his goal remained the same: to survive. Here he is constantly haunted by unexpected changes that were not present in the game. He has been at the academy for over a month now, and soon news will become known about the second war between demons and humans. To be ready, Joma needs to become stronger, and this is not a choice, but a necessity. Moreover, with the change in the plot, it is now impossible to say for sure who will win, and Khan does not trust the main character. Even during the exam, when they came across a mermaid, Leon was knocked out by a single attack. Thinking about all this, the guy unconsciously cursed loudly. He also didn't notice how Vipon appeared nearby, jokingly complaining that Saki had hit him. Then I inquired about the club's affairs, and learned that all that remained was to find one more member. The red-haired guy also shared the news that Leon had already managed to clear all the high-level dungeons. Judging by this, he finally started acting like a protagonist. Yesterday, he and a small team completed an A-class dungeon, and they barely made it to C-class. Wapon noticed that Saki knew a lot about this, and realized that she was spying on Leon as a fan. The girl was a little upset by this comparison, but she admitted that she didn't like him anymore, and Joma was surprised, because while he could handle an ordinary knife, Leon would soon receive a balmung. And Khan came up with a hypothesis that here he is like a shield, absorbing all the bad that is directed at the main character. Joma had no intention of giving up, and was ready to take up arms without hesitation in order to survive. The only thing he didn't want was to follow the path of the protagonist and be the embodiment of good. The boy was again so deep in thought that Ryoho became worried if he was okay. Meanwhile, a group of Undertakers arrived to Elder Clady. One of them suggested that they were now big shots since the Elder himself had invited them. He even suggested coming out of the shadows and conducting business openly, but the captain's wife ordered him to shut up. In fact, their captain can't stand the top brass, but now they are being offered a large sum of money. They were given an advance payment of 100 million per person, and the bonus will be several times larger. The captain again ordered everyone to be silent, as they had arrived. and the maid who accompanied them knocked and reported to the elder about the arrival of the guests. The group consists of Captain Ray Sean and two villains, Farik and Chan Tepun. Claudia von Beimhark first thanked him for coming so far. Then he handed the maid a folder with information about Joma and asked her to pass it on to the perpetrators. They have to deal with this boy, who, in Farik's opinion, looks like a girl. Next week there will be an exam on a desert island, where they will be able to deal with him. The captain asked what they would do with the body later, and the elder got angry at the stupid question, because there was the sea all around and the corpse was excellent food for the fish. Time flew by, and the day of the exam arrived, and Can decided to try his best since the grades were posted on the board. Otherwise he wouldn't bother, but two members of his club are in first place. And the president can't be more stupid than his subordinates, so Joma needs to rack his brains. Suddenly he received a message from Ryoho, who was worried whether he had had time to have breakfast. Then she gave some advice on what to eat properly to improve brain function. Not quite understanding why she was so worried in the morning, Can wrote to her that he had already eaten something sweet. But the girl didn't let go even after that, and started asking him what exactly he had eaten. And wanting to end the conversation as quickly as possible, the guy gave a rather rude answer. But that didn't work either. In the end, he simply turned off the phone and put it aside. He didn't want to fail the exam because of such stupid talk. After the exam, he met with Chloe and Vapone to discuss how they answered the questions. Joma himself noted the third answer everywhere, but Chloe thought this was ill-considered, since the test required detailed answers. In fact, the guy answered as he knew from the game and hoped that he did even better than Chloe. He wanted to talk about something else, and he asked her how Nox was doing, whom he hadn't heard from for a long time. A little guiltily, she admitted that he had called her yesterday, but she had not answered because she had gone to bed early. The call was at 7 in the evening, but she is currently studying a lot, so she goes to bed early. Can nevertheless realize that the relationship between the two was still strained. Their conversation was interrupted by Weapon's cry, who began to whine that he studied a lot at night and did not even think about sleep. And Saki started teasing him, saying that they all just had different levels of intelligence. She then turned to Joma, noticing the sweet tone between her and Chloe, and again assumed they were dating. Chloe suddenly became embarrassed, and Can couldn't understand why all the teenagers thought about this. But he very clearly stated that there was nothing between them, which immediately made the red-haired girl wilt. Saki accepted Jom's answer, but that didn't explain why he was ignoring her messages. The guy didn't answer her only once, and didn't understand why she was so obsessed with it. Of course, he wanted to politely send Ryoho away, but he was distracted by Chloe's voice. He felt her aura heating up behind his head and turned to see that she was overcome with anger again. Apparently, Chloe was hurt by the fact that they were texting, and it was worse than any disaster for her. Joma was completely confused, because just now everything was fine. Her sudden change of mood also worried Vapon. But Saki, as if nothing had happened, asked what was wrong with Chloe, but Can grumbled at her to move away. The girl didn't understand why everyone was so tense, and why they weren't explaining to her what was wrong with their friend. But Chloe's anger was understandable, since he didn't even give her his phone number. Joma's excuse was that her number was a secret, and he didn't want anyone to know it. This did not convince the angry red-haired girl. She decided that he should be only her prince. Now Ryojo was starting to get nervous, and Joma explained that Chloe was now in yandere. But the girl with blue hair didn't know what it was. She started swearing in her native Japanese, so much so that Weapon began to calm her down. But his actions weren't helping much, and Chloe had already taken out a stationary knife and opened the blade. The situation was getting tense. Joma needed to figure out what to do very quickly, while he himself had abandoned his study of the yandere. But Chloe was no longer in control of herself, and her mouth said that she had forced Can to belong only to her. The girl swung the knife, not at her rival, but at Joma himself, and almost cut off his nose. Weapon and Ryoho were shocked. It was as if their friend had been replaced, and she continued to wave the knife in front of Can, who barely managed to dodge it. Chloe was annoyed that he paid attention to other girls and treated her like a sister. But she had done absolutely everything for him, and now she felt betrayed. And while she was attacking, Joma had no choice but to grab her. This was the only way to try to calm her down, and grabbing her wrists, he pressed her against the tabletop. For some time, the girl tried to kick and screamed for him to let her go. She didn't listen to Joma trying to persuade her to calm down. She is now furious that he has never sent her a single message. And then Khan explained that it was more important for him to communicate with her in person, and not through a soulless piece of iron. These words finally began to pierce Chloe's cocoon of anger. Seeing that it was working, Joma leaned even closer to her and thanked her for thinking only of him. This scene looked so touching from the outside that Wapan almost burst into tears, and Saki only pouted. Having risen, Joma continued to praise Chloe for how she helped him in the dungeon, and asked her not to be upset. The girl's mood returned to normal, and she began to giggle sweetly. But Kan himself was not pleased with such fanaticism. Besides, they made a mess here because of her fit of jealousy, and now it needs to be cleaned up. He had barely asked about this when he noticed that Saki was already standing outside in a clearly not good mood. After some time, Ryoho and Vipon were returning along the same road, and the red-haired man was thinking about what had happened. The guy noticed that when it came to Kan, Chloe became too bloodthirsty, as if she had been corrupted by love. But what's more surprising is that Jama kept his hand on the handle of the knife while talking to her. Although he managed to persuade her, he apparently continued to remain on guard. Kan's ability to use fear of violence in emergency situations is a clear sign of leadership. Vapon was only convinced that his friend could achieve a lot. He was also worried that after this incident, Saki walked the whole way in a pouty manner and devoted all her attention to the phone. The girl deleted her videos because her subscribers didn't do what she told them to. Besides, she doesn't do this professionally, but simply out of boredom. Vapon was very surprised. The video she showed him had more than 200,000 views. But the girl didn't really care about it, as she said. It was just a way to kill time. The next day, the students are scheduled to be sent to survive on a desert island for 3 days. There they are allowed to gather in groups of up to 4 people, and they will also be given a detailed travel schedule. Joma took several survival books from the library. The academy intends to test survival skills, although this will not affect grades. The guy remembers this part of the plot well, because the hilt of the legendary Balmung sword appears here. And at this stage, feelings begin to develop between Abel and Leon. While the story was going on, it seemed like a very exciting event. But now Jama wasn't envious. After entering, he experienced so much that he began to treat everything more detachedly. He's currently being chased by the academy elders and an unknown instructor. So now is not the time for feelings. The only thing that interests him as a swordsman is the Balmung, the sacred and cursed sword. As a former player, Khan knows his location and characteristics. But finding fragments of the Balmung is quite a difficult process, because the sword itself chooses its owner. The condition for receiving it is the manifestation of a miraculous blessing, saving the world from darkness. Literally, this weapon is meant only for a hero, which Jama does not consider himself to be. Now he decided to pay attention to studying the material, and learned that Avalon is an island without monsters. But remembering the incident with the mermaid, the guy can only hope that there will be no surprise attacks. Moreover, by personal order of the rector, they will be assigned a temporary instructor, a sword master himself. Kanu couldn't believe that the hero of humanity would go on a campaign with his students. It was very different from the original. Thinking about this, Joma began to search books for information that would help him find something on the island. Avalon is an island in the far west, a place that is constantly changing and shrouded in mystery. In the very center is the ancient Queen's Lake, and some people consider it a paradise or the land of the beginning. Joma already knew all this, and already thought that he would have to search through the entire library to find something important. While he was sitting with his books, Leon also came to the library. In his hands, Khan noticed a book called Introduction to Magic. He's probably trying to analyze his weaknesses that got him knocked out on the island with the mermaid. Joma couldn't believe Leon had come here, because now was not the time for a hero to be sitting around in the library. They started talking, and Khan explained that he himself was reading about the island of Avalon, where the exam would take place. At the same time, he watched Leon's behavior with suspicion, especially when he praised him for his diligence, although this could not be called simply flattery or teasing. Kan did indeed train, explore dungeons and study magical beasts. And only because in 3 years there will be a war, and he is doing everything possible for his own survival. Looking at Leon again, he again noticed the differences with the hero he knew from the story. A shadow of sadness and anxiety was now visible on his face. Soon Leon was about to leave, as the library was closing soon, and advised Joma to be careful on the way. This behavior made Khan think that it was because of the burden of being a hero, on whose shoulders lies the fate of humanity. Now it seems as if light and darkness themselves are pressing on Leon's shoulders like stone slabs. But now it was more important for Joma to quickly find information before the library closed. On the day of the exam, the students gathered at the stadium, where Rachel immediately noticed Saki and Chloe. And from the reactions of these two couples, one could not say that they were happy to see each other. For a few seconds they just stood silently opposite each other. Then Abel asked Saki if she was well prepared, and the second one asked her the same question. And Rachel took advantage of the moment to find out why Ryoho had so suddenly transferred to another class. At the same time, Abel teased that all they could do was watch as Jama was taken away from under their noses. After all, Saki not only went with him to the dungeon with the buffaloes, but also participates in the club. Now they would spend 3 days together. But Ryoho immediately stated that Khan had decided to act on the island on his own. This news visibly pleased Rachel. It turns out that no one present will join him during the survival training. And then Abel noticed that her friend had already thought of something. The girl did not hide her delight and admitted that she intended to follow this guy. She didn't even mind if others joined this semblance of a game that she named after herself. Avalon Island constantly changes its landscape and surroundings, so after teleporting, they will end up in random locations. This would make it difficult for them to find each other, and Rachel saw this as a way to assemble a team. But the condition of the game was that whoever found Jama first would take him for himself. The game is like Monopoly, and the losers are left out. There are no rules on how to look for it, you can even flirt. But the main thing is not to disturb others. A photo would serve as confirmation of whoever found it first, and only Abel thought this idea was crazy. So she apologized to her friend and said that she was not going to take part in it. It seems Rachel wasn't offended at all, since the three of them will now have a better chance of winning. She explained to the other two girls that Abel was simply too busy with special training. Joma himself felt tired when he arrived at the stadium because he had spent the whole night reading. He wrote down some information in his phone and also bought 24 knives and one secret weapon. Sage gave him more advice over the phone, like a caring mother. Although considering his age, more like a grandmother. The guy was getting ready to leave when he suddenly noticed a girl with purple hair. And then I remembered that the security guard had given such a description of the villain. Can decided that this woman had decided to get rid of him this time, because this island was very good at covering one's tracks. The island is constantly changing its landscape, but this effect can also work in the opposite direction. Joma also remembered that Vapon had a composite sketch of the villain, but it was drawn in such a way that with such parameters it would be very difficult to find it. And while the boy was thinking, Siegfried Nibelung approached him, followed by his granddaughter. The old man noticed that Khan was in good physical shape and added that with diligence his talent would increase. But he also asked not to forget about rest, so as not to collapse, and wished to enjoy the training on the island. After thanking Yoma, Siegfried moved on. The guy was once again convinced of what a unique person he was, but he didn't want to communicate with him often. Here he met the gaze of Abel, who was passing by as if she was silently warning him about something. But Khan attributed her mood to the absence of her boyfriend, and felt in the back of his head that someone was sneaking up on him. Joma turned around abruptly and gave a powerful flick that landed on Saki's forehead, and she even saw stars. The girl was offended, because she only wanted to joke, but Khan wrote it off as a reflex. However, Ryojo did not understand this reaction, and stated that she only wanted to wish him luck. And pouting her lips, she went in the other direction, which again puzzled Jama. He didn't understand her behavior. Besides, lately she hardly sleeps, but hangs around all the time. He doesn't understand what it is about him that interests her. But she is one of the main characters, and he doesn't want to get closer to her. The gong sounded, and the portal to the anomalous space on the island of Avalon was activated. This time, Jama was determined to find just what he needed. Taking a step forward, the guy hoped that this time the exam would go smoothly, and without any unnecessary problems. The next moment he found himself in a place bathed in purple light, and in the distance he could see a strange tree with a star on top. Everything around looked strange, and only now did Jama realize that this was a fantasy world. Now he stands on the sacred land of Avalon, and that tree in the distance is the Yggdrasil tree. He would like to see the sights, but now he had a more important task, to find a new blessing. Can opened the map on his phone, where the location of the blessing of rebirth was marked. Comparing the map with his memories, the guy realized that it was in the central part of the island, next to the lake. This means he needs to go to where the world tree grows, and to do this, he needs to overcome rocky terrain and forest. But back at the academy they gave us the task of searching for orbs scattered throughout the area. The more you find, the higher the score, and they can also be used as upgrade materials. To survive here, he'll need something, and he's got a secret weapon. It's a 50-centimeter long machete that Can bought in the hiking section of a supermarket. The guy decided to keep it ready so that the 50 seconds of blessing would not be wasted. After making a few swings, he noticed that the handle was comfortable, although not familiar. In a pinch, he can use a sashimi knife. Walking further, Jama noticed the head of a decent-sized hare behind one of the bushes. For him, it was a double chance to test the machete in action and get himself some food. As soon as he finished his thought, the rabbit came out of the bushes and it turned out that its size was much larger than it seemed. He was twice as big as Joma, but after the buffaloes he believed he could easily handle him. Can was about to activate the sword god's blessing, but for some reason it didn't activate, and the rabbit was already looking suspiciously at the man, obviously realizing that they wanted to make shish kebab out of him. Meanwhile, Abel also met a rabbit, but its size was quite normal. The little animal seemed very cute to her and it was a pity to turn it into food. The girl wanted to pet him, but suddenly this furry lump went wild and bit her finger with its teeth. Abel's sharp cry frightened the rabbit himself, and he ran away abruptly. The student immediately chased after him. She only wanted to pet him, but now she would definitely make a roast out of him. At the same time, this is a chance to check the results of her training. But the rabbit turned out to be incredibly fast, and contempt was noticeable in his eyes. For a moment, he reminded Abel of a man who hid his strength, and this gave her excitement. But the rabbit turned out to be more agile. She couldn't even hit it with her sword the first time. Just when she thought she was about to catch him, the terrain suddenly began to change, and the next minute the granddaughter of the Emperor Nibelung was completely covered by water and began to be pulled to the bottom. Above her she saw the water closing in, and a rabbit looking on as if it was enjoying her drowning. And then she had a hallucination, and instead of a rabbit she saw Jama. Meanwhile, Khan continued to chase his rabbit and soon felt tired. He realized that without a blessing, physical training is worthless. Finally, the guy couldn't take it anymore and stopped to catch his breath. But the mutant rabbit slowed down too. Realizing that he would be left without lunch, Khan preferred to starve rather than waste his energy. And the little animal looked at him as if he were a worthless thing. It even seemed like he grinned evilly. It dawned on Khan that the activation had failed due to another weapon, and he spat and threw down the machete. Then he took out a sashimi knife, and the sword god's blessing was activated. And in another area, Rachel was jumping around the forest happily after arriving, enjoying the walk. At first, she looked around a little, but did not forget her goal. And after walking quite a decent distance, I noticed familiar trees and realized that I was walking in circles. The back of her neck even began to itch from the realization that she was lost. She saw a black bird hovering above the soda, and she remembered Jama's black hair. Something told her that the bird was heading in his direction, and she decided to follow it, hoping to meet Kan. And without wasting any more time on thinking, she headed in that direction with high leaps. Saki was nearby and thought she heard Rachel's voice. Before setting off, she checked to make sure all the supplies were in place, just in case. And since she agreed to the game, she had no intention of remaining a loser. She was washed up on the coast of the island, and the target must be found taking into account the landscape features. And the most constant place here is the World Tree. Knowing a little about Jama's character, Saki guessed that he would go to the sparsely populated center of the island. She was too lazy to cross such a distance, but she had no other choice. She didn't want him to be taken away from her. Saki also planned to take revenge for that flick when she met him. Chloe was a bit of a different story. After arriving, she wandered around the area until late into the night. And then she met wolves, and she repeated her skills on them using 2 swords. But her goal was not to kill a large number of wolves, but simply to remove them from the road in order to get to Jama faster. She hoped to find him first, so that this guy would look only at her. As she ran further, she felt someone's presence and thought it was Khan. Ahead, between the dense trees, she noticed a glow and decided that her friend was already sitting by the fire. Joma was indeed sitting by the fire, roasting a piece of rabbit over the fire, and was planning to turn the rest into jerky. He heard a noise among the trees, but it didn't sound like animals. Not forgetting that villains were hunting him, the guy took out a knife and prepared to repel the attack. For him, this was a chance to finish off his pursuers without any unnecessary hassle or witnesses. Chloe ran towards the light ahead, her arms outstretched, shouting out Khan's name. But Rachel was there, surprised to see the red-haired, crazy student. Naturally, both girls were not happy to see each other again, and a quarrel was brewing between them. But Abel ran out of the forest towards Joma and almost got hit in the forehead with the handle of a knife. Kanu even felt a little sorry that these were not his pursuers. But Abel, having fallen to her knees from the sudden breaking, stared at him and didn't know what to say at that moment. Her gaze fell on the piece of meat on the spit. And now what was more important to her was not the fact that her head had almost been cut off, but filling her stomach. She even envied Kanu, who had meat and a woolen cloak. And it was hard for her to admit to herself that even in chasing the rabbit she lost to this first-year student. Abel felt a sense of shame, which was compounded by a slight shiver from the cool weather. Noticing that the girl was cold, Jama threw a fur blanket over her shoulders. She felt more comfortable, but she felt guilty because she couldn't resist the smell and didn't leave. After thanking Kan for his concern, Abel suddenly felt pain in her ankle. And before she had time to share this with Jama, he had already taken off her boot, which left her perplexed. He explained that the wound needed to be treated, because if we left things as they were, it could only get worse. Then he tore off a piece of cloth and bandaged the small cut on his ankle. After that, he returned to the piece of meat and turning it over onto its other side, asked why Abel was alone. Of course, she couldn't admit that the girls had planned to play some kind of game in which he was the main prize, and she only explained that she wanted to do something alone. Now she even regretted a little that she had not agreed to play, but she had not known that she would meet him first. Just in case, Abel took out her phone and turned on the camera to take a photo as evidence. She took the picture quietly, when Jama was turned towards the fire and could not see anything. Abel posted this photo in the game chat so that other participants could see her victory. This message angered Saki because Abel had no intention of playing. But Rachel's reaction was different, as if she had revealed Abel's true personality, which had been pretending to be quiet. While Nibelung was glued to her phone, the meat finished cooking, and Joma offered her a portion. The girl devoured the dish cooked over the fire with gusto, while the guy himself felt awkward. The silence that arose between them was broken by Abel, who noticed that he had become very strong. But his power is limited to only 1 minute. But even so, during his training, the guy went through hell. He only explained to the girl that he was strong thanks to the teacher who taught him how to use bladed weapons. Abel was envious. She had spent her entire life learning to wield a sword from her grandfather, and was sure that she knew more about weapons than anyone else. But she realized that there was a master she had never heard of, and began asking Khan about him. The guy suddenly changed the subject of the conversation, declaring that the strong one does not always win. The winner is the one who does not give up, who endures and survives. Only such a person is truly strong. Coming from him, it sounded old-fashioned, and the girl laughed. Her grandfather said something similar, and she jokingly doubted that Khan was only 17 years old. Suddenly she remembered their conversation on the bench, when they talked for the longest time. But for some reason Jama didn't want to discuss this, and he gave her another portion to shut her up. And Abel seemed to understand his hint, so she simply praised his food. The next morning the girl woke up with the first rays of the sun. The fire looked to have been extinguished long ago, but Jama was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, she saw the abandoned meat and realized that Khan had gone on alone. For a moment she felt annoyed. She remembered how he took care of her warmth and treated her leg. Abel looked at her bandaged ankle to make sure it wasn't a dream. And suddenly she was shaken all over and began to cry like a child. It happened involuntarily, because she always took care of herself. But now someone took care of her. Previously she always held back her tears, no matter what difficulties faced her. She was raised this way because she was a Nibelung, and now she didn't understand why Khan treated her this way. Until now, she had envied anyone who showed her selfless kindness. And now Abel decided to pull herself together, since she only had 2 days to get him back. Having collected all her things and thrown a fur blanket over her like a cape, she set off further. Meanwhile, Jama was making his way deeper into the island, and was a little angry, as it had been cold at night and now it was very hot. Judging by the time, he realized that Abel had already woken up, and during her sleep he noticed her as very beautiful. But for some reason she seemed hostile to him, although this was typical of her character. Yesterday, when she was around, Jama showed unexpected kindness, but only because she seemed pathetic. Therefore, the guy could not remain indifferent, and he denied any other feelings for her. Especially since today is the day when Leon and Abel will start dating. And remembering that he had given her his cloak, Can hoped that Abel would not give it to the main character. At this point, Jama decided not to occupy his head with stupid thoughts anymore, because he needed to find the blessing of rebirth before sunset. This is a guardian spirit level blessing, and it increases regeneration, but can only be used by the caster. Although for Khan, as the holder of the blessing of movement, this restriction does not apply. He was a little annoyed that rebirth only healed wounds, but could not regrow a severed limb. In the game, this blessing is considered a hidden item, and does not affect Leon's development, so Khan can safely take it. Now, making his way through the rocky terrain, the guy was convinced that it was different from the picture on the screen. And with a final dash, Jama saw the ruins where the blessing should be. But it seemed strange to him that something was sparkling there, because the blessing should be hidden. Coming closer, the guy saw that it was a small sphere, and he decided that it was some kind of bonus. This seemed like a small stroke of luck to him, because he came for one thing and got two. First, he planned to take the sphere, and then do the rest, and he had until sunset to do everything. Suddenly, Leon emerged from a dark corner, not thinking that anyone could get that far. He realized that Jama had not come here for a walk, and that he needed the sphere. Can was surprised to see the protagonist here, who continued to ask about the true purpose of coming here. Joma honestly admitted that he saw the sphere and decided to take it, and that he had no ulterior motives. At the same time, he noticed that Leon looked and behaved strangely, and was not going to give up this prize just like that. Reinhardt took out his sword and offered to fight so that the winner could take the sphere. The situation seemed strange to Jama, because according to the plot, this hero should now be with Abel. And then he was horrified by his own suspicions that he had accidentally interfered with their connection. Yes, they saw each other at night, and even if Leon found out about it, it would not be a reason for a quarrel. But looking closely at his sword, Khan realized that he had found a Balmung, but in some terrible condition. Balmung is the most sinister and powerful demonic sword in the world, and in its hilt there is a blue gem. It is a catalyst that imbues the sword with holiness and neutralizes magical power. The Ether Stone. But since Balmung was created through magic, it is still greatly modified by the user's personality. Therefore, in the game, the Balmung could become both a demonic sword and a sacred one. And now, with this sword, Leon was about to attack Jama. Probably with the help of Balmung, Reinhardt is going to defeat Khan and gain experience. On the surface, everything seemed very simple. But Jama understood well that the artifact was just a pretext. Leon had already come quite close to him, and suggested that they begin the battle, since they had little time. Meanwhile, Saki was joined by Weapon, but she was not happy with the meeting with him. She didn't understand why, out of all the students at the academy, she had the chance to meet him. Speed himself hadn't specifically sought a meeting with her. But now he'd guessed that she was looking for Jama. At the same time, he hoped that she didn't have any ulterior motives. It seemed strange to him that a month ago she was lying around doing nothing at the shooting range, and now she wouldn't leave Kan's side. Besides, she used to hate hiking and other hassles, but now she organizes everything herself. The girl suddenly stopped abruptly and looked at Vapon as if she was about to hit him. The guy even got worried that he had unwittingly angered her. But Saki's stern face immediately changed to a smile, and she asked how noticeable it was. Now she seemed to Speed to be possessed by a ghost or a demon. Her behavior had changed greatly. He assumed she was bewitched, but was immediately hit on the chin. It was such a hint that he should watch his words. As they went further, they heard a strange sound, similar to an earthquake. But it was not that. Saki suddenly realized that this was how Jama's power felt. Khan had indeed already begun fighting Leon, who cut him down with a single blow of his machete. It was unclear to Tom why Khan was not fighting back, although it was clear that Reinhardt was about to hit the target. Leon was only offended by this, as if the freshman was simply playing with him and showing no respect. In fact, Khan simply didn't have time to react, and didn't even think that the enemy would strike the air. He didn't want to call upon the blessing so as not to accidentally kill Leon, but otherwise he himself would lose his head. And now Reinhardt asked Jama to raise his weapon, assuring him that this fight would have happened anyway. Leon has the blessing of a miracle, and fighting him without additional strength is tantamount to suicide. Joma couldn't act carelessly, and activated the sword god's blessing. Their battle was so powerful that the earth shook. It was as if two giant monsters couldn't divide the spoils, and neither was going to give in to the other. Joma tried to restrain himself a little, so as not to take the life of the main character with his own hand. But Leon fought with all his might, his blows breaking knives, and Khan barely had time to get the next one out. It seemed like some kind of demon had possessed this blonde guy, because he didn't even break a sweat during the entire fight. And the further he went, the more aggressively he attacked, and at one point Joma almost ended up with his stomach ripped open. Leon missed, but the force of the blow was so powerful that the nearby columns split in half. This man had to be stopped, but Khan knew that at full strength he could kill him, and he continued to mostly dodge the enemy's attacks. Joma only became convinced that Leon was now very different from how he had been during the midterm exam. After a little more time, Reinhardt's sword suddenly began to glow strangely, and Leon himself at that moment felt tired, as if after an exhausting workout. From the clouds of dust that rose up after the destruction of the columns, Joma was now approaching him. Taking advantage of the moment while Leon paused, he began to ask why he was doing this. Reinhardt threw his head back for a second, as if he was fed up with everything. And then his aura changed, and he furiously declared that all this was for the sake of saving the world. His sword flashed again, and magical energy began to radiate from it. Taking a swing at Joma, Leon declared that it had become much clearer to him who was who. In the place where they were fighting at that moment, a bright beam appeared, rushing upward and reaching into the sky. In this glow, Leon attacked Joma again, but he used one of his signature moves. This time the knife remained in his hand, but Reinhardt froze in place for a moment. Kan didn't hurt Leon at all. He hit the sword he was holding in his hands and a piece fell off. After this, the blonde seemed to relax, and his furious face now expressed sadness. He suddenly realized that everyone was praising him very highly, and that in fact Kan Joma is worthy of being the chosen one. Now they stood among ruins, of which practically nothing remained, only a pile of stones. Joma put his knife back in its sheath, and Leon stood silently behind him, not moving. A moment later, a rustling sound was heard, and turning around, Kan saw that the guy had disappeared. Still, this sudden duel seemed strange to him. But even if Leon just wanted to toughen up, Joma had no intention of losing. His opponent was not initially in the mood for easy sparring, and if Kan had been distracted, he would have quickly died. At the same time, he tried not to aim at Leon, so he had to constantly dodge and retreat. However, the protagonist's strength is commendable, and his Balmung can be easily repaired. The main thing is that Khan didn't hit Reinhardt, otherwise the game would have been over and the end of the world would have come. The good news was that Leon had left, and now Khan could calmly take the sphere for himself. As soon as he touched her, he realized that the blessing of rebirth was within her. He acquired new skills, and deciding to test their effect immediately, made an incision on his hand. Not a second passed before the blessing worked, and there was no trace left of the wound. The guy was very happy that he got at least something he wanted. And soon evening came and Jama again settled down by the fire, wanting to rest after a hard day. He was haunted by thoughts about what had happened. He couldn't believe that all of this was because of Abel. The battle with Leon began and ended so quickly that Khan didn't have time to ask about the reason. He became even more curious about who Leon really is, although he doesn't even know who brought him here. Realizing that he wouldn't get answers now, Jama decided to focus on current problems. Now he suppresses his explosive nature, but he still cannot ignore injustice. He didn't initially intend to interfere with the game's plot, but he had to take care of himself first. It all started with the desire to receive another blessing, and ended with a fight with Leon. Moreover, there is an attempt on his life, and his life may be in danger. The guy understands that in such a situation he might have to kill someone. At some point, Joma even doubted whether he was doing everything right. Suddenly Saki appeared next to him, heard his muttering, and asked him to just be himself. Everything inside Khan suddenly twitched, but when he turned around, he saw that there was no one nearby. He realized that he had simply had a hallucination due to overwork. But if Ryoho were here, she would have said the same thing, and Jama became curious about what the others were doing now. Meanwhile, Saki and Weipon were sitting by the fire, but at a distance, and Rachel continued her journey with Chloe, who was not thrilled with such company. Abel decided to swim in a small lake elsewhere. It helped her to relax. Jama didn't know what they were all doing and, lost in conjecture, soon succumbed to drowsiness. After some time, the Undertakers approached nearby and prepared to attack the target. Seeing the guy, they threw at him a weapon similar to shurikens but much larger in size. Joma's sleep was sensitive, and he sensed danger even before the iron was about to hit his head. He managed to dodge, but the shurikens still wounded him a little. The actions of this student seemed incredible to the villains, and Farik even offered to recruit him. Captain Ray Sean stepped forward and Jama immediately recognized the character. He is the leader of the Undertaker assassin group, and also the first demi-human Leon encounters and kills. Her thugs followed her, curious about who this guy was who was able to dodge the weapon. They were also surprised that he remained calm, despite the fact that they had just tried to kill him. Farik again suggested to the captain that he recruit the student, and she asked what group he was from. Joma found it very strange that the mercenaries who came to kill him were suddenly interested in such things, but they explained that they were just curious to know a little about him before they finished him off. Chan Taipan also appreciated the student's actions, which is why he seemed worthy of working with them. Then he pulled the brass knuckles tighter onto his knuckles and prepared to deal with the guy in close combat. But Jama himself was prepared to deal with the villains. It is understood that once Undertakers were called, the customer was of no lower rank than an elder. The guy told them about it, and the villains went crazy when they realized that he was digging under them. Joma knew about them that they were butchers who traded death for money. He deliberately provoked them because the captain didn't like it when they were called butchers. She especially didn't like the fact that an ordinary student like Jama was talking about this. This was the last straw, and the first to attack the guy was Chan Taipun. But Khan managed to activate the blessing. In a split second he dodged the blow, and the villain merely cut the air with his brass knuckles. At the same time, Tipun did not immediately notice that at that very moment the student managed to run a knife across his neck. It was only when he instinctively tried to curse that his head came off and fell to the ground. The rest of the thugs, seeing this, panicked. Naturally, they didn't want to lose their lives. And Jama realized that for the first time he had killed a person, and not in subspace, but in reality. The captain had no intention of forgiving him for killing her subordinate, and ordered him to be dealt with immediately. But she had no idea how this meeting would end for the entire group. While activating the blessing, Jama had another vision of himself standing by the refrigerator. The juice boxes were arranged there in such a way that a message was formed. The guy was confused, not understanding who had played such a joke on him, and decided to clean everything up. But the letters called him to continue chopping and cutting, and this was deposited in his subconscious. And then Jama saw a bright light, and it was as if he was being pulled into subspace. There he saw a countdown of how much time was left until the end of activation. Having put all these puzzles together, the guy realized that he was actually in a different place now. He dealt with the group that came to destroy him and cut them down, as the voice in his subconscious told him to. Another head flew off, and the rest began to surround Khan to attack him altogether. Joma used his skills and cut along the line that the subspace showed him. And here's another villain whose arm was cut off at the shoulder. 2 more thugs attacked Jama with swords, trying to, if not hack him to death, then at least cut him up pretty badly. But the guy dealt with these 2 bandits in no time. The captain stood aside for now and ordered her people not to be wimps, since there was only 1 student. But instead of progress, she only watched as her group dwindled. And I couldn't believe that an ordinary student who was just prey was capable of such a thing. Soon Farrick's head flew off his shoulders, and he didn't even have time to blink. Captain Ray looked in horror at his rolling head, and yet he was one of her best men. At first she thought it was an easy task, although 100 million on her head aroused suspicion. And now she cursed that crazy old man who had given her this task. It seemed to Ray Sean that in front of her now was not a person, but a half-breed disguised as a student. And this guy, having dealt with the whole gang, left the cherry on the cake for last. He turned around and headed towards the captain's wife, and all she could do was pray to stay alive. Joma immediately pushed her to the ground and put a knife to her throat. At that moment, the girl's entire worthless life flashed before her eyes and she prepared herself for death. Joma had only 9 seconds left. A lot of time was spent on the other undertakers. The guy reassured himself that it was self-defense and hoped that this would not happen again. Unlike fights with monsters, the feelings were now completely different, but the opponents were not just people, but villains. They came for his soul, so Can doesn't feel guilty. All that remains is to deal with Ray Sean. Having tied the villain to a tree, Jama began to interrogate her so that she would confess who sent her. For him, this is a chance to find out that the cat is behind all the attempts on his life, and he decided to scare her. After all, if he cuts off her head right now, he will not know anything and will regret it for the rest of his life. Can reminded the girl that all her people were dead and suggested that she confess while she had the chance. But Ray only showered him with all sorts of nasty things in response. It seemed she wasn't going to compromise. However, now she understood why that man had ordered it. She should have been wary when it turned out that there was almost no information about Jama, not even about his parents. Now Ray is sure that the old man ordered them to remove the creature, which is only disguised as a student. The news that all information about his family had been erased made Khan think. It just dawned on him that he didn't even remember what they looked like. The only way he can find out anything now is from the captain of the villains, and he ordered her to tell him everything he knows. And regarding his family, he confidently stated that he has no family and no relatives. Initially, he only wanted to find out the name of the customer, and then finish off the last villain. But now he had other questions, and he didn't ask her, but threatened her in an angry voice. And he began to take the knife out of its case, the very one with which he had just chopped off heads. He was going to use it to cut off the girl's arm or leg, hoping that this would help loosen her tongue. As soon as he swung, he suddenly felt a strong pressure around him, which appeared out of nowhere. Joma felt that he could not move at all. And then I saw that the blood from the corpses began to rise into the air and paint the space red. This bloody energy, however, passed Khan and headed towards Ray, which horrified her. And then a heartbreaking scream was heard. Meanwhile, Siegfried Nibelung went fishing, but for some reason the rod didn't bite for a long time. He thought it was strange, since he had paid a lot of money for it, when suddenly the float twitched. And then fish began to emerge from the lake. But the old man realized that something was wrong. He realized that this was how the Legion commander's level of magic was manifested. On the island, the captain of the villains was in pain as blood seeped through her skin like millions of tiny blades. Wanting to stop this torment, she promised to tell everything if only the pain would stop. Her face expressed incomprehensible horror, and looking at Joma with crazy eyes, she declared that she did not want to die. And then a huge stream of light, more like a flame, poured upward from her body. The stream was so large and powerful that it could be seen even from the shore of the island. And suddenly Joma saw how this woman's body seemed to transform. An ominous laugh could be heard from her, and she declared that this had finally happened for the first time in 700 years. Now Joma has witnessed such a level of magic that a mermaid would seem like a small child, and this dim flame turned the girl into the commander of the 5th Legion of Demons, Succubus. It was the first time in 700 years that she had left the demonic realm, and she felt a little strange being among people. However, she greeted Jama quite politely and introduced herself. After this, the succubus asked the student's name, but he stood rooted to the spot, ready to fight at any moment. At the same time, I rummaged through my memory, because sometimes even useless fragments can turn out to be a mirror reflecting the future. He remembers this demon from the game, Agora of the Yowa clan, but he learned information about him from articles on the internet. The only unknown was why the demon had ended up in the human world for the first time in 700 years. Moreover, the succubus didn't just come, but moved into Ray Sean, using her as a vessel, and this is clearly not without reason. Now the demoness saw the corpses and asked what the student had done here. The spectacle was impressive for her, and she also assessed Jama as a complex person. Moreover, the guy still remained sane, and the succubus saw potential in him. She liked this bloody mess and offered Jama a contract with him, adding that the chance to become her slave would only add to his honor, while the rest were simply measuring ranks. The succubus didn't understand why people simply killed each other for profit, but she offers Kanu a chance to have a bright future, and leans so close to him that he feels the heat of hellfire. In fact, there is truth in her words. People always act selfishly. Status is important to them. The situation now was such that, in order to survive, Jama should accept the demoness's offer. After all, survival is his main goal, and by joining the army of demons, it will be easier for him to do this. But on the other hand, this demon, the empress of the succubi, Agor, and the guy did not consider this a good choice. Unexpectedly for the demon, he managed to remove the spell and regained control of his body. Agor was perplexed, and thought that the magic did not work for her because she chose the wrong body. The guy just laughed. It seemed to him that the demoness was talking complete nonsense. Then he decided to explain something about her offer to become her slave, and took the knife out of its case. His face immediately turned angry, and he pointedly sent the demoness away. Joma decided to fight her, hoping that his experience would be enough. But defeating such an enemy was not so easy. His knife seemed to not reach the succubus, and she herself felt something like a tickle. The guy was already starting to get angry and was waving the knife more intensely, but the demoness only laughed. On the other hand, she noticed that this student was not so simple. And now she decided to play with him and check what he was capable of. The succubus began throwing fireballs at him, but Jama cut them with his sashimi knife. Then she started playing tag with him, running in circles. She was surprised that the student had surpassed human limits, although she herself had not yet fully adapted. At some point, Jama caught up with her and prepared to pierce her demonic carcass again. But she stopped the blade, grabbing it with her hand while praising his efforts. Kan was in a hurry to finish off the succubus, because he had little time left. And gathering all his strength, the guy sped up, which impressed the demoness. There was one last second left, and then the activation disappeared and his knife stopped glowing with blue flame. He still managed to cut the demoness's hand, which was now unusual for her to see red blood on her body. She started to joke that she felt like a human being, but her wounds immediately healed. The succubus saw that Jama was exhausted, but she did not touch him. On the contrary, she once again praised his talents. For her, he was more promising than the child who was named a worthy heir. By this time, the demoness had already adapted well to the body, and offered Kanu to fulfill his wish. But finally, she decided to check something, and if the guy holds up, he will be accepted. The demoness concentrated fiery energy above her palm and launched this clot at Jama. But the guy could barely stand on his feet and was ready to say goodbye to life. Suddenly, Siegfried appeared right in front of him and repelled the demonic attack with his sword. The succubus was outraged that some old man was interfering with her entertainment, but realizing that he was protecting this boy, she decided to use her techniques on the Nibelung. Meanwhile, Jama saw himself in some space where everything around was flooded with bright light. The guy thought he had died and gone to the afterlife they talk about, but suddenly he saw a burning severed hand in front of him and returned to consciousness. Seeing the old man fighting in front of him, Khan realized that he had blacked out for a split second due to fatigue. And while he was surprised by the appearance of the Sword Emperor, he protected him so that his talents would not die with him. Siegfried was certain that Kanyoma must end the connection between humans and demons. This guy should be a hope for all humanity. Noticing that the student had come to his senses, Siegfried asked him to rest a little, because the situation was unusual. Joma noticed that the Emperor's hand was cut off, but he asked him not to worry, because he had a second one. The demoness stopped her attacks for a while. She was curious how the old man reflected her magic. But for her, he was just a simple man, and she prepared to attack. Siegfried knows that in order for the demon Agara to appear, a sacrifice must be made to weaken the border between the worlds. The demon also needs to take possession of a human body, which will become a catalyst. Now the succubus only laughed that a healthy guy was fighting shoulder to shoulder with an old man, and she didn't care what trick he was going to use, but she was sure that she would finish him off in a moment. They attacked each other again, but Siegfried managed to hit the demon. Agor screamed with a voice like from the underworld, because her hand was now cut off. Now she was no longer in the mood for fun, and filled with rage, she prepared to attack again. But Nibelung did not show fear. On the contrary, he only cursed at the demon, preparing to finish him off. He didn't know why she came here from the demonic world, but from her eyes it became clearer to him. Gripping his sword tighter, the old man activated the blessing and his weapon was engulfed in blue flames. The succubus was so angry that she threatened not just to kill him, but to chop him up into pieces. And when they attacked each other, the demoness became a little worried, sensing his distinct aura. She became even more wary when she saw his eyes and assumed that the old man was a descendant of Eren. It wasn't to her advantage, but he was still just a man who had passed the peak of his powers. The succubus began to mock again, saying that even Eren's descendant at that age could not cope with her. And concentrating even more demonic energy, Agor attacked Nibelung. The attack was very powerful, and in order not to die in vain, Siegfried jumped to the side. He barely managed to run away and his heels were only slightly burned. At this time, Jama was angry that he had already used up his strength, and all he could do now for the old man was to remain conscious, and if he let go of the weapon, he would no longer be able to pick it up. The boy understood that refusing a blessing in such a situation was tantamount to suicide. Siegfried had already turned around and began to attack the demon, and she just played with him again and called him all sorts of nasty names, hoping that this would lower his confidence. Suddenly the old man declared that her demon race was clearly stronger than the human race, and in his youth he hated this world and could not overcome the limits of his strength, no matter how hard he tried. However, when he reached a certain age, he realized something. The succubus considered his speech to be nothing but meaningless nonsense, while trying to understand where his weak spot was. Both of them had their hands cut off, but that didn't stop their attacks. The old man continued his speech, saying that humanity is evolving in desperate conditions. And this is what demons fear most, and that is why they are trying to take over the human world. It seemed his words had no effect on the demoness. With the same evil smile, she attacked him again, and she managed to catch the moment when the old man would open and hit him in the stomach with her hand. She didn't just hit, but sent a clot of energy that pierced the old man's body right through. And her hand at the same time regenerated, and was now as good as new. The Nibelung's body was engulfed in flames, and the succubus, pleased with her victory, only grinned. Siegfried was now experiencing terrible pain, which was accompanied by a bloody cough. Seeing the old man dying in agony, the demoness invited him to say the last word. The succubus was sure that people remained as primitive as they had been 700 years ago. Seeing this whole scene, Yoma was very afraid for Siegfried. He screamed, and the demoness turned her attention to him again. She even apologized for having completely forgotten about her because of the old man, after which she headed in his direction. The succubus was about to tell him the results of a recent test. Seeing that the student was in danger, the old man shouted with all his might for him to run. But the demon was already reaching out her hands to him, believing that this time she would be able to accomplish what she had planned. She was going to take his body and use it in their demonic tribe for various needs. Nibelung continued to shout at the demon to get away from the guy, because he was just a student. His threats had no effect. For the succubus, he was already just a corpse with whom she had no interest in communicating. Then she leaned against Jama, placed the seal on his forehead, and was confident that everything would work. Siegfried, gathering his last strength, stood up and headed towards the demoness, while the boy sat motionless. Something strange began to happen to him. The seal on his forehead began to grow like a tumor. It was the trace of the succubus's kiss, and then a strange energy spread throughout his entire body. But at the same time, the system began to generate an error. Then a message appeared that the Yggdrasil catalyst temporarily increases the user's level. The program began using suppression to rebuild and synchronize world lines. Meanwhile, the succubus grinned at the old man, surprised at how he could still move. She even became curious whether he would continue to live if she tore his head off. But Siegfried threatened to cut off her legs, even if it meant losing his life. The color of his aura became brighter. I saw a demon like this on a swordmaster 700 years ago, and so that he would no longer get in her way, Agor decided to finish him off once and for all. But just as she was about to attack, she was suddenly engulfed in blue flames, as if she had been struck by lightning. Even though she used fire magic herself, she looked slightly burnt afterwards. The old man didn't do this. Besides them, there was only the boy here, but Agor turned around to see what had happened. And she couldn't believe her eyes, but she had the same feeling as she had 700 years ago. For a moment, the demoness felt like Joaquin was pestering her again. But now Jama was floating in the air in front of her, and his whole body was literally glowing with a blue radiance. For the other heroes, things were naturally a little different. Abel woke up and prepared to continue her journey. There was only one day left. Saki also woke up at dawn, and Wapan didn't understand why she was so eager to continue on her way. The girl was still looking into the distance and understood that something was wrong with the dawn. It was already 7 in the morning and the sun should have been shining long ago, but the sky remained dark. But the other two students were still sleeping, and they liked it so much that they didn't want to return to the academy. The other students of the academy also began to gather, deciding that the rest had already gathered at the point of return. Saki hurried Weapon because she considered the delayed dawn a bad omen. Suddenly the sky seemed to be engulfed in a wave of fire. It was the glow of the battle that was currently taking place between Jama and the succubus. The demoness saw Joaquin in the guy and couldn't believe that he appeared here. But the guy didn't pay any attention to her grumbling and slowly floated towards her. And when he approached, Agor saw that it was that same boy. She was speechless, but she realized that she had jumped to conclusions. In front of her was something that looked like divine protection. But she did not believe that Joaquin could be alive, because he was a human. And it became clear to her that she had received that energy blow from Jama. The demon turned her attention to the old man, who was also staring at the hovering student. Siegfried himself probably did not expect this, although he saw his strength. And now, despite all the pain, Nibelung knelt before him and bent his back in a bow. Joma didn't move for a moment, but his eyes were completely white, obviously from the new skill. But these two proteins were directed at the old man's severed hand, and the wound began to heal quickly. It seemed that Siegfried had seen a lot in his life, but now his surprise knew no bounds. And while he was trying to understand what was going on, electrical discharges, like small lightning bolts, began to concentrate around Jama. At the same time, the guy slowly lowered himself down until his feet touched the ground. The demoness seemed to understand that now it would be best for her to get out of here while she was still alive. But as soon as I took a few steps, I felt in the back of my head that this student was very close. She couldn't understand how he moved at all. It was beyond her comprehension. One thing was clear. Simply running away would not work, and the demoness had to resort to other actions. Turning around and falling to her knees in front of Jama, she declared that she took back everything she had said earlier. But this was just a maneuver. In one moment, Agor concentrated her fiery energy. Now her goal was to destroy him immediately. Otherwise he would become an obstacle in the path of the demonic people. With these words, the demoness launched a huge clod of energy at him, which could incinerate everything in its path. The succubus used the flamestorm skill, which was one of her most powerful moves, so she had no doubt that everything would work this time. And while the fire had not yet destroyed Jama, the succubus said goodbye to him until they met in hell. Just in case, she wrapped herself in a fire shield, in case the guy tried to repel the attack. Siegfried was worried that the end had now come. But Jama suddenly spoke up and declared that he could destroy it. Using the skill, the guy saw instead of fire a blue sphere, in the middle of which there were many red lines of light. It was like a target that needed to be hit, and Jama would use the heavenly sword for this. The fire shield was immediately pierced by a thin beam of light. The demoness felt that her magic was beginning to crumble, and now she became particularly worried. And a moment later, her shield exploded, which meant her loss at this stage. The succubus was still alive, although she was torn into several pieces. In the end, she could only look towards Jama with her remaining eye. At that moment, all the students of the academy noticed something strange in the sky. It began to open, the darkness disappeared, and the morning blue appeared. The demoness tried to put her body back together, but regeneration did not work. The very source of her power had been cut, and she knew that at this rate she might actually die. Above them, the sky also turned blue, and Jama regained its original appearance. More precisely, the one when he was all battered and had not yet received his strength, and now, without strength, he fell to the ground. Agor, who was left with only her head, bust, and one arm, began to try to reach the guy, because now she had a chance to finish him off. However, it was still far away and she decided to use magic and concentrated a fireball. But at that very moment, Siegfried's sword pierced her head, striking the back of her head and finding an exit through her mouth. The old man only reminded her that she shouldn't turn her back on the hero. Basman had made the same mistake. Surprisingly, the demoness was still alive, and Siegfried began to thrust his sword back and forth in order to smash her skull. He himself was surprised that the skull turned out to be so strong. After all, it was human. But after several efforts, Nibelung achieved his goal, and the remains of the demoness began to dissolve into thin air. Looking at the small stain left by her, he clarified that his name was not Aaron's descendant, but Siegfried von Nibelung. When the main danger had passed, the old man immediately rushed to Jama's body. For a moment he was afraid that the boy could not bear it and died, but he heard that he was still breathing, albeit weakly. He also found several blockages, but there were no fatal wounds on the body. This made the old man happy, but now he was tormented by the question of what this guy really was. Yoma's attack was clearly unconscious, but Siegfried had no explanation for it yet. In this world there were various phenomena in the form of natural disasters, and people worshipped these forces. But now the old man doubted whether this should be called a disaster or divine intervention. After some time, all the students gathered at the point of return. But everyone rushed in one direction when they saw that one of them was being wheeled around on a gurney, and next to him walked Siegfried, missing one arm. The girls who dreamed of getting Jama realized that it was he on the gurney, and Chloe was completely beside herself. She wanted to run up to him, and Rachel was barely holding her back. One of the instructors tried to calm her down, but nothing could stop the main fan. Kan's friends noticed Abel's unusual reaction when she saw the victims. But the girl was more worried about seeing her grandfather, who now had no arm. Now she couldn't hold back her tears again. She felt sick and fell to her knees, and Saki encouraged her. She did not say any words of comfort yet, understanding her friend's grief, and simply hugged her in a friendly way. Soon the news reported what had happened and that now only 4 heroes remained. However, nothing was said about Joma, and Ryodzi hoped that he had already come to his senses. It turns out that not all the students knew that he had suffered on the island and even made fun of him for skipping classes. But other students explained that Kan was now in serious condition. The conversations of these students were bothering Saki a little, and she asked them to talk somewhere else. The reason for this request was that she had not gotten enough sleep. Deciding not to bother anyone, the students immediately walked away. The girl herself, although she didn't show it, continued to believe that everything would be all right with Joma. Unlike her, Chloe whined all the time. She couldn't hide her excitement. Redza, who had previously remained indifferent to the red-haired student, now even felt pity for her. And looking at Chloe's tears, Saki herself began to worry a little, because Kan had been in the hospital for more than a week. On the first day, the friends wanted to visit him, but they encountered security at the door. A special ban on visiting Joma has been issued, and this applies to everyone. Chloe still tried to break through, but to no avail, and Saki realized that it was related to the Sword Emperor. Avalon Island was completely filled with boiling lava after that, but Ryoho felt strange magic there several times, and apparently it was assumed that demons or monsters had entered the island, and Nibelung stood in their way. The girl looked through the server several times, trying to find at least some information, but all to no avail. Even Mrs. Yedia closed herself off to personally study the details of what had happened. Saki decided to write a message to Joma, but never sent it. She remembered the flick he had given her and didn't want to believe it was the last one. Deep down, Saki was worried and hoped that her friend would return to them soon. In the star class, the tension emanating from Abel could also be felt. Her friend was worried about her and didn't even tease her about her feelings for Joma for a while. Mostly, Abel sat there, lost in thought, and didn't even pay attention every time Rachel spoke to her. The other students were also worried about both Kan and the Sword Emperor. Siegfried himself took on the care of the sick Joma, but he did not yet reveal the reason for this to his granddaughter. And now the girl guessed that this guy could have gotten hurt while helping her grandfather. Meanwhile, Elder Claudy continued to drown his latest failure in alcohol. Not only did this student survive, but the Undertaker group was also destroyed. Siegfried met with Sage and assured her that he was already feeling much better, and that his wound was barely hurting. The fact that Nibelung remained alive pleased the director of the academy, but at the same time she was angry with him, because she sent him to protect the boy. Now she wanted to figure out what had happened, and she had already seen a lot in her life. Not long before, she learned from the doctor that Siegfried's body had become clean. Even the old scars had disappeared. It was impossible to perceive this as anything other than a miracle. Sage understood that Joma remained alive because Siegfried was with him. The old man did not leave the boy's side for a minute, and also paid the huge treatment bills out of his own pocket. And now that their favorite had come to his senses, Media hoped that the old man would tell her about what had happened on the island. But he was in no hurry. He himself did not understand everything, and the director asked him to simply tell what happened there. Then the old man confessed about the appearance of the 5th commander of the demons of Agora. This news was more than shocking for Sage. She expected anything but this. Even the Nibelung found this hard to believe. But it was this creature that cut off his hand. Sage realized that this was why Joma was in the hospital, but immediately began asking what happened to the demon. The old man reported that Agor had left this world, but he was in no hurry to tell the press about all this. Leaning back on the sofa, Media realized that the old man himself would hardly have been able to cope, so someone had helped him. But there was no one else there except him and Joma, and the director began to guess whose power it was. Siegfried sighed heavily and asked to discuss this later when they got together. Today, he decided to give the boy the opportunity to meet those who are very worried about him. Realizing that she couldn't achieve anything else now, Sage agreed. Later, Saki and Chloe met with Vapone, who showed off the poster he made for the club recruitment. They need to find one more person, and since Joma is in the hospital, this task falls on them. Saki praised Wepon's work, but her voice sounded indifferent. The guy didn't understand her strange reaction, because he tried to use all the colors in the poster, as required. Suddenly, Chloe cut the poster in half with one jerk, and Speed was completely cringing. He certainly understood that she was upset, but he didn't think it was necessary to go to such extremes. Besides, he worked on this poster all night, and she tore up all his work. And while they were arguing, for some reason Redze felt empty. Now even treats aren't as sweet as before, and regular food just doesn't go down her throat. She was so lost in thought that she didn't immediately hear the cries that Joma had returned. Vapon and Chloe immediately rushed to him to find out about his condition and to be glad that he was with them again. Saki rose from the bench slowly. She didn't want to show her concern. And while the guy was distracted by the babble of his two red-haired friends, he didn't notice how Ryodzi approached from the side. And then he got a flick on the face, so sharply that the guy didn't immediately understand what it was. And seeing Ryodzi's face in front of him, he realized that she had waited for the moment to take revenge. However, he could not be angry with her, especially since she immediately congratulated him on his return with a smile. Next, Weepin decided to brag about making a poster, but Chloe demanded not to show Can such trash. After everything that happened, after some time, Siegfried and Sage decided to give this company a well-deserved vacation. The leaders arrived at the beach by car with Joma. The old man noticed from afar that there was no one on the shore except Can's friends, and decided that media had rented the entire beach. Seeing the car approaching, the friends were a little worried that the Sword Emperor and the director would be with them. Naturally, Rachel and Abel were also in this company, and she was glad to see her grandfather. Only Leon was missing. He has been visiting the dungeons a lot lately, and the friends didn't bother about it, but decided to enjoy their vacation to the fullest. The students really enjoyed splashing around in the clean water, and Joma and Vapon even swam in a race. Rachel loved surfing and performed tricks on her board like a pro. Of course, she didn't miss a chance to make fun of Chloe by accidentally pushing her into the water. The one who impressed everyone the most was Abel, who came out in a swimsuit, although she always looked modest. Rachel even envied her figure, but Chloe became angry, thinking that Joma would pay attention to Abel. The old people spent more time on deck chairs under umbrellas and playing a game of chess, but the main thing for them was that these guys were okay, and that they could have fun in peace. From the outside, they all looked like one big happy family on vacation. Later, Rachel and Saki played badminton, but the latter wasn't very good at it. The boys were watching them, and Vipon found it funny when Saki lost her balance and fell onto the sand. The girl herself felt uncomfortable, and began to grumble at Rachel for serving too hard. And then Abel surprised everyone again when she hit the ball better than any athlete. Saki even envied her a little, because she had so many talents. And compared to her granddaughter Nibelung, she now looks like a gray mouse. However, Abel did not become arrogant. On the contrary, she offered her friend her hand and helped her up. Later in the evening, the whole company gathered to enjoy the shashlik that Joma was preparing. Chloe and Abel were hanging around him, and Ryoho felt like she was the odd one out again. And she went alone for a walk along the beach under the starry night sky. To the sound of the waves, she recalled all the events of the day, which seemed to her quite eventful. Suddenly, Saki saw a bottle at the edge of the water with a note sealed inside. This seemed strange to her, and she uncorked it to find out what the message was. The ink has spread almost all over the text, only the headline remains that this is a vote. And also that first place took 60%. After that, nothing could be understood. Saki felt sad again. She was envious of this first place, whatever that meant. And then she felt hungry, and remembered that she had eaten almost nothing today. Moreover, the girl realized that after her stay on that island something had changed. And then suddenly Joma appeared next to her, offering her a piece of shashlik and inviting her to come back. The girl shuddered, not understanding how he managed to approach so quietly. For a moment she thought he had come for her because he was worried, since she hadn't told anyone she had gone for a walk. But then all her attention was directed to the juicy pieces of meat on the skewer. When she was eating shashlik, it seemed that at that moment she didn't need anything else to be happy. And after finishing everything, she grabbed his hand, because they still had a plan to watch a movie that was about to start. The others had already gathered in the semi-dark hall, but Ryodze entered alone, explaining that she had been talking on the phone and was therefore late. Vapon asked her if she had seen Joma, and Saki explained that he needed to go to the toilet. Suddenly, Abel apologized to her for that photo, admitting that she herself had not expected it, and she promised not to allow situations in the future that require an apology. Soon Joma himself appeared and sat down between Ryodze and Abel, glad that he had made it in time for the film to start. And while the girls were engrossed in watching, Joma began to wonder how events would develop in the future after everything that had happened. Didn't it greatly change the plot of the game and accelerate the awakening of the demon army?